1 month before their scheduled discharge, the world completely fell into chaos, severing all communication between the base and the outside world. Not only were regular calls unavailable, but even emergency networks had gone silent. Given the situation, the troops anxiously questioned the platoon leader, wondering whether their unit was still safe and how long they could realistically hold out. Fortunately, their base was situated atop a high mountain, surrounded by natural barriers that provided some level of protection. However, their resources were depleting rapidly, and they were nearing their breaking point. Food supplies were dwindling, forcing them to confront the harsh reality of survival and make difficult decisions. In times of crisis, maintaining proper nutrition and conserving strength becomes paramount. That day, their meal was carefully prepared with a special sauce, a hearty stew meant to boost their morale. As they ate, the soldiers debated whether they truly had no other choice. Leaving the safety of their base seemed like a death sentence, yet they were running out of options. However, what stood out the most was not the dire conversation, but rather the unexpectedly delicious food. It was during this moment that something unusual happened. Lieutenant Kim, who had been cautious and reluctant to leave, suddenly had a drastic change in demeanor. Without warning, he slammed his utensils down and declared that they needed to leave immediately. His sudden shift in personality stunned the others, as it was the complete opposite of what he had been saying just moments earlier. Yet, he wasn't the only one affected. All the soldiers instinctively accepted the order without hesitation. After all, survival required food, and there was nothing better than hunting monsters after a good meal. The person responsible for preparing this meal was Sergeant Shin Young-jun, a 23-year-old soldier and the head cook of this unusual platoon. He had inadvertently become a key figure in this group's survival, keeping them nourished and, perhaps, unknowingly influencing their actions. Later, the troops gathered in the base's courtyard, engaging in physical training. Amidst the rigorous exercises, an impromptu soccer match broke out, filling the air with excitement and energy. One soldier became so immersed in the game that he enthusiastically shoved his teammate's head in his eagerness to score a goal. Meanwhile, at a nearby convenience store, a man engaged in a casual conversation with his colleagues, asking if they had heard the latest news about the Nespa. Back at the barracks, the entire platoon grumbled about the lunch menu, expressing their dissatisfaction, yet they still held on to the hope that dinner would be better. Watching all of this from a distance, Shin couldn't help but feel a little irritated. It was almost mealtime, yet the soldiers were filling themselves with snacks and other food instead of waiting for the proper meal. Regardless, he knew his responsibilities and understood that he needed to deliver the supplies to the kitchen before anything else. Upon entering the kitchen, Shin immediately began his work, cutting carrots with remarkable precision. However, while he was preparing the meal, someone entered the room, instantly drawing his attention. A major problem had arisen. The main ingredient for the night's dish, squid, was out of stock. Panic set in as Shin recalled that he had repeatedly instructed his assistant to check the ingredient list properly. This oversight was frustrating, especially given their already limited resources. As if that wasn't enough, there was another issue to deal with. Lieutenant Kim outright refused to eat vegetable tempura, which had been planned as the side dish. Shin was exasperated by the mounting problems but chose to let the missing squid slide for the time being. They were already short on manpower, and his assistant was struggling to keep up with the additional kitchen duties. With no squid available, Shin had to make a quick decision. He loudly announced that dinner would be changed from fried squid to fried pork belly. Fortunately, they still had pork, making the adjustment feasible. Without wasting time, Shin ordered his assistant to begin preparing the new dish. Since the lieutenant preferred noodles with his meals, they also decided to prepare a chicken noodle dish for him as a compromise. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, the soccer game continued in full swing. However, just a short distance from the field, a grim scene unfolded. All that remained of an unfortunate soldier was a puddle of blood and a lone shoe. His killer, a massive, monstrous creature, was advancing toward the barracks. Back in the kitchen, Shin's assistant handed him a soda in an attempt to help him relax. Though he was initially tense, Shin accepted the drink, noting that as their discharge date drew nearer, everything seemed to feel a little better despite the dire circumstances. As they continued their conversation, the assistant admitted that he envied those who had already been discharged and asked Shin what he planned to do once he left the military. However, Shin didn't have a concrete plan. He admitted that he had considered learning to cook properly with the hopes of one day opening a restaurant. His assistant found this somewhat surprising. Given the current state of the world, the culinary industry was in turmoil, and cooking had never been Shin's greatest skill. Still, Shin had found genuine satisfaction in being a cook in the army. He enjoyed hearing people praise his food, and it gave him a sense of purpose. Understanding this, the assistant extended an invitation. He offered Shin a chance to visit his restaurant after discharge so he could start teaching him a few things about professional cooking. Shin barely had time to react when he heard the suggestion. The moment the words left his assistant's mouth, he instinctively spat out all the soda he had just taken a sip of. There were two main reasons for this reaction. First, he didn't particularly like the boy, and second, he had absolutely no interest in Japanese cuisine. Despite this, Shin still gave a half-hearted nod in acknowledgement, offering a brief word of thanks. However, deep down, he understood that the culinary industry was even stricter than the military. He had no desire to work under someone else's orders, especially in such a cutthroat environment. Wanting to shift the conversation elsewhere, Shin instructed his assistant to bring a few more packs of salt from the storage room. Meanwhile, he ordered the rest of the team to pick up the pace and ensure everything was in order as he oversaw the kitchen preparations. A thought briefly crossed his mind. Perhaps it wouldn't be the worst idea to gain some experience at that guy's restaurant. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. For Shin, the true pinnacle of cuisine wasn't found in Japanese cooking, but in Western cuisine. Just as he settled his thoughts, a sudden, desperate scream echoed through the kitchen, completely shattering the moment. The sound was unmistakable. It was Jae Junuk, his assistant. Shin's expression immediately hardened. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the source of the scream, sprinting toward the storage room. His heart pounded as he reached the door and flung it open. The sight that greeted him was beyond anything he could have imagined. Right in front of him, its back turned toward the door, was something straight out of a nightmare, a massive, grotesque creature that didn't belong in reality. Beneath this horrifying monster lay Jae Junuk, his face twisted in sheer terror. The mere thought that Jae Jun might already be dead sent a shock through Shin's entire body. He struggled to process what he was seeing. This wasn't just some wild animal, it was something far worse. For a brief moment, Shin's mind refused to accept the truth. His body remained frozen in place, trapped in a state of disbelief. But then, his gaze fell upon the growing pool of blood beneath Jae, and everything became disturbingly clear. This was no illusion. This was real. The sound of Jae's screams had drawn the attention of the other cooks, who were now approaching out of curiosity. However, Shin knew they were in immediate danger. He had to get them out of there before it was too late. He tried to warn them, but before they could fully grasp the situation, one of them recklessly stepped into the storage room. The moment the soldier entered, he found himself face to face with the monster. The beast had already finished its first victim, and now it was more than ready for a second. The second soldier's eyes widened in terror as he finally registered what stood before him. He let out a horrified scream, his body trembling. Shin, acting on pure instinct, knew he had to do something. Grabbing a kitchen knife from the floor, he hurled it toward the beast, hoping to at least injure it. However, the blade barely scratched its hardened exterior, bouncing off its thick skin without leaving so much as a dent. The monster remained unfazed, its attention shifting entirely to Shin, the only one still willing to fight. Frustration and fear began to build inside him. Nothing he did was working, and now he had to confront this massive creature alone. Before he could even think of a new strategy, the monster charged at him with terrifying speed. Even in the worst-case scenario, Shin refused to surrender. His survival instincts kicked in, and he swiftly ducked under a nearby table. Luckily for him, the monster wasn't very intelligent. It couldn't stop its momentum and ended up crashing headfirst into the wall. However, instead of weakening it, the impact only seemed to enrage it further. From behind him, one of the cooks shouted in panic, demanding to know what the creature was. Unfortunately, Shin had no answers. He was just as clueless as the rest of them. Before they could process anything further, the monster launched another assault. This time it swung its massive claws downward, slicing through the concrete table with ease, leaving Shin completely exposed. Without hesitation, the beast lunged, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But before the attack could connect, something unexpected happened. A loud splash filled the room, followed by an agonizing screech from the creature. One of the cooks had managed to hurl a ladle filled with boiling oil straight at the monster. For the first time, the beast hesitated, its movements faltering. Seeing this reaction, the cook quickly grabbed another ladle, shouting that the monster was weak to high temperatures. Encouraged by this discovery, he prepared another attack, determined to buy as much time as possible. Shin, observing the situation, realized that even though the monster's shell was nearly indestructible, it did have a weakness after all. He had to spread this information to the others. Just as Shin prepared to act, disaster struck again. The cook, having let his guard down for just a second, failed to notice the monster's tail swinging toward him. The impact was brutal. The force sent him flying across the room, slamming hard against the wall. The sickening sound of bones breaking filled the air. Shin's heart sank. Another comrade was gone. Now only he remained. The monster, now entirely focused on him, readied its next strike. This time, it swung its powerful tail directly at his head. In a desperate attempt to protect himself, Shin raised his arms, bracing for the impact. At that moment, as he felt the crushing force of the attack, a grim realization settled in. This was it. There was no escape. Just like Jae Junuk and the rookie, he was about to meet his end. But then, something strange happened. The monster suddenly stopped. Shin, dazed and barely conscious, tried to understand what was going on. The beast's body twitched, its movements growing erratic. Something was affecting it. The air was filled with the thick scent of burning oil, making it difficult for Shin to see clearly. However, he could hear the creature struggling. It groaned, staggered, and for the first time since the encounter began, it showed signs of true distress. Shin gritted his teeth. Maybe, just maybe, he still had a chance. As Shin observed the creature more closely, he noticed something significant. The monster's previously impenetrable scales had turned a deep red and were beginning to crack. More importantly, parts of its inner flesh were now exposed. This revelation sparked a realization within him. Perhaps, just maybe, he could fight back. However, attacking blindly wouldn't work. He needed a weapon capable of piercing the creature's now vulnerable skin. Given the circumstances, there was only one viable option: Junhook's favorite knife. It was the only sharp object he had access to, and at this moment it would have to be enough. The monster, still disoriented and writhing from the pain inflicted by the hot oil, hadn't noticed Shin's movements. It was the perfect opportunity to strike, but Shin also knew that any sudden noise could alert the creature, leading to an even more dangerous situation. He was in a precarious position, one that required extreme caution. However, at this point, fear no longer held him back. He was past the point of caring about safety. With his grip tightening around the knife, Shin took a deep breath, steadied himself, and lunged forward. He let out a desperate, rage-filled cry as he aimed directly for the monster's neck. In a single fluid motion, he plunged the knife deep into its exposed flesh. To his astonishment, the blade actually pierced through. The sensation of warm blood splattering onto his skin confirmed it. The strike had landed. The beast let out an earth-shaking howl, its body convulsing violently. However, Shin knew this wasn't enough. If he didn't finish the job now, the monster would recover and kill him in an instant. Without hesitation, he pulled the knife out and drove it in again, and again, and again. His hands moved with relentless fury as he stabbed the creature repeatedly, blood gushing from its wounds. The monster's agonized shrieks filled the storage room, but Shin didn't stop. Every ounce of pent-up frustration, fear, and fury poured into his attack. "Go to hell!" he roared, his voice fueled by the deaths of his fallen comrades. After what felt like an eternity of frenzied stabbing, the creature finally collapsed. Its grotesque body twitched one last time before going completely still. Shin, panting heavily, staggered backward, barely able to remain standing. His arms trembled, his entire body drenched in sweat and blood. He could hardly believe it. He had actually managed to kill the monster. Then, something utterly bizarre happened. Right in front of him, a glowing rectangular window appeared out of thin air, floating in the air like some kind of computer interface. The text on the screen congratulated him on his awakening and listed several newly acquired abilities, including something called large-scale culinary talent. Shin's mind reeled. What was this? A hallucination? Some kind of weird government experiment? None of it made sense. Later, when he returned to the barracks, everything was eerily quiet. The usual sounds of training and conversation were absent. The outdoor courts, once filled with activity, were completely deserted. Something was very, very wrong. As Shin continued walking, a horrifying sight met his eyes. Bodies everywhere. Blood stained the ground, evidence of yet another monstrous attack. A grim silence hung over the area. It seemed that while he had been fighting in the storage room, another creature had attacked the barracks. Struggling to keep himself composed, Shin pushed forward. He had to find out if there were any survivors. However, as he walked through the eerie silence of the forest surrounding the base, a nagging thought crept into his mind. Was he losing his sanity? None of this felt real. He still had no idea what that monster was, let alone the meaning of the strange message that had appeared earlier. Suddenly, another notification window appeared before him. This time, the message was more alarming: global event. Faction war. Together for survival. The system announced that the world had now entered a large-scale event and encouraged participants to either create or join a faction. Early participants, it claimed, would receive special benefits. Shin furrowed his brow. A faction war? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? At this point, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was playing a cruel joke on him. However, before he could dwell on it further, yet another system notification popped up. Global event, capture the flag, mission assigned. Shin had been given an objective to capture and expand his territory, starting in Region Rock 17. The message explained that, as factions progressed, they would unlock extra benefits. However, none of it mattered to Shin at the moment. His priority remained the same: escape. Additionally, he needed to find other survivors. Strength in numbers was the only way to stay alive in this hellish new world. At present, all he had was a knife, but that wouldn't be enough if he ran into another monster. Deciding to scout the region, he pressed on, even if he wasn't sure what he'd find. Then, as he ventured deeper into the area, he heard something in the distance: gunfire. Hope flickered in his chest. If people were shooting, that meant there were survivors. More importantly, where there were guns, there was ammunition. It seemed that some individuals had opted not to fight the monsters head-on. Instead, they had armed themselves and were making their way toward the nearest ammunition depot. This was his chance. Shin quickened his pace, eager to reach the depot before supplies ran out. However, fate had other plans. Just as he turned a corner, he froze in place. Right in front of him, another monster identical to the one he had just killed emerged. It snarled in rage, its soulless eyes locking onto him. Panic surged through Shin's veins. There was no hot oil this time. He had no way to weaken the beast before attacking. Then something truly bizarre happened. A strange light flickered before his eyes, and another notification window appeared. Skill activated. Boss's eye for a few seconds. Shin's vision sharpened. Information flooded into his mind as the system analyzed the creature. Ingredient analysis complete. The message then revealed something unexpected. Shin had obtained a beginner-level culinary skill called Lizard Preparation Method. According to the analysis, the monster's joints were smooth and scaleless, allowing for flexible movement. However, this also meant that those areas were structurally weaker. The system further explained that if the creature's respiratory tract was cut and its blood drained, it would significantly weaken. Additionally, piercing the area just below its left arm near the heart would maximize blood drainage, rendering the beast completely immobile. Shin's eyes widened. This wasn't just a random tip. This was a strategy for butchering the monster. For the first time since this nightmare began, he had a clear plan. Gritting his teeth, Shin readied his knife. This time, he wouldn't fight blind. This time, he knew exactly where to strike. Shin felt an overwhelming sense of confusion as he witnessed the monster's blood increasing in volume. His mind raced, struggling to process the bizarre situation unfolding before him. Suddenly, an inexplicable understanding flooded his thoughts. A precise method to defeat the creature surfaced, as if someone had implanted the knowledge directly into his brain. The beast, unfazed by its own injuries, let out an enraged roar and charged at him with unrelenting fury. Shin's heart pounded. This was beyond terrifying. He was unarmed, exhausted, and faced with an opponent far stronger than any human should be able to defeat. And yet, something deep inside him whispered that he could win. Despite his hesitation, Shin knew that now wasn't the time to question the mysterious message that had appeared earlier. Whether real or hallucinated, it had given him valuable insight. He had no choice but to trust it. As the monster lunged toward him, Shin followed the exact steps the system had outlined. His muscles moved almost instinctively, his hands gripping the bloodied knife tightly. With precise timing, he struck the creature in the exact weak spot the system had revealed. The monster let out a piercing screech, unlike anything Shin had ever heard before. It staggered, convulsing as fresh blood spilled from its deep wound. The system's notification flashed again, informing Shin that he had unlocked the novice dagger skill, allowing him to increase his proficiency whenever he used weapons within the dagger category. Shock coursed through Shin's veins. His attack had worked. It actually worked. For a moment, he had doubted that his blade could pierce through the monster's hardened shell. But by following the precise instructions from the system, he had successfully delivered a fatal blow. As the creature let out its final breath and collapsed onto the ground, Shin remained frozen, his body trembling from the intensity of the battle. Blood covered his uniform, dripping onto the dirt beneath him. His chest heaved with exhaustion as the realization set in he had barely escaped death. Had the message not appeared when it did, he would have been killed instantly. There was no question about it. Before he could catch his breath, another strange sensation took hold of him. It was unlike anything he had ever felt before, as though something invisible was filling him from the inside. A notification appeared before him. signaling that the system was granting him new reward points. Then, another message followed. Boss's eye skill activated. The explanation provided by the system sent a chill down Shin's spine. The skill allowed him to classify any entity as an ingredient and, through observation, learn its preparation method along with various possible recipes. Shin felt his stomach churn. Was the system seriously trying to tell him that this monster could be eaten? His thoughts were interrupted by yet another notification, revealing a lizard meat recipe. Lizard meat has a mild, rich flavor, but must be cooked carefully to avoid toughness. Blood odor must be removed before consumption. Proper preparation method includes draining the blood and slicing at the joints to maximize tenderness. Shin's eyes widened in horror. "Stop!" he shouted at the glowing window, his voice filled with disbelief. Was this thing insane? Did it really expect him to cook and eat a creature that had just tried to kill him, a creature that had likely eaten people? His stomach twisted at the thought. He had no idea what this awakening meant, but if it involved turning monsters into meals, he wanted no part of it. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind him. "Who's there?" Shin instinctively turned, his blood-stained hand still gripping his knife. A soldier holding a rifle cautiously approached, eyes scanning him for any signs of threat. A moment later, recognition flickered across the soldier's face. "Sergeant Shin?" Shin exhaled in relief. It was Corporal Kim, a member of the supply unit. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly upon seeing a familiar face. Kim, however, looked at Shin with clear concern. "What the hell happened to you? Why are you out here alone?" Shin hesitated for a second before brushing past the question. "Forget that. What about you? How did you end up here?" Kim explained that he had heard voices in this direction and had come to investigate. However, their current priority was reaching the ammunition depot to resupply. Shin nodded in agreement. Surveying their surroundings one last time, the two quickly moved toward the storage area. On the way, Kim asked about the other commanders. Shin's expression darkened as he shook his head. "They're all dead." Silence stretched between them before Kim let out a heavy sigh. "Damn." Though he was clearly disheartened, Shin insisted that no one should blame the defense unit. They had all fought bravely, but in the end, he had been the only one who survived the massacre. When they finally arrived at the depot, a wave of shock and relief spread through the soldiers stationed there. A survivor. Despite the despair surrounding them, the sight of Shin seemed to lift their spirits. As they made their way inside, Shin observed the state of the remaining troops. They had fortified their defenses around the depot, using whatever they could to barricade the entrances. Their faces were lined with exhaustion, their uniforms torn and stained with grime and blood. And yet, they were still alive. That alone was comforting. Just as he was taking it all in, another notification from the system appeared. Skill obtained, primate preparation method, beginner level. Shin's breath caught in his throat. "What?" Glancing at the skill's description, his face paled. The primate in question. It wasn't referring to monkeys. It was talking about humans. His hands clenched into fists. He could barely comprehend what he was looking at. Was the system seriously suggesting that his fallen comrades were now considered ingredients? Shin forced himself to ignore the notification, focusing instead on the soldiers around him. One of them called him over, asking him to file a report. That's when he realized no one else could see the system's windows. They were visible only to him. Inside the depot, Lieutenant Kim Huo sat at a table, visibly drained. He acknowledged Shin's presence but immediately got to the point. "Things are bad, Shin." Shin sat down, waiting for him to continue. "For now, we still have a fair number of survivors, but we're running out of options. We need to make some decisions, and fast." Kim Huo instructed the transport unit to continue checking inventory, ensuring that they had enough supplies for the coming days. Shin observed the lieutenant with a mix of emotions. He had never particularly liked Kim Huo. The man had always been a low-ranking, greedy officer, constantly making petty complaints about food. "I don't like this. Give me something else." That had been a routine phrase from him whenever Shin prepared meals. And yet, in the worst moments, he was always the first to come crawling back, begging for something warm to eat. Shin exhaled. Whatever personal grievances he had, none of that mattered now. All that mattered was survival. Under Lieutenant Kim Huo's reluctant command, the survivors were struggling to maintain some semblance of order. Stenho remained as part of the transport team, but their leader had already perished. When the lieutenant received confirmation of the leader's death, his expression hardened, but there was no need for words. The grim reality was already written across the soldiers' faces. Out of the original personnel, only about 100 remained. Half of their unit had been wiped out, and among those who survived, only a handful had ever held high-ranking positions. With chaos reigning, it was clear that only those who had remained mentally stable had gathered to take action. The transport unit, once a larger force, had been reduced to just 10 active members. The reconnaissance unit had only 7 left, and the culinary unit had suffered even greater losses. Shin stood as its sole remaining member. When the lieutenant reviewed the latest report, he sought confirmation about their communication lines. Minja, who had gathered the details, explained the situation with a clear and unwavering voice. There was no contact with the outside world. Every emergency line was offline, all calls were met with silence, and even their most secure communication networks were unresponsive. Hearing this, the lieutenant's expression tightened. He attempted to push for a more hopeful explanation, but Minja's response left no room for denial. They were completely cut off. Panic set in among the soldiers. Some theorized that this could be the result of a North Korean electromagnetic pulse attack, but others were quick to refute the idea. Their military installations were shielded against EMP strikes, meaning that even in such an event, basic communication should have been possible. The fact that every single line had gone silent meant something far worse had taken place, something beyond any normal attack. As the implications of their isolation became clearer, the soldiers' fears turned toward their families. Without communication, there was no way to know if their loved ones had survived. Desperation settled in, the uncertainty fueling arguments among the ranks. The question of what to do next hung in the air unanswered. In moments like these, leadership was crucial. A commanding officer needed to bring clarity and direction, but as the troops turned to Lieutenant Kim Hwo for guidance, they were met with silence. That hesitation, that failure to act, spread unease like wildfire. The soldiers, already anxious, grew even more desperate. Some began lashing out in frustration, voices rising, tension mounting. Others tried to mediate, but their efforts barely held the growing chaos at bay. It was only after several moments of disorder that the lieutenant finally spoke. His decision was clear. He wanted to establish contact with higher command. The best course of action in his mind was to send a small group of soldiers to headquarters to retrieve orders. Shin's frustration grew. He saw the flaws in this plan immediately. Their unit was stationed in a remote mountainous region, over 1,400 meters above sea level. The journey to headquarters, even by vehicle, would take at least 2 hours under normal conditions. Now, with monsters roaming freely, it was likely to be far more dangerous. There was no guarantee that anyone sent on this mission would return alive. The lieutenant dismissed these concerns, insisting that the mission was necessary. He acknowledged the risks, but maintained that volunteers could be sent to minimize overall losses. His words, however, did not inspire confidence. To Shin, it was clear this wasn't an act of leadership. The lieutenant was simply avoiding responsibility. By turning the mission into a volunteer effort, he was absolving himself of any blame if things went wrong. He wasn't taking charge. He was passing the burden onto others. Yet despite the flaws in the plan, no one dared to challenge the lieutenant. Whether out of fear or lack of an alternative, the soldiers remained silent. Seeing no objections, the lieutenant made his decision official. Those who remained at the base would stay put and await further instructions from headquarters. Shifting focus, the lieutenant began addressing their current resources. He inquired about food supplies, and Shin reported that they had enough rations to last 6 weeks under normal consumption. However, given their reduced numbers, the supply could be stretched to 2 months if necessary. Ammunition was another concern. The base still had a stockpile of combat supplies, but without resupply options, conservation was critical. If they were forced into extended combat against the creatures that had already attacked them, their supplies would dwindle rapidly. With the immediate inventory addressed, the conversation turned to the biggest threat still looming over them, the monsters. Discussions began about how best to handle their presence, as well as how to maintain access to electricity and clean water in the long run. The consensus was clear. Survival depended on sustaining these essential resources. Despite the uncertainty, the discussion helped ease some of the soldiers' anxiety. Having a plan, even a rough one, allowed them to focus their fear into something actionable. The atmosphere in the room, though still tense, became slightly more manageable. But just as Shin hoped that the lieutenant would address the most critical issue, the man abruptly dismissed everyone. He instructed them to work on reinforcing their defenses and making preparations, but made no immediate plan regarding the monster threat. Outrage burned within Shin. This was negligence at its finest. The creatures that had already slaughtered half their unit were still out there lurking. And yet, instead of prioritizing their survival, the lieutenant was treating their situation as if it were a mere logistical problem. The base had been attacked once. There was no reason to believe it wouldn't happen again. If they didn't act now, there might not be a base left to defend. And yet, Their so-called commander refused to acknowledge the problem. Frustration coursed through Shin's veins as he watched the soldiers disperse. He understood that morale needed to be maintained, that panic had to be controlled, but ignoring the real danger wouldn't make it disappear. The lieutenant had failed to see the truth of their situation, and if Shin wanted to survive, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Shin could no longer ignore the most crucial topic, the concept of awakening. He directly questioned why it hadn't been addressed, but the lieutenant seemed unable to fully grasp the significance of the issue. The soldiers had been hunting monsters, that much was certain, and the lieutenant acknowledged this fact. However, something had begun to dawn on Shin. He was the only one who had awakened. Realizing that mere words wouldn't convince anyone, he knew he had to demonstrate his abilities. Without hesitation, he reached for his kitchen knife, pulling it from its sheath in front of the gathered soldiers. Immediately, concern flashed across their faces. The lieutenant stiffened, and murmurs of unease spread among the group. Shin understood their skepticism. No matter how much he explained, no one would believe he had single-handedly stabbed a monster to death, not without proof. He needed to show them. Taking a steady breath, he focused on the feeling he knew best, the sensation of slicing vegetables. His grip tightened around the knife's handle, and with a single movement, he slashed through the wooden table in front of him. In an instant, his ability activated. The thick wooden surface split apart effortlessly, each severed section falling into perfectly even pieces. Gasps filled the room. Soldiers staggered backward, eyes wide with disbelief. Shouts of shock erupted as they tried to comprehend what they had just witnessed. The table had been cleanly divided in a way that no normal human strength could achieve. Shin met their stunned gazes with a calm, unwavering expression. He explained what had happened, how, after killing the monster that entered the kitchen, something had awakened inside him, granting him new abilities. He admitted that he hadn't believed it at first either, but after experiencing the system notifications, the increased strength, and the undeniable power of his skills, he could no longer deny the truth. Despite the clear evidence, the lieutenant remained the most skeptical. But Shin knew that skepticism wouldn't save them. The situation was dire, and survival required them to embrace every possible advantage. Time was running out. They had no idea how many monsters were out there, and Shin himself had only 3 days left until his scheduled discharge. Yet that hardly mattered anymore. His survival instinct had completely taken over, and he refused to allow himself to be overwhelmed by negative thoughts. He made a decision. As the sole cook of the unit, he committed to keeping everyone fed. But beyond that, he insisted that their first mission should be to awaken more soldiers. They needed more power to fight back. Before this discussion could go further, a loud noise interrupted the meeting. A soldier rushed into the room, his face pale with fear. Monsters were approaching. Tension skyrocketed as the lieutenant demanded to know how many. The answer came quickly, at least 5 nearby. There was no time to deliberate. The lieutenant immediately issued orders for all soldiers to return to their positions. Shin bolted into action, his mind racing. The frequency of these monster attacks was increasing. Why? What was drawing them to the base? Outside, battle had already begun. Several soldiers engaged the first monster, their weapons firing in rapid succession. Shin quickly noticed a pattern. The monsters seemed to target areas with the highest concentration of people. Gunfire rang out across the battlefield. One soldier, keeping his aim steady, shouted that it took an entire magazine to bring down a single monster. Another reminded everyone to conserve ammunition. The supply wouldn't last forever. The reality was grim. Each monster required between 20 and 30 bullets to be brought down. At this rate, their stockpile wouldn't hold for long. Shin understood that, while they still had a fair amount of ammunition left, it was only a matter of time before they ran out. When the final monster fell, silence fell over the battlefield. The lieutenant, stepping forward, congratulated the troops for their efforts. The tension eased slightly, but only for a moment. Then came the grim reality. Each unit was ordered to count their men. Tragically, 2 soldiers had lost their lives in the battle. Shin quietly asked what would be done with the bodies. Another soldier explained that they would be buried in a nearby cemetery. He didn't argue, but something about it unsettled him. His thoughts drifted back to the system's strange messages about ingredient analysis, and he forced himself to push the thought away. With the battle concluded, the strategies discussed in the previous meeting began to be implemented. The first priority was to send a request for support to higher command. 2 soldiers volunteered for the mission, assuring everyone that if they avoided direct confrontation with monsters, they would be fine. To increase their chances of success, they were equipped with a generous supply of ammunition, and the lieutenant would provide cover for them up to a certain distance. Shin, however, was more concerned about the concept of awakening. The topic had sparked significant debate. Why had none of the other soldiers awakened despite having killed monsters? Was it possible that firearms didn't trigger awakening? The other soldiers had fought their battles from a distance, using bullets to bring down their enemies. Meanwhile, Shin had killed his monster up close, using only a knife. Could this have been the key difference? The mystery deepened. Shin explained what he had felt during his battle, the strange energy accumulating within him as he fought. He suggested that in order to awaken, a person might need to absorb the energy released when the monster dies. The lieutenant clearly disliked this theory. The idea of getting close enough to a monster to absorb anything was far from appealing. Still, Shin provided additional insights. He pointed out the monster's weak spot under the armpit, where his knife had pierced through easily. He also emphasized their vulnerability to heat, explaining how pouring boiling oil on his monster had given him the upper hand. While these discoveries were useful, they all led to a dangerous conclusion: someone had to engage the monsters in close combat in order to take advantage of these weaknesses, and that meant significant risk. Recognizing this danger, the group reached a compromise. Instead of rushing into melee combat right away, they agreed that the best approach would be to weaken the monsters with gunfire first. Once the creatures were injured, someone would move in to land the finishing blow. This plan, while still hazardous, was the most viable option for triggering more awakenings among the troops. Despite the uncertainty, Shin knew one thing: if they wanted to survive, they needed more awakened soldiers. With the decision made, the lieutenant wasted no time in issuing his next command. Every soldier was to sharpen their bayonets immediately. If they were going to engage the monsters in close combat, it had to be done when the creatures were at their weakest, ensuring minimal casualties. Among the soldiers, one spoke up, agreeing with the lieutenant's logic. He pointed out that a bayonet was much safer than a sashimi knife, a reasonable observation that no one could dispute. In direct combat, Tajun was one of the weaker soldiers, but his strategic thinking made him invaluable in battle. Recognizing this, Shin called Tajun over for a meal, surprising the soldier with the unexpected offer. Tajun was visibly confused but ultimately followed along. Shin explained that it was better to eat before facing monsters. Even if no one felt hungry now, they would need energy soon enough. Once lunch was finished, preparations for dinner began. Shin formally requested permission from the lieutenant, who agreed and assigned 2 soldiers to assist him in the kitchen. Meanwhile, the team assigned to contact the main base was steadily approaching their destination. Back in the kitchen, Shin marveled at how effortless cooking had become for him. Initially, he had worried about handling meal preparations alone, but now his culinary skills had advanced far beyond normal human capabilities. His knife movements were precise, his temperature control was flawless, and every dish came together with an ease he had never known before. Before long, the fried pork belly was ready. Thanks to his advanced control over heat, the meal was perfectly cooked. The system immediately recognized his improvement. His chef's dedication advanced to moderate, and his culinary stats received another slight boost. A new notification caught his attention. Consuming this dish would temporarily increase a person's strength and agility. However, Shin wasn't entirely sure what this meant. What did an increase by 1 truly signify? Did it make someone physically stronger? Did it enhance their reflexes? Before he could reflect further, the system suggested incorporating the chef's special sauce. The moment the idea appeared, something strange happened. A mysterious energy formed in Shin's left hand. For a second he froze, watching as the energy pulsed and swirled around his fingers. Then, without hesitation, he followed the system's suggestion and infused his cooking with the special skill. The energy didn't just alter the dish, it gave Shin a unique ability to influence the emotions of those who ate it. With the soldiers on edge, trembling in fear, he hoped this would help calm their nerves. Excitement surged through him. He couldn't wait to see the results. As the soldiers lined up in the cafeteria, their expressions quickly shifted from exhaustion to curiosity. The smell of the food was irresistible, and several soldiers hesitated before asking if they could have more than 1 serving. Shin didn't hesitate. He told them they could eat as much as they wanted. Despite his enthusiasm, he still wasn't sure if the skill was truly working. There was no immediate transformation, no sudden burst of strength or physical changes. Naturally, a meal alone couldn't instantly shape someone's body or build muscle. If there was an effect, it was likely happening on a smaller internal level. Moments later, a soldier approached Shin to thank him for the food. Soon after, 2 more followed, each expressing how much better they felt after eating. Their fatigue had lessened, and they felt refreshed. Encouraged by their reactions, they eagerly requested second servings, and Shin happily obliged. Though he remained uncertain about the exact effects of the food's stat enhancements, he realized that if his cooking could help regulate emotions, then it was already a valuable ability. However, before he could dwell on this new revelation, an attack on the base interrupted the meal. Gunfire rang out, echoing through the halls. The soldiers didn't even have time to rest during dinner. Even at night, the relentless assaults continued. Without hesitation, they all rushed toward the barracks, following the source of the commotion. The moment they arrived, the gunfire abruptly ceased. A heavy silence followed. Shin immediately scanned the area, his instincts on high alert. Something felt off. The soldiers were already inspecting their surroundings, ensuring there were no more immediate threats. Stepping into the crowd, Shin demanded to know what had happened. Before anyone could answer, his eyes landed on Tajun, standing among the gathered troops. He immediately turned to him, questioning what had just occurred. The soldiers explained that, following Shin's earlier advice, they had attempted to capture and restrain two monsters instead of immediately killing them. They had done exactly as instructed, keeping the creatures alive for experimentation. The next phase of the plan was about to begin. One of the soldiers stepped forward, prepared to finish off a restrained monster and attempt his awakening. Earlier, during their meeting, Shin had suggested that the first awakenings should be carefully controlled. It wasn't enough for soldiers to awaken randomly, others needed to witness the process firsthand to fully understand its significance. Back at the barracks, the soldier drove his bayonet into the restrained monster, delivering a precise and final strike. The moment the creature collapsed, a brilliant flash of light erupted around the soldier. A system window appeared before him. He had successfully awakened as a novice mage with an electric affinity and a thunder ability. For a moment the soldier was stunned, his mind struggling to process the sudden transformation. The system's presence was unmistakable, yet completely foreign to him. As the other soldiers watched in shock, Shin quickly asked if he could see the system window. The soldier hesitated before nodding. His fear shifted into something else: pride. He had gained power. The experiment had been a complete success. To confirm his abilities, the newly awakened mage stepped forward and demonstrated his skill. A surge of electricity crackled around his hands, his control over the energy still rough but undeniably present. The other soldiers struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Some were still skeptical, while others looked at the soldier with awe and admiration. Shin, however, was fascinated. This proved that different awakening paths existed. It wasn't just about enhanced strength or speed, there were mage classes as well. Curious, Shin asked about the soldier's new profession. Hong, now a novice mage, confirmed that he had obtained beginner electric affinity. His ability was called Thunder. The revelation changed everything. Shin had expected warrior soldiers who could fight with physical strength, but this introduced a whole new dimension. If magic was real, then the battlefield was about to change forever. The revelation that a soldier's profession is determined by their talents and the ability they gain after killing a monster up close solidifies the understanding that awakening is not random. Though not everyone immediately believes this theory, Tajun is next in line to prove it. Shin advises him to be careful and urges the others to pay close attention to what is about to unfold. As they arrive at the site of the second awakening attempt, the situation takes a terrifying turn. Unlike the first restrained monster, this one is still able to move, which only increases the tension among the watching soldiers. Despite the danger, Tajun remains determined to finish the fight within a minute. He moves forward, planting his foot firmly on the monster's chest to keep it pinned while preparing his final strike. However, this action proves to be a grave mistake. In its last surge of adrenaline, the beast's body twists violently, and before anyone can react, its jaws snap shut around Tajun's leg with immense force. A scream of pain and rage tears from Tajun's throat, and panic spreads through the onlookers. The monster's bite is merciless, crushing down with terrifying strength, even in its weakened state. One of the soldiers turns to Shin, pleading for permission to intervene. Another raises his rifle, offering to shoot the creature before Tajun gets killed. But Shin refuses. He denies all assistance, insisting that Tajun must kill the monster himself. If someone else intervenes, the awakening might not happen. His voice rises above the growing fear, demanding to know why Tajun is standing there, frozen in terror. Tajun, his face twisted in agony, suddenly snaps out of his shock. With all his fear transforming into anger, he lets out a defiant roar. His eyes glow with a strange energy, and in one final motion, he drives his blade deep into the creature's skull. The beast shudders violently before collapsing completely. Silence follows. Despite his injury, Tajun has survived, and as his eyes flutter shut for a moment, a system window appears before him. His awakening has been confirmed. He is now a novice astronomer. Before anyone can celebrate, Shin immediately orders a medic. Though their unit only has a physiotherapist, it's better than nothing. Tajun, still in pain, mentions the system notification he received, confirming his awakening. Shin feels both relieved and concerned. Supporting Tajun as he steadies himself, Shin listens as the injured soldier mutters that the monster's bite wasn't as strong as he had expected. While it had crushed his leg, it hadn't torn it off. Shin wastes no time. With the medic approaching, he shouts for everyone to stay alert and prepare to move. The commotion settles, and now, with 2 successfully awakened soldiers, a force capable of fighting monsters without relying entirely on bullets is beginning to take shape. Chaos at the ammunition depot. As word of the awakening process spreads among the troops, chaos erupts at the ammunition depot. Soldiers who had been watching from a distance begin to debate the risks and benefits of awakening. Some are excited, eager to try, while others remain deeply hesitant. More notably, some higher-ranking officers outright refuse to attempt it. This refusal ignites Hung's frustration. He and Tajun had both been terrified before awakening, and they understand the fear. But to them, an officer should set an example, not hide behind doubt. Hung's anger flares when the commanding officers express hesitation. Raising his voice, he calls them out for their cowardice, emphasizing that everyone is afraid, but awakening is necessary for survival. One officer, however, admits that he simply cannot bring himself to kill a monster at close range. There is no guarantee that something like Tajun's accident or worse won't happen. From the crowd, murmurs arise, identifying the officer as Kwang El-jen, a well-known specialist from the facilities unit. While Kwang has a reputation for being a sharp strategist, he is also known for being highly cautious when facing danger. Shin is taken aback by this revelation. Kwang looks like a tough guy, someone who would lead from the front, yet his reluctance to awaken suggests deep-seated fear. Hung, unable to contain his frustration, gives up trying to convince him. Surprisingly, Kwang thanks him for not pressing further. However, Hung delivers a final warning this decision will cost Kwang his position as an officer. Kwang, caught off guard, fails to understand at first. Hung clarifies the harsh truth. Staying in the barracks longer no longer makes someone a superior officer. The world has changed, and now true leadership will come from those who have awakened. The battlefield is no longer about rank and experience, it is about power and survival. Realizing the weight of this truth, Kwang makes his choice. He rejects awakening, accepting that he will have to live with this decision for the rest of his life. From Shin's perspective, Hung is absolutely right. Kwang cannot be a leader anymore. Even if he had once been respected for his skills, refusing to awaken means he will never stand on equal ground with the others again. Kwang, fully aware of this now, steps back from his position as an officer. Hung, still fuming with frustration, walks away, leaving the matter behind. A private discussion. Shin, knowing this can't be the end of it, requests to speak with Hung privately. At the same time, he orders Kwang to remain at his post for now, which the man accepts, no longer seeing himself as a superior to anyone. Still irritated, Hung follows Shin, demanding to know what he intends to do. Leading him away from the others, Shin explains the situation, plainly giving up is not an option. This is no longer a problem of individual soldiers. This affects the entire battalion. The future of the unit depends on its ability to adapt. Those who fail to embrace awakening will only weaken the army, creating more risk for everyone. Hung listens carefully, his frustration gradually shifting into determination. Shin's stance is clear. This issue cannot be ignored. The time for hesitation is over. The battlefield has changed, and if they don't change with it, they will not survive. Many soldiers were likely contemplating awakening at this very moment. The events they had witnessed, the success of Hung and Tajun, the undeniable power that came with awakening, had surely left an impact. However, Hung suspected that hesitation stemmed from the monsters still lurking outside. The fear of facing them directly was understandable. Since the last attack, some time had passed, but Shin recognized the signs of an approaching crisis. If left unchecked, some soldiers might soon begin experiencing severe mental breakdowns. The weight of their circumstances, the unknown fate of their families, the isolation in the mountains, and the looming threat of another assault was enough to push even the strongest individuals toward desperation. Chung, reflecting on their situation, acknowledged a critical fact: they were stationed in the mountains, an hour's descent by car. In theory, their separation from civilization provided some safety, as long as they remained in organized groups. This was the only reason desertion hadn't occurred yet. However, the desire to escape was growing. If given the chance, some soldiers would undoubtedly try to flee in hopes of reuniting with their families. This was an unavoidable possibility. Survival wasn't just about facing the monsters, it was also about maintaining unity. The stronger the troops became, the safer they would feel, and the less likely they were to break apart. Given all these factors, Hung reluctantly admitted that Shin had a point. However, he also brought up another concern. Kwang wasn't the only one who was afraid. If one soldier managed to escape, others would inevitably demand the same privilege. The division between the awakened and the non-awakened could tear the unit apart, significantly weakening their overall strength. Refusal to awaken, in this case, was unacceptable. Hung then questioned how they would convince Kwang to reconsider. Shin acknowledged that public humiliation had already eroded Kwang's respect, but even shame wasn't enough to push him toward awakening. The situation called for a different approach. He had an idea. Asking for some time, Shin left the discussion. Though Hung remained skeptical, he ultimately agreed to let Shin try. Watching him leave, curiosity lingered in Hung's expression. What exactly was Shin planning? A chef's true battlefield. As Shin ran through the corridors, he reflected on an uncomfortable truth. If he had a different profession, he might have already abandoned the unit and fled. If his abilities had been combat-oriented, survival would have been easier, and he wouldn't have felt the burden of responsibility weighing on his shoulders. But things were different now. He was level 1, a chef, essentially a support role, unable to fight on his own. If he wanted to maximize his abilities, he needed to become a better cook. Shin refused to let the unit sink into despair. He wouldn't allow them to remain hopeless and vulnerable. He was determined to make them stronger, and he would do it through his food. Returning to the kitchen, he prepared to do what he did best. His next mission was clear. He was going to turn Kwang into a real soldier. Without hesitation, he started cooking. For this plan, he chose to prepare something simple, a fried rice dish. The ingredients were gathered quickly, chopped with precision, and tossed into the frying pan. The system immediately evaluated the dish. Due to the low-quality meat, the dish's stats decreased. However, thanks to Shin's expert seasoning, the stats increased again, balancing out the dish's overall quality. Unlike his previous meals, this dish was specifically tailored for a single individual. The system noted that if the target consumed it, the effects would be amplified. Finally, Shin added the chef's special sauce. This was the key ingredient: his ability to influence emotions through food. A meal to overcome fear. Once everything was ready, Shin sent for Kwang, ordering someone to call him to the cafeteria. When Kwang arrived, he found a beautifully prepared dish waiting for him. The former officer hesitated, clearly confused by the gesture. Shin dismissed the concern with a simple explanation. Kwang rarely came to eat with everyone, so he had prepared something specifically for him as a sign of goodwill. There was no reason to refuse. The dish was chicken fried rice, infused with courage-enhancing properties. Shin had done his best to craft a meal that would subtly alter Kwang's emotional state, instilling confidence where fear once resided. As Kwang took his first bite, the transformation began. The weight of fear, with each mouthful, Kwang praised the food, enjoying it far more than he expected. Shin urged him to eat as much as he wanted, ensuring their conversation would only happen after Kwang had eaten his fill. Once he finished the meal, something changed. The former coward sighed deeply. Setting his utensils down before speaking, he apologized. For the first time, he admitted the truth: he was simply scared. He explained that he had always been this way, ever since childhood. People had told him to act like a man, to be stronger, but he had never been able to shake his fears. To overcome his weaknesses, he had thrown himself into training and martial arts, hoping that physical strength would grant him confidence. But no matter how much he trained, it had never been enough. Shin listened intently, realizing that Kwang's struggles ran deeper than just the battlefield. Kwang continued his confession, explaining that he had always taken on extra tasks to ensure he wasn't a burden. Over time, people had started recognizing his efforts, and he had thought that would be enough. But this situation was different. No amount of training had prepared him for monsters, for death, for the reality that their world had changed forever. Unlike him, Shin had fought a monster head-on, even after watching his comrades die. That kind of courage felt impossible to him. Shin didn't pretend to be unshaken. He admitted that he had been scared too. However, he knew that if they didn't fight back, everyone would simply become food for the monsters. For Shin, courage wasn't about fearlessness, it was about taking action despite the fear. In his case, he had fought to avenge his fallen comrades. His moment of bravery had been brief, but it had been enough. Because in the end, survival had driven him forward. More than anything, Shin still had dreams. He refused to die in this place. He still wanted to leave the barracks and open his own restaurant someday. And now, it was his job to make sure the others had the chance to dream too. Even in the face of overwhelming circumstances, Kwang finally understood something crucial. Everything they had endured required immense courage. But courage wasn't just about fighting. It was about survival, about staying together, about ensuring that none of them had to face this nightmare alone. The veterans felt the same way. With newfound determination, Kwang shouted his resolve for all to hear. He would do what needed to be done. At that moment, Shin realized the food's effect must have worked. The change in Kwang's demeanor was too drastic to be anything else. The timid, hesitant man who had once refused to awaken now stood radiating confidence, his posture firm, his gaze sharp. Without hesitation, Kwang demanded to be the next one to kill a monster. The madness at the barracks later, the moment finally arrived. Kwang punched the restrained monster in the stomach, his voice booming with authority as he forbade anyone from interfering. This was his chance, the opportunity to prove his courage. The soldiers looked on in shock. Many of them began to question Kwang's sanity. The monster wasn't unconscious, yet Kwang had decided to fight it barehanded. Kem, still processing the absurdity of the situation, turned to Shin for answers. What had he done to Kwang? Shin remained silent for a moment, watching the scene unfold. He began to agree that Kwang might be too aggressive, but at the same time, this was the perfect chance to observe the full extent of his skill's influence. Despite his concern, he decided to wait and see, rather than prematurely stopping the experiment. Kong, however, hated this idea. The sight of one of their own taking unnecessary risks made him uneasy, but Shin, ever composed, assured him they would step in if necessary. For several minutes, Kwang relentlessly attacked the monster, his body absorbing several hits in return. The creature retaliated with its sharp claws, but instead of dodging, Kwang intercepted the strike with an elbow, countering with devastating force. The soldiers, previously concerned, were now in awe. What had started as a reckless display had turned into a battle of pure strength, and Kwang was winning. Even Hung, who had initially been against the idea, found himself eager to see what kind of ability Kwang would awaken. Then, something shocking happened. A soldier called Shin's attention to Kwang's next move. Kwang bit the monster's arm, ripping off a chunk of flesh like a wild animal. The previously enthusiastic crowd fell into uneasy silence. Someone finally spoke, voice laced with disbelief. What the hell was Kwang doing? Kwang, however, seemed completely unbothered, casually remarking that he hadn't done anything unusual. Shin's stomach twisted with unease. He had used his special sauce, but he hadn't anticipated this level of transformation. Could he have gone overboard with the seasoning's emotional effects? He barely had time to process the thought before Kwang moved to finish off the monster. With the brutality of a man completely detached from fear, Kwang grabbed a rock and smashed it into the creature's skull repeatedly, ignoring the soldier's horrified expressions. He didn't stop until the monster was completely lifeless. At the moment of death, the system's light enveloped Kwang, congratulating him on his awakening. For a few seconds, no one spoke. Then, Kwang erupted into laughter, a deep, hearty laugh. He declared with undeniable pride that he could now see the system's blue panel in front of him. The soldiers seized the moment, cheering for their superior officer. Many of them celebrated Kwang's awakening, recognizing him as a true warrior. Even Hung, despite being initially terrified by Kwang's actions, expressed relief at the outcome. To the younger recruits, it was the most incredible unarmed fight they had ever seen. However, Shin noticed something off. Despite the warm reception, Kwang's expression remained unsettling. He was thankful to Shin, but something about his demeanor felt unnatural. Even Hung, who had just congratulated him, grew uneasy again around the officer. The aftermath of awakening, realizing how unexpectedly intense the transformation had been, Shin decided that from now on, he would be more cautious with his cooking. The inevitable questioning soon followed. What had Shin done to Kwang? Shin, unwilling to reveal the true nature of his ability, gave a simple response. He had only given him food and had a conversation. Kong, though still skeptical, found himself impressed with Shin's ability to persuade people. Shin, however, knew the truth. This wasn't just persuasion. This was the work of his skill. Unlike when he had demonstrated his power with the kitchen knife, this time the results were unpredictable. Kwang's sudden, violent shift in personality suggested that the special sauce was more dangerous than he had initially thought. If used recklessly, it could completely alter someone's behavior. He had thought his skills simply boosted morale and helped regulate emotions, but after seeing Kwang's transformation, he realized it might have deeper, unintended consequences. For the first time, Shin questioned the true nature of his ability. A dangerous power. Shin took a step back, analyzing the situation. Having someone like Kwang turn into a berserker could be a major problem in the future. His unshakable confidence and lack of fear were useful in battle, but what would happen if he lost control? Would the same food that gave soldiers courage also strip them of restraint? Hung, however, saw things differently. He argued that right now, survival was the only thing that mattered. If Shin's food could make people stronger, then it didn't matter how dangerous it was, they needed every possible advantage to fight the monsters. Shin, though still cautious, couldn't deny it. In this world, strength determines survival, and if his cooking could turn cowards into warriors, then maybe, just maybe, his role in this war was far greater than he had ever imagined. The formation of a faction and the next step in survival. Despite the ongoing battles and tensions within the unit, Shin knew that sustaining the awakened soldiers was crucial. He requested that all awakened personnel be sent to the kitchen later, ensuring that he could prepare a proper meal for them. However, Hung immediately questioned the practicality of this plan. Given their limited food supplies, could they truly afford to prioritize a separate meal for only the awakened? Shin, already anticipating this concern, explained that more than half of their remaining provisions consisted of preserved emergency rations. These wouldn't spoil anytime soon, but their perishable food items needed to be consumed promptly. If left too long, they would rot and go to waste. More than anything, Shin longed for the day he could enjoy a proper meal himself. With 3 days left until his discharge, he still clung to the idea that he might return to civilian life, a dream that felt increasingly unrealistic. However, one nagging concern remained. Would his abilities still work with emergency rations? Given that these supplies required no actual cooking, he wasn't sure if his culinary skills would have any effect on them. The growing struggles of awakening back at the barracks, chaos erupted as one of the beasts ran frantically through the area, chased by several soldiers attempting to corner it. While Shin observed that most awakened personnel were performing effectively, the process was still far from perfect. At that moment, one of the monsters, which had been marked for an awakening attempt, was killed prematurely. This immediate mistake led to a heated argument between Hung and his unit. The dispute revealed something Shin hadn't expected. Not everyone was working as cohesively as it seemed. The core problem was becoming clear, bringing a monster close enough for someone to land. The final strike was proving to be incredibly difficult. Even in a weakened state, the monsters were resilient, and worse, they became more aggressive as they neared death. This made the awakening process extremely risky. It had to be executed with absolute precision, or the entire plan would fall apart. The battalion couldn't afford to rush things. The perfect awakening setup. Word spread quickly that Shin had successfully restrained one of the monsters, setting up an ideal scenario for an awakening attempt. When Hung arrived to witness the situation himself, he was visibly pleased. Finally, someone was handling the process correctly. Now, all that remained was finding the next soldier in line to attempt awakening. Without hesitation, Mr. Hyuk from the transport unit was summoned. Huck immediately accepted the order from his superior, showing no hesitation. This was what he had trained for. Hung took a moment to confirm, asking if Hook felt confident enough to handle the monster. Before engaging, he advised Hook to target the armpit, one of the monster's critical weak points. Huck moved with decisive precision, landing a single, clean strike. The monster collapsed instantly. A new awakening and a greater revelation. At the moment of the kill, the familiar blue system panel appeared before Huck, signaling his awakening. Excitement filled his voice as he announced his new class sharpshooter. With 5 awakened soldiers, the unit was steadily growing in strength. Shin, curious about Hook's new abilities, inquired whether his class was similar to a sniper. However, before Hook could answer, several other system windows suddenly appeared, their messages alarming. A notification about the formation of a faction appeared before all awakened individuals. Apparently, with 5 awakened members, the minimum requirement for a faction had been fulfilled. Without realizing it, Shin had established the first faction in Region Rock 17. Despite this major milestone, Shin still didn't fully understand the implications. The system recognizes their progress. When Huck achieved his awakening, the system sent out a global message, a notification that was visible to all players. A new achievement screen appeared, congratulating them for forming a faction faster than most. Notably, they had ranked 3rd place in the system's awakening leaderboard. As a reward for this accomplishment, the faction received a bonus of 10 growth elixirs. These elixirs temporarily increased experience gained by 500%, making them an invaluable resource for future battles. A critical discussion begins. As reality settled in, the soldiers turned to Shin for guidance, asking what their next course of action should be. Recognizing the significance of this moment, Shin called for an emergency meeting, bringing together all awakened individuals. During the meeting, Hung openly admitted that their situation increasingly resembled a game. CCK, another soldier, agreed, noting that the system had conditions for forming a faction, just like an MMORPG. Shin reflected on the earlier messages, reasoning that if the system's claims were accurate, using the growth elixirs could rapidly increase their power. However, Kwang raised an immediate concern: if they ranked third, then that meant 2 other factions had formed before them. This realization was alarming. There were at least 2 other awakening groups beyond their region, which meant that monsters existed elsewhere as well. The fear of the unknown. The discussion quickly turned toward the fate of their families. If monsters had spread beyond their region, then it was possible that their loved ones were already dead. The soldiers struggled to accept this grim reality. Given how dire their own situation was, it was difficult to imagine anyone outside surviving for long. At this point, most of them suspected that their families had already been wiped out. Shin, however, refused to dwell on such pessimistic thoughts. Though he shared their concerns, he knew that allowing fear to consume them wouldn't help anyone. Right now, their focus needed to remain on their immediate survival. The unit was growing stronger, and with the newly formed faction, they finally had a direction. Their journey was only beginning. Survival and progress, the next steps for the battalion. Despite the concerns regarding the outside world, safety remained the unit's priority. CH attempted to argue further, but Shin quickly interrupted, refocusing everyone on the crucial reality: they were ahead in this game and needed to maintain their lead. Reluctantly, Hung conceded, acknowledging that survival came first. If they wanted any hope of eventually finding and rescuing their families, they needed to solidify their advantage now. However, Kwang raised an uncomfortable point: even though 100 soldiers had survived, only 5 had awakened so far, meaning the faction itself was composed of only a fraction of their total force. The comment sparked murmurs among the troops. For the first time, many of them began to feel the divide between those who had awakened and those who had not. The soldiers who remained ordinary started questioning their worth. Shin reflected on this grim reality. Kwang wasn't wrong. In this new world, those who weren't awakened barely counted as human beings anymore. Sharpshooter, a game-changing ability. As the conversation continued, Hung recalled Huck's newly gained sharpshooter class. He theorized that the class must have been granted due to the boy's innate skills with firearms. Regarding its class traits, Hung explained that both accuracy and firing power were significantly enhanced when taking a shot. Hook, though impressed by his newfound abilities, voiced a growing concern what would happen when they ran out of ammunition. Before anyone could respond, CCK grinned, reassuring the officer that this wouldn't be an issue. A regular soldier needed 10 bullets to kill a single monster, but a sharpshooter only needed 2. Hearing this, Shin felt a surge of relief. Their efficiency in fighting monsters had increased dramatically. With less wasted ammunition, their long-term survival prospects improved significantly. Mastering monster control and awakening the troops, in addition to the success of their awakened sharpshooter, Shaq was tasked with mastering monster control. For the first time in a while, Shin felt a slight sense of relief. The unit was making real progress, and the soldiers could afford to relax if only slightly. However, they couldn't afford complacency. Survival demanded constant growth. Fortunately, many soldiers were now willing to attempt awakening. Encouraged by the growing number of awakened, they pushed past their fears. Still, there were some who continued to resist, trembling in paralyzing fear whenever the topic arose. Each time this happened, Shin intervened personally. Within a few minutes of speaking with him, their fears seemed to vanish entirely, and they eagerly volunteered for the awakening process. This did not go unnoticed. Each time, Kwang grew more suspicious. The affected soldiers all displayed the same impulsive behavior, as if something had fundamentally changed within them. Eventually, Hung reached his breaking point. Frustrated, he confronted Shin directly, accusing him of hiding something. Every soldier who spoke with him came back different, and Hung demanded to know why. Shin knew he couldn't deny it any longer. Realizing he had been found out, he admitted everything: his food, his abilities, and how he had been using them to stabilize the battalion. Thankfully, Hung understood. Instead of condemning him, he focused on awakening more troops, while Shin continued cooking, ensuring that every soldier was ready for battle. The point system and the discovery of the shop. While preparing a meal, the system suddenly notified Shin of an important update. He had accumulated a total of 82 points. This led him to speculate how points were earned. Based on the pattern, he assumed they came from either hunting monsters or cooking high-quality meals. In most games, points were used to purchase items, so Shin suspected there must be a shop available within the system. He was right. After exploring the system for a while, he discovered and accessed the point shop, confirming his theory. Eagerly, he browsed through the available items. The shop contained a variety of combat-related gear, including a combat axe, a knife, and rationed bread. However, there were also potions that boosted specific stats, though they were incredibly expensive. Realizing their value, Shin decided to revisit the shop later. These potions could prove critical in the long run, but for now, he needed to save his points, Shin's current abilities, and their growth. At this stage, Shin was using 3 core abilities: Chef's Special Sauce, his ability to influence emotions through food; Boss's Eye, his skill that analyzed creatures as ingredients; Novice Dagger Proficiency, which naturally enhanced his combat stances with a dagger. Surprisingly, his training with Kwang had left him feeling far more confident in melee combat. While he had never tested fighting with fists or swords, he at least knew his way around a knife. Still, he wondered just how powerful a master-level skill would be. If his current proficiency was only at the novice level, then the potential for growth was massive. A new elemental awakening, Beginner Flame Affinity. Interestingly, Shin had also awakened an elemental affinity by accident. While cooking, he had burned himself on a hot pan, and shortly after, the system granted him Beginner Flame Affinity. Now, he could hold flames in his hand for 3 to 4 seconds, and through training, this ability could be strengthened further. The hidden effects of Shin's meals. While speaking with Hung, Shin finally confirmed something important: his meals had a genuine, tangible impact on the soldiers. He explained that his food had an energizing taste, and his own stats had increased after eating his meals. However, no one else seemed to notice the changes immediately. Shin suspected that this was because regular soldiers didn't have a status window. Since they couldn't see numerical values, they weren't aware that their abilities were improving. Additionally, the effects of the meals didn't appear as system messages, meaning the system was deliberately keeping this hidden. If every soldier knew the meals boosted their strength, it would immediately expose Shin's unique abilities. The strengthening of the soldiers. As an experiment, Shin asked Hook how he felt after eating. Hook's response confirmed everything. He reported feeling significantly stronger, estimating that his strength had increased by 30%. This was huge. The realization that his meals provided measurable physical benefits solidified Shin's understanding of his role in this war. He wasn't just feeding soldiers, he was making them stronger. With food alone, he could turn weak men into warriors. And in a world overrun by monsters, that kind of power was priceless. The confirmation of Shin's buffs and the emerging threat, with Hook's confirmation that his strength had increased by 30%. Shin was now certain his buffs were working. If these improvements were consistent, then his abilities were far above average for a non-combatant. However, this raised a bigger question. How could he extend this buff to the entire battalion? As he pondered this, a desperate soldier suddenly burst into the room, breathless and frantic. The urgency in the man's eyes immediately caught Shin's attention. A new type of monster had appeared above the armament depot. This wasn't like the armored lizards they had fought before. This was something entirely different. A new type of monster appears. Wasting no time, Shin and the other officers rushed to the top of the barracks. The soldier, still struggling to catch his breath, quickly introduced himself before explaining what he had seen. While monitoring the area, he had spotted something unfamiliar, something that didn't resemble any of the creatures they had encountered before. It was unlike anything they had fought. As he spoke, he handed his binoculars to the officers, urging them to see for themselves. Shin could tell the soldier was shaken, and that alone was alarming. Both officers scanned the area, their eyes darting across the landscape, searching for any signs of the anomaly. At first, Shin saw nothing. But then, after focusing for a moment longer, he spotted it. It was taller than the others, standing at approximately 3 meters in height, and it was heading straight for the barracks. An intelligent predator. This wasn't just a larger version of the creatures they had fought before. This one was different. Unlike the typical lizard monsters, which attacked in small numbers, this beast was leading an entire pack. More specifically, it had at least 20 smaller monsters alongside it. Shin's instincts screamed that this was no ordinary attack, it was a coordinated assault. Hook, still observing the creatures, stated that they would need a lot of bullets to take these monsters down. However, that wasn't the biggest concern. The battalion was outnumbered, but they knew the monster's weaknesses. And yet, something about this situation felt very wrong. A strategic enemy, Shin asked when the beast had first appeared, and the soldier explained that it had been there since early morning. So far, its behavior hadn't been unusual, it had simply remained near the perimeter, watching. Hung suggested that the monsters might actually be scared, but Shin struggled to understand. If they had the numbers, why hadn't they attacked yet? Something was off. Then, after thinking for a moment, Shin reached a chilling conclusion. The monsters weren't attacking because they were waiting for an opening. they had already realized that a direct assault wouldn't work. Instead of rushing in blindly, they were stationed around the base observing, calculating. The realization alarmed the awakened soldiers. Hook hesitantly asked if this meant that the monsters were intelligent. Shin recalled that wolves were already known for their intelligence. These creatures, however, were likely even smarter. A bold suggestion, Kwang, after considering Shin's analysis, made a shocking suggestion they should attack first. The idea stunned everyone present. Shin immediately dismissed it, pointing out that their greatest advantage was staying inside the base. If they left the safety of their fortifications, they would be exposed and vulnerable. The priority now was to monitor the monsters' movements and formulate a strategy. There was no point in rushing into battle when they had no idea how these new creatures fought. Spreading the news and controlling fear, with that, Kwang took the responsibility of informing the company commander. Shin made one final request: the soldiers needed to be warned to stay vigilant. Once the news of the new monsters spread, fear would inevitably rise. And fear of an unknown enemy was the most dangerous kind. Using food to keep morale high, returning to the kitchen, Shin focused on what he did best: preparing food to keep morale from collapsing. He immediately added his chef's special sauce to the meal preparations. Later, as soldiers sat down to eat, two of them expressed their relief, noting that their unit was still in a relatively safe location compared to others. At least for now, their chances of survival were higher. Among the special dishes Shin prepared were kimchi octopus, pork with vegetables. One of the soldiers admitted that the situation had been terrifying at first, but over time, he had become accustomed to it. For now, as long as they could eat and rest, they could maintain their strength. Maintaining morale and managing expectations while eating, a soldier brought up his concerns about his family. Despite his worries, he held on to a small shred of hope. If he had survived, then maybe his family had too. As the battalion continued strengthening, morale remained stable, and this was crucial. If morale crumbled, the defensive line would break and then they would all die. A growing army of awakened soldiers. With time, the number of awakened individuals increased. Now, the total count stood at around 20%, nearly half the battalion. This significant growth gave Shin hope. However, despite their increasing numbers, one thing had not changed: the monsters outside were still waiting. A disturbing development later in the day, Shin asked if there had been any changes. The earlier soldier confirmed that the large monster had not moved from the perimeter. However, the number of smaller creatures had doubled. The enemy force was growing. And worse, there was no indication that they would stop increasing in numbers. The realization sent a wave of unease through the group. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold their position for long. The battalion was strong, but it wasn't invincible. If this was the beginning of a siege, then they needed to prepare for the worst. The siege begins. Monsters adapt and counterattack. Despite the increasing number of monsters outside, Shin reminded everyone that their own forces were also growing stronger. Among the 23 awakened soldiers, several were elite sharpshooters, capable of hitting precise targets even from long distances. While their rifles were far from perfect, Shin firmly believed that if they mounted a counterattack, they wouldn't lose. As long as they continued to awaken more soldiers, things would only get easier. At the ammunition depot, Shin realized that soon they would have to start using emergency rations. By next week, at least half of the battalion would likely be awakened. Under normal circumstances, the troops would be panicked, but the buffs from Shin's meals were holding their morale together. With everything progressing as planned, Shin began jotting down essential items for the depot. A sudden power failure, without warning, a loud noise echoed through the halls, followed by complete darkness. The power had gone out. Shin's body tensed immediately. This wasn't normal. The maintenance team had assured him that the generators were fully operational. Something was wrong. His first thought was whether the entire base had lost power or just the depot. Then, another possibility struck him. What if this wasn't a malfunction? What if the monsters had done this intentionally? If that were the case, then they were in serious danger. Base lockdown and tactical adjustments. Wasting no time, Shin rushed out, knowing the base was now in grave peril. His initial belief had been that sharpshooters could control the situation, but that changed instantly when the lights went out. Without visibility, the sharpshooters became completely ineffective. Elsewhere in the base, the lieutenant immediately took command, ordering all troops to their positions. The sharpshooters were sent to the roof, while the rest of the soldiers secured their designated areas. A soldier reported that all troops had gathered at the ammunition depot, prompting the lieutenant to order the entrance sealed. The gates were quickly locked, ensuring that no unauthorized personnel or monsters could get inside. By this point, the soldiers had nearly finished positioning themselves. Fortunately, they still had some flares, which provided temporary visibility. However, Shin emphasized the critical nature of ending the battle quickly. The monsters weren't infinite, but their numbers were growing alarmingly fast. Battle formations and Shin's decision. Shin turned his focus to the awakened soldiers, asking Hung for an update. Hung confirmed that he had positioned them strategically around the sharpshooters. Mages were split into offensive and defensive roles. Warriors took protective positions at key entry points. Additionally, everyone's morale remained high, thanks to Shin's buffs from the meals. Hung then asked where Shin planned to be during the fight. Without hesitation, Shin brandished his knife. Hung immediately objected, questioning why Shin was going to the front lines. But Shin reminded him he had been the first awakened soldier in the unit. No one, not even the officer, could stop him from fighting if he believed it was necessary. At that moment, a strong gust of wind blew through the area, and the ground trembled beneath them. The horde advances. Under the glow of the flares, the advancing monsters became visible. The lieutenant's hands trembled as he raised his binoculars. The horde was much larger than anticipated. They were drawing dangerously close to the base. Tuck, one of the senior officers, urged the captain to give the order to fire. Without hesitation, the lieutenant commanded all troops to open fire. Within seconds, dozens if not hundreds of bullets were fired. Several monsters were struck down, but others continued advancing without hesitation. A more dangerous foe. The buffs from Shin's meals were working, but an immediate issue arose. The flares wouldn't last forever. As the battle raged on, a new threat emerged. The chief monster appeared. This beast was unlike the others. The sharpshooters instantly shifted their focus, recognizing it as the greatest threat. More ammunition was quickly delivered to the awakened soldiers, ensuring that they could keep firing without delay. Hook, now fully confident in his abilities, declared that he would take the chief down. A terrifying discovery. At that moment, Shin's boss's eye ability activated on its own. The system provided him with information about the chief monster, revealing that it was the rarest and strongest of its kind. Not a single other monster dared to challenge its authority. The chief's power, a war cry that changes everything. Shin realized something else. This monster wasn't the same species as the others. It was faster, stronger, and more intelligent. However, Shin was undeterred. No matter how powerful it was foolish for the commander of the monsters to position itself on the front lines. That made it a prime target for the awakened soldiers. But just as Shin felt a sense of opportunity, the monster let out a deafening roar. The sound tore through the battlefield, causing severe discomfort among the troops. The system issues a dire warning. A new notification appeared in Shin's vision. Warning: your unit has been exposed to the chief monster's war cry. As a result, the entire monster horde received a temporary boost in strength, speed, and health. Worse, all lizards gained bullet resistance, making them even harder to kill. The battle takes a dangerous turn. With the monsters now enhanced, the soldiers struggled to maintain their ground. What had seemed like a controlled battle was quickly shifting in the enemy's favor. If something wasn't done soon, they could be overwhelmed completely. Shin gritted his teeth. This wasn't just a battle anymore. This was war. The battle shifts, a fight for survival. The war cry's devastating effects spread through the battlefield like wildfire. All non-lizard creatures in the area were suddenly afflicted with confusion and disorientation. Hung, visibly shaken, turned to Shin in terror. Something was terribly wrong. The collapse of the defensive line. As Shin assessed the situation, he understood the gravity of their predicament. The troops were in serious danger. Reports quickly flooded in, confirming that the soldiers were struggling to function. On the rooftop, Huck clutched his head in pain. Confirming that the system's warning had been accurate, this ability was far more than just a morale-breaking tactic. Their defenses were beginning to collapse. Tuck, desperate to regain control, shouted at his comrades, demanding to know why they were hesitating. With a furious roar, he ordered everyone to regroup and keep shooting. The hero at the front lines. Amidst the chaos, Shin remained at the front lines, doing everything he could to subdue the monsters. However, he quickly realized another alarming fact: the rate of fire had dropped significantly. The reason was clear: the debuff from the chief monster had already begun affecting their accuracy and effectiveness. With bullets now nearly useless, Shin ordered all remaining ammunition to be distributed exclusively to the awakened soldiers. Hook, through gritted teeth, questioned why the monster hadn't used this ability earlier. An intelligent enemy. Shin quickly pieced together the answer: the system message had stated that the effect was temporary. That meant that the chief had deliberately waited for the perfect moment to unleash its ability. This monster wasn't just a brute force enemy, it was a strategic combatant, capable of planning its assault. This realization sent a chill through Shin's mind. However, there was no time to dwell on it. Shin's plan for close combat, understanding that long-range attacks were no longer viable. Shin turned to Hung and ordered him to gather all awakened soldiers. Attacking from a distance no longer made sense. They needed to prepare for close combat. As they gathered, Shin handed each of them a special treat. The soldiers, confused, stared at the food in their hands. Realizing they deserved an explanation, Shin decided to reveal the full truth. Shin's abilities finally revealed. Some of them had already suspected it, but Shin confirmed what they had all experienced firsthand. His cooking enhanced their abilities. Every single awakened soldier had eaten something Shin had prepared before their awakening, and now, with the battle raging, his food would provide powerful buffs tailored to each individual. Since he didn't know what the monsters would do, he had prepared specific buffed treats for each soldier, ones that would directly counter the threats they were facing. The final stand. Hung reassured the unit, stating that if they followed their training, they still had a chance to win. Their mission was simple: defend the base and ensure the survival of the battalion. At this moment, the entire unit had been reinforced. Now, the time had come to strike back. Kwang versus the chief monster. With the final buffs activated, Kwang was assigned to handle the chief monster. After consuming his specially prepared high-quality treat, he felt an instant surge of power. Without a moment of hesitation, Kwang accepted the responsibility. On the rooftop, Hook grew increasingly desperate. The monsters were overwhelming their defenses, and he couldn't hold them off much longer. Down below, the battle had already begun. The awakened soldiers entered the fray. With enhanced stats, the awakened soldiers braced themselves as the monsters leapt over the barricades. The lieutenant panicked, but the awakened remained focused, fully prepared for the charge. With a single punch, Kwang sent one of the monsters flying, his strength now on an entirely new level. Even when another beast lunged at him, he didn't falter. The battle erupted into chaos as the awakened clashed with the enemy forces. Hung, leading the charge, issued rapid-fire commands ordering the soldiers not to scatter. However, amidst the fight, one awakened soldier was backed into a corner. Just as a monster prepared to finish him off, Shin appeared, his kitchen knife gleaming. With a single slash, Shin killed the monster instantly. The power of the courage buff. Shin knew he wasn't strong enough to handle these creatures alone, but with his buffs in place, his strength skyrocketed. After consuming the special chocolate courage cookie he had prepared for himself, Shin's stats increased across the board. For an entire day, all his attributes were massively boosted. Additionally, the chef's special sauce activated, granting him a courage effect, eliminating any fear he might have felt. Now, the normal lizards were no longer a threat. Under the influence of Shin's buffs, the awakened soldiers dominated the battlefield. Meanwhile, the chief monster roared once again, but this time, something changed. The system issued a new notification: allied traits unlocked. The first to experience this change was Kwang, whose confusion debuff was completely neutralized by the courage buff. Feeling reinvigorated, Kwang let out a powerful battle cry, rallying his comrades for one final push. The final charge. The monsters surged toward the entrance, but now, all troops converged on the gate. Kwang, leading the charge, rushed fearlessly toward the chief monster. The two giants collided, their powerful strikes clashing with enough force to shake the ground beneath them. A roar of determination filled the air. The awakened had finally gained the upper hand. From afar, Hung let out an exhilarated shout. This was it. This was the turning point. Victory secured, but the war is far from over. Even as the battle neared its end, Hung couldn't contain his amazement. He turned to Shin, demanding to know what he had done to boost their stats so drastically. But Shin had no time to explain. He was still cutting through monsters, his kitchen cleaver slicing through their thick hides with brutal efficiency. Despite his unanswered question, Hung confidently declared that with these buffs, they had already surpassed the enemy. Victory was now inevitable. However, Shin quickly reminded everyone not to lower their guard just yet. They still needed to hold off the remaining lizards while Kwang finished off the chief monster. With that, Shin gave new orders. Hung was to provide long-range support, while the others continued their final assault. The final clash. As the battle reached its climax, the awakened soldiers worked in perfect sync. One soldier activated a shield ability, reinforcing their defensive line. The sharpshooters continued firing from their elevated positions, using their remaining ammunition wisely. Hell unleashed a Thunder Spear ability, sending a crackling surge of lightning toward the enemy. Shin, his cleaver flashing, hacked through the remaining monsters. However, his focus quickly shifted. Kwang was still alone, locked in combat with the chief monster. Kwang versus the chief monster. Even with his overwhelming strength, Kwang was struggling. The chief monster's resilience far exceeded that of the others. It was not just powerful, it was unrelenting. With a sudden burst of movement, the beast wrapped its massive tail around Kwang's neck and threw him violently across the battlefield. The impact sent dust and debris flying, and as the chief prepared to finish him off, the awakened soldiers sprang into action. One leaped in front of Kwang, slamming his shield into the monster's leg. Another flanked it from behind, cutting into its exposed back. Their daring maneuver forced the chief into a vulnerable position. Kwang's killing blow, seizing the opportunity, Kwang roared in fury, shaking off the pain and charging forward once more. With a powerful leap, he hurled himself toward the chief, his fists crashing down like iron hammers. A feral battle cry filled the air as Kwang tore into the creature with sheer brutality. In a final act of raw savagery, he bit into the monster's flesh, tearing off a chunk, completing his relentless assault. The chief monster let out a guttural howl of agony before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Victory declared. With their leader defeated, most of the remaining monsters had already been subdued. However, Shin refused to let his guard down just yet. He immediately ordered the senior officers to confirm the unit's status, ensuring that no remaining threats were overlooked. Finally, with the battle officially won, the soldiers erupted into cheers. Their faces, once painted with exhaustion and fear, now shone with relief and triumph. Shin, however, stood still, momentarily in disbelief. Even in a situation where their firearms had been rendered ineffective, they had managed to prevail. System notification, control of Region Rock 27 secured. As the soldiers celebrated, the system suddenly activated, displaying a new message before Shin's eyes. Congratulations! You have secured control of Region Rock. Your group has been provisionally designated as Battalion. A game-changing revelation, a new status panel appeared, detailing the global occupation battle event. Though most of the values remained hidden, the system clarified one crucial fact: their battalion was the first to occupy a major area. Realizing what this meant, Shin couldn't help but laugh. They had just secured first place in the global event. The aftermath? A long road to recovery. With the battle concluded, a new wave of exhaustion set in. Many soldiers had been wounded, and soon, a long line formed at the infirmary. The most severely injured were placed on stretchers, and Mr. Park was tasked with transporting patients. Fortunately, awakened soldiers with healing abilities worked alongside the medics, stabilizing the worst cases. One such healer placed his hands over a soldier's wounds, and within seconds, the pain vanished. Hung let out a relieved sigh, commenting that things were finally calming down. Shin turned to him, thanking him for his efforts on the battlefield. However, Hung insisted that the real credit belonged to Kwang and Suk. Nearby, both of them lay unconscious on stretchers, having given their all in the fight. The missing commander, curious, Shin inquired about the battalion commander. Hung hesitated before admitting he had no idea where the man was. This didn't surprise Shin, but it still left him disappointed. The commander should have been leading the troops, yet he was nowhere to be found, expanding their territory. Later, Shin met with the officers to discuss their next steps. They began by determining how far they could expand their control. C provided the answer: their occupied area extended to the mountain range. This made sense because the system had recognized them as the dominant force defending the region. Currently, the soldiers were stationed at the highest peak, with only the lizard monsters remaining as opposition. The opportunity for a counterattack. With the enemy forces weakened, Dunn proposed a bold strategy: they should launch a counterattack to eliminate the remaining lizards. This could ensure complete dominance over the region, securing it for future survival. However, Shin quickly dismissed the idea. Dunn was confused. Why refuse when they had such a clear advantage? Shin's warning: the battle was harder than they thought. Shin reminded everyone that the previous battle had been far more difficult than expected. While they had won, it had come at a significant cost. Fatigue was setting in, many soldiers were injured, and worst of all, they still didn't know if more monsters were waiting nearby. A reckless counterattack could cost them everything they had just fought for. Instead of rushing into another fight, Shin urged caution. They needed time to recover, regroup, and strategize. For now, they had achieved something no one else had survived. But the war was far from over. A strategic dilemma: attack or defend. Despite their recent victory, Shin remained firm in his stance. There was a vast difference between defending a position and breaking through one. However, Dunn continued pressing for a counterattack, insisting that they now had incredible powers and even more awakened soldiers. Shin, however, warned against over-reliance on the buffs from his meals. He explained that those enhancements required high-quality ingredients, customized flavors, and anywhere from 4 to 7 hours of preparation. The limitations of buffed meals. Hearing this, Dunn was surprised. He had assumed the meals were just regular food with slight benefits, not something requiring such careful preparation. Shin elaborated that he had been preparing for this invasion for a long time, but replicating those efforts now was nearly impossible due to limited resources. After considering this, Hung reluctantly agreed they would need to address this issue later. For now, they had more pressing concerns. Shifting the conversation, Hung shouted for the soldiers to unload the next truck, ensuring that everyone remained focused on their tasks, managing the aftermath, the system's benefits. With the battle over, one major issue remained: the monster corpses littering the battlefield. Burning or burying them wasn't feasible given the sheer quantity. Shin turned to Hung and asked if he had reviewed the system's benefits. Shin had already analyzed all available options, but he still didn't know which one to choose. Hung, however, smiled confidently, telling Shin to pick whatever he thought was best. There was no real information on what each benefit did yet, but Hung added that everyone would feel more confident if Shin made the first choice. With the commander absent, it was clear that Shin had become the de facto leader in making these critical decisions. Selecting the B-Mana Mobile Fortress benefit, after considering his options, Shin made his choice. He selected the B-Mana Mobile Fortress. Kei immediately questioned the decision. However, Shin explained his reasoning. The name suggested it was a defensive asset, possibly a war tank or a transport vehicle. Even though they didn't need it immediately, it would become essential later, especially when the group inevitably ran out of food. Though still unsure of its exact nature, Shin was confident it would provide crucial support. Convinced by this logic, Hung also decided to make the same selection. Summoning the mobile fortress, an unexpected problem. With the selection made, Shin activated the power of summoning. A golden aura surrounded him, indicating the activation of the B-Mana Mobile Fortress ability. However, after a brief moment, the system issued an unexpected response error: insufficient space to summon the mobile fortress. Hung was shocked, while Shin quickly deduced that the problem was likely due to the sheer number of monster corpses cluttering the battlefield. If the fortress required open space, then they needed to find a large empty area. Searching for a summoning location. Determined to see this new ability in action, Shin and his team set out to find a suitable location. Before leaving, Hung ordered the soldiers to finish clearing the battlefield. However, despite searching until evening, they still hadn't found a space large enough for the summoning. Naturally, Shin was frustrated. He wanted to test his new power immediately, but at least he had gained some valuable insight from the system. Every time someone ate one of his enhanced dishes, he gained 1 experience point. This meant that his strength would continue growing as long as he kept cooking for the battalion. The awakening process was progressing steadily, and Shin himself was getting stronger. A late-night visit from Lieutenant Kim. As Shin rested in his quarters, a knock at the door startled him. Upon opening it, he saw Lieutenant Kim standing outside. Shin immediately stood at attention, showing proper respect for the officer. Kim smiled warmly, but Shin remained cautious. He had little trust in the lieutenant, who had avoided the most dangerous moments of the battle. However, Kim wasted no time showering Shin with praise. He spoke about how grateful he was that everyone had survived, repeatedly thanking Shin for his efforts. But Shin saw through it. Kim had a habit of avoiding responsibility, but always knowing the right things to say afterward. Despite his flattery, Kim admitted that there was still no good news. The fate of the soldiers sent to higher command. Shin immediately asked about the 2 soldiers who had been sent to the higher command unit. Casually, Kim sat down and remarked that they likely wouldn't be returning. Grinding his teeth in anger, Shin thought about how he could have been sent on that mission instead. Would he have survived? Could he have brought back information or reinforcements? But Kim didn't dwell on the lost soldiers. Instead, he moved on to another topic: the food shortage and the shift to combat rations. Kim mentioned hearing rumors that the cafeteria had been closed, with the troops switching to combat rations instead. Shin confirmed this, stating that food shortages had forced them to make the switch. However, Kim questioned why they couldn't simply continue eating proper meals. Apologetically, Shin explained the reality: they needed to conserve resources. Still, Kim pressed the issue further, reminding Shin that during the awakening process, he had not spared any food, explaining the necessity of special meals. Shin sighed, clarifying that it wasn't by choice. It had been a special treatment to help soldiers awaken faster. Every meal during that period had been deliberately enhanced, ensuring that the soldiers had the best possible chance of survival. Now that many had already awakened, their focus had shifted to long-term sustainability. They couldn't waste high-quality ingredients anymore, not when they had to feed an entire battalion. Despite this explanation, Kim remained unconvinced. His priorities were clearly different from Shin's. He was more concerned with immediate morale than long-term survival. The war was just beginning. As the conversation dragged on, Shin realized something very clear: their true challenges were only beginning. They had won the battle, but now they had to secure their survival. Food shortages, tactical decisions, and the looming presence of even stronger enemies, these were the real problems they would soon have to face. The new era of war and survival. As the battle subsided and the injured were carried away to the infirmary, Shin felt the weight of exhaustion settle into his bones. Though victory had been secured, it came at a great cost. The soldiers were battered, the battalion was on the brink of collapse, and the looming presence of an uncertain future gnawed at the edges of their resolve. For now, they had gained control over the mountainous region known as Rock 27, but what that truly meant remained a mystery. The system had informed him that their battalion had officially been designated as Battalion 423, a name that held no significance yet but would likely be relevant in the unfolding war. Though they had earned first place in the occupation rankings, there was an underlying sense of dread about what this truly entailed. If they were competing for territory, then others must be as well. And if they had managed to secure a major area first, then there were surely other factions fighting just as hard, if not harder. Shin took little time to reflect on their achievements. Though the soldiers were eager to celebrate their hard-fought victory, he understood that the war was far from over. The battle had depleted their resources, and though his food buffs had given them a crucial advantage, they were now running low on supplies. They had won this skirmish, but the next would come soon enough, and there was no guarantee they would emerge victorious again. As he made his way to the infirmary, he observed the overwhelming number of injured soldiers filling the halls. The healers, both awakened and non-awakened, worked tirelessly to mend wounds and ease pain, their abilities proving to be invaluable. Without them, the losses would have been far worse. Yet despite their efforts, some wounds were beyond repair, and the sight of soldiers lying unconscious, their fates uncertain, filled the air with an unsettling silence. Though many were relieved that they had survived, Shin could see the fatigue in their eyes. Some stared blankly at the ceiling, their bodies trembling from the adrenaline crash, while others held on to their injuries in silence, unwilling to let their pain show. Kwang and Suk, the two strongest awakened soldiers, were among those resting in the infirmary, completely drained from their confrontation with the chief monster. Their unconscious bodies were a testament to how much had been risked to secure this victory. Shin inquired about the whereabouts of the battalion commander, only to learn that no one had seen him. It was expected, yet disappointing. In the midst of their most crucial battle, their leader had been absent, his authority effectively meaningless. The battalion had survived not because of orders from above, but because of the cooperation and sacrifices of the men on the ground. If leadership was determined by action rather than rank, then it was clear who the true leaders were. Though the soldiers had fought bravely, there was no time to relax. The conversation quickly turned to strategy, with the officers discussing their next move. Some, like Dunn, believed that they should launch an immediate counterattack to eliminate the remaining lizard monsters and secure full control of the mountains. However, Shin was quick to shut down the idea. Their previous battle had been incredibly difficult, and though they had won, it had taken everything they had. The soldiers were exhausted, their resources depleted, and the risk of another large-scale battle so soon was simply too great. Instead, he urged caution. Their priority should be fortifying their position, ensuring that they could hold their ground if another attack came. Though Dunn was hesitant to accept this, the others agreed. Rushing into another battle without proper preparation would be reckless, and they could not afford reckless decisions anymore. As discussions continued, the topic of the system's benefits was raised. Since they had secured control of the region, they had earned a reward, but its full details remained unclear. Shin had been considering the options, and after much thought, he selected the B-Mana mobile fortress, assuming it would provide defensive or logistical support. Though he wasn't entirely sure what it was, he reasoned that a mobile base or war machine would be invaluable in future battles. However, upon activating the summoning process, an unexpected error occurred. The system informed him that there was insufficient space to summon the fortress. It was a frustrating revelation, but it made sense. The battlefield was still littered with the corpses of the lizard monsters, leaving no room for such a large structure to materialize. If they wanted to claim their reward, they needed to clear the area first. Determined to make it work, Shin and his team spent hours searching for an appropriate location. But by nightfall, they still hadn't found a large enough space. Despite the setback, he gained valuable insight into the system. Every time someone consumed one of his buffed meals, he gained an experience point. This realization confirmed what he had already suspected: his strength as a combatant wasn't tied to fighting alone, but rather to how well he supported the battalion. The more he cooked, the stronger he became. Later that night, Shin received an unexpected visit from Lieutenant Kim. Though Kim had spent most of the battle avoiding direct combat, he was now eager to speak with Shin, offering insincere praise for his contributions. Shin had little patience for flattery, especially when it came from someone who had done nothing to help in their time of need. Kim was more interested in discussing their food rations, particularly why they had switched to combat rations instead of continuing with Shin's high-quality meals. Though Shin explained the necessity of conserving resources, Kim was unsatisfied, arguing that morale was just as important as strategy. Though Shin disagreed with his reasoning, he knew it was a battle he wouldn't win. In the end, Kim left in frustration, though the conversation left Shin with a nagging sense of unease. The following morning, a new issue arose. A group of civilians had appeared at the base's perimeter, seeking refuge. They were a mix of men, women, and children, their faces filled with desperation and exhaustion. Though some of the officers were hesitant to let them in, Shin made the call to grant them shelter. These people had likely lost everything, and turning them away would be no better than leaving them to die. The soldiers quickly organized the refugees, registering their information and providing them with water. There were 25 of them in total, each carrying their own burdens and fears. Though their presence added a new layer of complexity to their survival, Shin knew they couldn't afford to ignore those in need. However, he remained cautious. As much as he wanted to believe these people were simply survivors in search of safety, he couldn't ignore the possibility that some of them had ulterior motives. For now, they would be housed on the third floor of the barracks, separate from the soldiers, while night patrols were increased to ensure security. Though the immediate danger had passed, new challenges were already beginning to unfold. The war was far from over, and if the system's messages were anything to go by, this was only the first step in a much larger battle. The world had changed, and only those who adapted would survive. As Shin stood on the rooftop, overlooking the battlefield they had fought so hard to defend, he couldn't help but wonder how many others were out there, fighting their own wars, staking their own claims, and more importantly, how long before they came knocking at their door. The arrival of authority and the weight of leadership with the arrival of the new refugees, the tension within the base had subtly shifted. Their presence marked a turning point in their already strained existence. Resources were already stretched thin, and the introduction of more mouths to feed only compounded their challenges. However, what truly unsettled Shin was not the civilians, but rather the man who had stepped forward to take charge, Lieutenant Kim. Kim had been absent for much of the battle, yet now he emerged as if he had always been present, stepping into the role of commander with a confidence that felt misplaced. Shin had hoped that the battalion's true leaders, those who had fought, bled, and strategized to keep them alive, would continue guiding their survival. Instead, the arrival of Kim meant that rank would once again overshadow merit. Standing beside Hong, Shin observed the exchange as Kim introduced himself to the refugees, radiating false warmth. His words were carefully chosen, woven with an air of authority that immediately reassured the newcomers. To them, Kim's presence signaled stability and control, something they had been desperately searching for since the world collapsed. The civilians, who had initially been wary of the battalion's structure, became visibly relieved, as if they had been fearing lawlessness. It was clear they had expected nothing more than ragged survivors or low-ranking soldiers struggling to maintain order. Kim played into this expectation expertly, giving them the illusion of protection, masking his incompetence behind polished words. The conversation shifted towards logistics, the status of the troops, the availability of food, and the possibility of a permanent shelter. One of the refugees hesitantly asked about meal rations, clearly concerned about their own survival. Without hesitation, Kim loudly declared that everything would be arranged as soon as the proper paperwork was completed. He barked orders at the nearest soldier to handle the necessary arrangements, completely disregarding the fact that the base was in a crisis. Shin could only watch in frustration as Kim effortlessly asserted dominance, his voice carrying the weight of unquestioned authority. A quiet manipulation, Kim then turned to Shin, pulling him aside for a private conversation. He reminded Shin that he and Hong were the highest-ranking officers under his command, meaning that they were expected to follow orders without question. Without delay, Kim assessed the available space in the quarters and, upon receiving confirmation from Hong, quickly assigned him to guide the refugees and oversee their accommodations. His tone was brisk and dismissive, already treating the task as an afterthought. Before Hong could protest or discuss any concerns, Kim simply instructed him to report any problems directly to him and moved on. Then came the demand that truly weighed down on Shin's shoulders, an increase in food production. With 25 additional civilians to feed, the request meant that meal portions had to increase by a full quarter, a logistical nightmare given their dwindling supplies. Though Shin knew that stretching their resources this thin would jeopardize long-term survival, neither he nor Hong could refuse the order outright. They had no choice but to comply. Despite Shin's growing resentment, he could see how easily Kim manipulated the situation. The refugees, unaware of how much their survival truly depended on careful rationing, saw Kim as a provider. Their gratitude towards him was instantaneous, giving him credit for the very food Shin and his team had painstakingly prepared. To them, Kim was the reason they were being fed, the reason they were being protected. Shin clenched his fists in frustration but forced himself to remain composed. Later, as the refugees were escorted to the third floor, complaints began to surface. One elderly man grumbled about the number of stairs, bemoaning the inconvenience of climbing so high. Though Kwang patiently explained that in case of an invasion, the first floor was the most dangerous, the old man remained unsatisfied, continuing to voice his discomfort. Meanwhile, some of the women were simply relieved to have access to a bathroom, though they quickly realized there was no hot water, much to their disappointment. Despite minor complaints, the civilians understood that this was survival, not a hotel. The weight of sustaining an army. As evening approached, dinner was finally prepared, and the refugees were brought into the cafeteria. Despite the simple meal of steamed rice and preserved ingredients, praises echoed through the room. Annie expressed genuine surprise at how good it tasted, a stark contrast to whatever they had been surviving on before. Shin watched from the sidelines, a bit overwhelmed by how quickly everything had escalated. He had gone from preparing food for soldiers to suddenly feeding a community of survivors, and yet, his greatest concern wasn't their comfort, it was their dwindling supply. At this rate, even with careful rationing, their stockpile would barely last a month. As he pondered their fate, a blonde-haired civilian approached him, offering a compliment on the meal. Though Shin thanked them, he felt a bit uneasy when they casually inquired about his occupation. It was a strange question to ask a soldier. Shin hesitated. He almost answered truthfully that he was a chef, but something made him stop. Instead, he simply claimed to be a university student. The three civilians seemed satisfied with the response and left, but their question lingered in Shin's mind. Jobs, as they had once been known, were now meaningless. Status windows dictated a person's role in the new world. While he had once been a chef, his status now labeled him as something entirely different. The way the Awakened identified themselves had changed as well. If someone else had been asked about their occupation, they would have answered with warrior or healer. Shin wondered if this was what Taejun had been trying to explain earlier. Discontent among the soldiers. As Shin walked through the building, he could feel tension brewing among the troops. While outside, he overheard a conversation between several soldiers who were frustrated with the current state of affairs. One questioned how everything had spiraled into chaos so quickly, lamenting the fact that they were still unable to rest properly. Another soldier voiced his exhaustion, stating that he couldn't take much more of this. Yet another declared that Lieutenant Kim's decisions had only made things worse. In agreement, someone else murmured that the battalion had been far more efficient when the surgeons were in charge. The group shared a quiet moment of realization. The men who had fought for them, cooked for them, and strategized alongside them were far more competent leaders than the officer who had just arrived to claim power. Shin listened, his heart heavy with the knowledge that many soldiers felt the same way. Later, some of them approached him personally, expressing their frustration with Kim's leadership. They recounted his absence during critical moments, his habit of taking credit for work he hadn't done, and his tendency to prioritize appearances over survival. Though Shin understood their frustrations, he also knew the harsh reality Kim's rank protected him. No matter how poorly he led, no matter how little he contributed, his authority ensured that he would remain in charge. There was nothing they could do about it. And yet, deep down, Shin couldn't help but wonder how long before the soldiers stopped following orders altogether. Kim may have taken control for now, but if the battalion's survival depended on true leadership, his influence would eventually crumble. It was only a matter of time. The seeds of rebellion and the rise of a new commander tension within the battalion had reached a boiling point. Though the battle against the monsters had been won, a new struggle was brewing, one that had nothing to do with external enemies and everything to do with the fractured leadership within their ranks. A group of soldiers, emboldened by their victory and disillusioned with the man who claimed to lead them, voiced their frustrations in hushed but urgent tones. The issue was no longer just about Lieutenant Kim's incompetence, it was about the survival of the battalion itself. The secret meeting on the rooftop, that night, under the cover of darkness, the most trusted soldiers of the battalion gathered on the roof of the military building. They stood in silence, their expressions a mix of confusion and anxiety. They all knew why they were here, but no one dared to speak first. Breaking the uneasy stillness, Hell stepped forward and addressed the group. He wasted no time apologizing for calling them so late, stating that this was not something that could wait any longer. The discomfort on everyone's faces was obvious. The mere act of meeting in secret felt like treason. But treason against whom? Was it truly treason if their leader was failing them? Hell got straight to the point. He announced that he had met with Lieutenant Kim earlier that day, a statement that immediately captured everyone's attention. His report was as expected, yet still infuriating. He and a few others had confronted Kim, expressing their concerns about his lack of leadership and urging him to take part in the fight. But Kim had brushed them aside, claiming that he would not be forced into anything by mere soldiers. A heavy silence fell over the group. They had all expected as much, but hearing it confirmed was still a blow. It wasn't just Kim's arrogance, it was his complete lack of regard for the men under his command. Outrage simmered beneath the surface, and soon it boiled over. The soldiers had endured too much to be treated like pawns. Even Shin, who had spent most of his time focusing on survival rather than politics, was taken aback by how little Kim cared for them. Haonime, his tone now sharp with determination, made his stance clear. This wasn't just a matter of personal grievances, this was about survival. And for that reason, Kim had to be removed. A dangerous proposition. At first, the group was stunned. The idea of removing an officer was extreme madness even. Shin himself hesitated. Kim was an incompetent leader, but he was still a high-ranking officer. The military operated under strict chains of command. This wasn't something that could be done lightly. But Haonime pressed on. He turned to Shin directly, asking if he was truly willing to stand by and let Kim dictate their fates. He accused Shin of allowing himself to be carried by the decisions of others, instead of stepping up. The accusation stung. Despite his reservations, Shin could not deny the truth in Haonime's words. He had been the driving force behind the battalion's survival, and yet he had let Kim walk in and take credit for everything. Still, the idea of outright rebellion was unsettling. Haonime, however, made one final, irrefutable point. The battalion was growing, and soon more survivors would arrive. If Kim remained their representative, then he would be seen as the true leader of the unit. Once that happened, all authority would shift into his hands, and Shin, along with the other true leaders, would be powerless. That was not an option. The decision to overthrow Kim, the logic was undeniable. Kim had no strength, no real leadership skills, and no reason to be followed, and yet they had allowed him to take control. The soldiers, after reflecting on the truth, began to realize how absurd it was that they had followed such an incompetent officer for so long. However, there was still one major problem: they were still soldiers. They could not simply ignore Kim's rank. Kwang, ever the strategist, warned that internal betrayal was one of the greatest dangers in modern warfare, and that was precisely why they had to act quickly. If they hesitated, Kim would cement his authority, and by then, it would be too late to stop him. A new commander is chosen. With Kim's removal inevitable, the next question was, who would take his place? The highest ranks, aside from the surgeons, would fall to Park Tae-jun and Shin Yong-jun. However, even regular soldiers would be allowed to make decisions in the absence of officers. This was an entirely new way of governing a battalion, but given their circumstances, it was necessary. However, there was one lingering problem. Not everyone was willing to accept a cook as their commander. Though Shin had saved them time and time again, there was still skepticism about whether he was truly fit to lead. That was when Haonime turned to the group and reminded them of one simple fact: Shin was the one feeding them. He was the one giving them strength, keeping them alive, and ensuring they could fight. Without him, they would have fallen long ago. As the soldiers reflected on this, they realized just how much they relied on Shin. He had been there for them when no one else was. He had kept them strong when their weapons failed. And most importantly, he had never abandoned them. The formation of a clan, with no further objections, Haonime made it official. Shin was now the new commander. Though Shin was hesitant, Hung insisted he accept the role. At that moment, the system activated once again. A notification flashed before Shin's eyes. All conditions have been met. With over 30 players and a recognized leader, a clan has been formed. The battalion had now become the first official clan in their small region and the second in the larger region. As a reward, they were granted a special token marking the beginning of their new era. For better or worse, Shin was now in command, and from this point forward, the war would be fought on his terms. A new era of leadership and the hidden dangers within. The weight of responsibility settled on Shin's shoulders like an iron yoke. Though he had never aspired to lead, the circumstances had given him no choice. The battalion needed someone to guide them, someone who had proven their worth through action rather than empty words. Now, the title of Navy Chef Leader had been inscribed in his status, and the implications were clear. His role had changed. No longer just a cook, no longer simply a soldier. He was the leader of Clan 423, the one who would shape the future of the battalion and perhaps its very survival. Despite the soldiers' support, Shin understood that leadership was more than just fighting battles. It meant maintaining order, keeping morale high, and ensuring that decisions were made not just for the sake of winning wars, but for the sake of retaining their humanity. His first decision as commander, however, was met with widespread resistance. Shin declared that Lieutenant Kim would not be executed. The air inside the meeting hall turned tense as disbelief settled over the soldiers. Some of them had fought to overthrow Kim, risking their lives, while others had suffered under his incompetent leadership. To them, the idea of keeping Kim alive felt like an insult. He was weak, cowardly, and had abandoned his duties when they needed him most. The logical course of action, many believed, was to eliminate him and move forward without dead weight dragging them down. Yet Shin held firm. The battalion had won their fight against the monsters, but if they started executing people out of convenience, they would become no better than the beasts they had just slain. He had fought too hard to ensure their survival, and he would not allow their victory to be stained with senseless bloodshed. Still, it was not just a question of morality. Kim, for all his flaws, could still be useful. There would come a time, Shin reasoned, when his rank, connections, or knowledge might serve a purpose. Killing him would be short-sighted. The decision left many soldiers puzzled, even frustrated, but in the end, they followed their new commander's judgment. The gathering storm, a hidden threat among the civilians. While the battalion's internal struggles played out, another group had begun quietly observing the situation from within the base. Among the survivors they had taken in, a small faction had emerged. A faction that was watching, waiting, and assessing the power structure of the battalion. From the third floor of the base, where the civilians had been housed, a group of men stood near a window, observing the soldiers returning from their late-night meeting. The blonde-haired leader of the group watched them closely, noting how they moved in unison, how they coordinated without hesitation. This was a military force, disciplined and efficient. Yet something was missing. He turned to one of his companions and inquired whether his previous request had been fulfilled. The answer was affirmative. After careful observation, no awakened individuals had been detected among the soldiers. The battalion relied entirely on weapons to combat the monsters, showing no signs of the supernatural abilities that had begun manifesting among select survivors in other parts of the country. That meant only one thing: they were vulnerable. If the battalion truly had no awakened individuals, then now was the perfect time to act. However, the blonde leader was cautious. Though they held the advantage, he decided that they would wait a few more days before making their move. There was no need to rush. The power of the clan leader token. Meanwhile, Shin was adjusting to his new role, exploring the functions available to him as the leader of Clan 423. Among them was the clan leader token, an item that granted a stat boost based on the size of the group. The system informed him that he could choose an object to symbolize the clan, transforming it into a powerful emblem that would grant bonuses to all members. The potential of such an artifact was immense, but Shin hesitated. He had nothing that truly represented the spirit of their battalion. It needed to be something meaningful, something that embodied their resilience, their will to survive. For now, the token would remain unused, but he made a mental note to find a suitable object soon. Doubt, trust, and the evolution of leadership. Though Shin had been appointed leader, he knew that not everyone fully accepted him yet. Some of the older soldiers had served under strict military hierarchies their entire lives, and the idea of following a cook instead of a seasoned officer was a difficult pill to swallow. Yet despite their doubts, Shin had their trust. The story of how he had killed a monster with nothing but a knife had spread throughout the ranks, solidifying his status as a warrior in his own right. Even Hung, one of the strongest awakened individuals among them, had reminded Shin that leadership wasn't just about rank, it was about reliability. Unlike Kim, whose personality fluctuated between arrogance and cowardice, Shin had proven himself time and time again. He had provided them food, strategy, and strength, and for many soldiers, that was what truly mattered. A delicate balance, keeping awakening a secret. Inside the kitchen, a messenger arrived with an urgent report. Shin had given strict orders that discussions about awakening should be kept to an absolute minimum. Though they had several awakened soldiers among them, there was no benefit in revealing this to outsiders. Not yet. The soldier confirmed that the message had been delivered, and that everyone was being careful not to act suspiciously when asked about their occupations. Despite this, the survivors were still prying for information. One woman in particular had been persistently requesting a meeting. She appeared to be the leader of the survivor group, and she wanted a favor. A meeting with the survivors, Shin considered his options carefully. He could ignore the request, but that would only raise suspicion. He could send someone else, but that would make him seem detached. Instead, he decided to face the situation head-on. However, he would not go in blind. He ordered that 3 representatives from the survivor group be chosen for the meeting. By limiting the number of people involved, he could control the discussion and prevent unnecessary chaos. Furthermore, he strictly instructed that no information about the meeting be leaked. If there was any hidden agenda among the civilians, he would find out soon enough. Shin didn't trust coincidences. The timing of their arrival, their curiosity about the battalion's power, and their keen interest in speaking with leadership, it all felt too calculated. For now, he would play along. But he had already decided if these survivors were a threat, they would not be allowed to stay. As night fell, the weight of the day's decision settled in his mind. Shin had never wanted to be a leader. But now, as the pieces of a much larger game began shifting around him, he realized he had no choice but to become one. The art of manipulation and the creation of a prison. With his newfound authority as the leader of Clan 423, Shin wasted no time in implementing his vision for survival. Leadership was more than just protecting the battalion from external threats. It was about ensuring order, maintaining discipline, and preparing for the challenges ahead. That included handling Lieutenant Kim, their former commander, who now found himself imprisoned beneath the very building he had once ruled over. While the soldiers had expected a violent purge, Shin had other plans. Killing Kim would have been too easy, too wasteful. Instead, he intended to break him in a far more strategic manner. The basement, originally built to house the base's boiler and backup generator, had long been overlooked. Most of the soldiers barely remembered its existence, but a few knew of its potential. Hidden beneath the dining hall, its thick concrete walls and reinforced doors made it the perfect containment area, a place where someone could be kept indefinitely without hope of escape. With minimal effort, the soldiers had transformed the space into a prison, an ironic twist of fate for the man who had once commanded them, Lieutenant Kim's fall from power. As Shin stepped into the dimly lit basement, he carried with him a steaming plate of pasta, the aroma filling the confined space. The solitary prisoner within the cell stirred, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the man bringing him food. Lieutenant Kim's once proud posture was gone. In its place was a man stripped of authority, shackled by his failures, and trapped in a prison of his own making. He looked both confused and surprised, as if struggling to comprehend why Shin, of all people, was treating him with kindness. What made it worse was the cruel irony of his warden. Shin had once been Kim's cook, the very person who had served him daily meals without question. Now their roles were inverted. Days earlier, the soldiers had carried out their plan with ruthless efficiency. Under the cover of night, Hell had stormed into Kim's quarters, using his electricity-based abilities to render the lieutenant unconscious before he could react. By the time Kim awoke, he was already locked away, stripped of rank, and completely powerless. In the present, Kim seemed remorseful, his voice trembling as he offered an unexpected apology. He recalled a trivial mistake from the past, an incident where he had spilled coffee on a radar and wrongfully blamed a subordinate. But Shin knew better. Kim's crimes were far greater than petty incompetence. Kim, perhaps grasping at some shred of dignity, began listing other mistakes he had made, his voice filled with growing guilt. He spoke of officers who had died under his command, of decisions made out of cowardice, of opportunities to lead that he had squandered. Shin listened, offering no judgment, only a simple nod of acknowledgement. It was a rare moment of honesty from a man who had spent his life avoiding accountability. Kim, desperate, asked for help, pleading for forgiveness and redemption. Shin, however, was not so merciful. He reminded Kim that he had tried to convince the soldiers to spare him, but their resentment ran too deep. Still, Shin promised to continue advocating on his behalf, a calculated lie, spoken with the same neutrality he used when preparing a dish. For now, Kim was trapped in hopelessness, spiraling further into his own guilt and powerlessness. A dish of power, the roast lizard pasta. Despite everything, Shin presented Kim with a meal pasta infused with a powerful effect, carefully crafted to break him further. This wasn't ordinary food. The dish had been prepared with infused happiness, a result of Shin's growing mastery over magical cuisine. With each bite, a rush of euphoria flooded Kim's senses, temporarily erasing the misery of his situation. Tears streamed down Kim's face as he ate. It had been so long since he had tasted something so exquisite, so long since he had felt something other than despair. For the first time since his imprisonment, Kim felt truly alive. This was no accident. Shin had carefully calculated every element of the dish, ensuring that it would ignite an uncontrollable craving within Kim. It was a methodical form of psychological warfare, one that would ensure Kim's complete dependence on Shin's cooking. Shin continued this routine for several days, bringing Kim 3 meals a day, each dish meticulously crafted to heighten his emotional dependency. At first, Kim ate with gratitude, believing that Shin was his only remaining ally. But Shin had no intention of letting him remain comfortable. The cruel withdrawal, a taste of despair. One morning, without warning, Shin abruptly stopped bringing the gourmet meals. Instead, he replaced them with bland, dry combat rations. The shift was instantaneous. Within hours, Kim's entire demeanor changed. The once grateful prisoner became restless, his body craving the lost sensation of happiness that had accompanied each meal. The dry, tasteless rations provided him with no joy, no relief, only the harsh reality of his confinement. Kim's mental state deteriorated rapidly. By the 3rd day, he was begging, demanding, and even threatening Shin to bring back the meals. By the 4th day, he had fallen into a near-mad state, his desperation making him easy to manipulate. As expected, the plan had worked perfectly. Kim, once a proud officer, had been reduced to nothing more than an addict, a man willing to do anything for another taste of happiness. A plan unfolds, using Kim as a weapon. From the sidelines, Kei and Kwang observed Shin's methodical destruction of Kim with a mixture of awe and confusion. At first, they had struggled to understand why Shin was treating Kim so well, why he was feeding him gourmet meals instead of leaving him to rot. But as the days passed, the reality of Shin's plan became painfully clear. Kim was no longer just a prisoner. He was an experiment, a tool to be reshaped and repurposed. When Shin finally returned to the basement, he was greeted by the broken remains of a man who had once thought himself untouchable. Kim looked up at him with desperate, hollow eyes, his hands trembling. Shin smiled. The time had come. It was time to put Kim to work. A test of power and the emergence of true leadership. Kim's descent into desperation and submission had been carefully orchestrated, each step calculated with surgical precision. Shin had turned a once arrogant officer into a desperate man willing to do anything for another taste of happiness. However, now came the final stage, conditioning Kim into a useful asset. Days of withholding the meals that had brought him unparalleled joy had driven Kim to the edge of madness. His need for them had consumed his every thought, and Shin had intentionally let him stew in that emptiness. The moment Kim demanded his meal with his usual aggressive tone, Shin simply refused. This rejection stunned the former officer. He insisted on being given a proper meal, his voice laced with the remnants of authority he no longer possessed. But Shin made it clear Kim's attitude would determine whether he ate or not. Kim was still clinging to the illusion of power, trying to command Shin by invoking his rank. However, his words held no weight. In this new world, authority was determined by power and utility, not by outdated ranks. And at this moment, Kim was neither strong nor useful. When threats failed, Kim's tone shifted. He resorted to pleading. Desperation made men more malleable, and now Kim was ready to submit to anything Shin asked. Shin, ever the strategist, agreed to cook, but only under one condition. The price of awakening, Kim's first kill. Kim's trial was simple. If he wanted to earn his meal, he would have to kill a monster. This wasn't just a test of Kim's resolve, it was an opportunity for Shin. Awakening was still not fully understood, but it had proven to be crucial for survival. If Kim awakened, there was a chance his abilities would be useful to the battalion. The lieutenant, now visibly terrified, was taken to the newly established awakening chamber, an area where soldiers had begun awakening under controlled conditions. The room was set up to minimize risks, ensuring that new awakenings didn't endanger the unit. When the moment arrived, Kim hesitated. However, hunger was a powerful motivator. The addiction Shin had cultivated within him now pushed him forward, forcing him to do what he had once considered unthinkable. With a trembling hand and sheer desperation, Kim killed the monster. The moment the creature fell, a flood of energy surged through his body, and the system confirmed his awakening. Kim was now a level 1 novice commander. A commander's ability and an unexpected advantage. The effects of Kim's awakening were far beyond what Shin had anticipated. As soon as his status window appeared, it revealed a skill that would drastically change the battalion's capabilities. His ability granted a 10% stat boost to all nearby troops. This was a percentage-based increase, a rare and valuable type of enhancement. Shin immediately understood the implications. There were two main ways to improve stats: fixed numerical boosts and percentage-based boosts. Fixed stat increases were effective when a soldier had low base stats. They provided steady growth. Percentage-based increases, however, scaled with the soldier's overall strength, meaning that as the troops became more powerful, Kim's ability would grow exponentially more valuable. Shin realized that Kim's very existence could be leveraged as a tactical advantage. Even though the lieutenant was a coward, his skill alone could turn the tide of battle. While Kim was still recovering from the shock of his awakening, Shin was already thinking ahead, considering how this newfound power could be used to maximize the battalion's combat potential. The system then congratulated Shin, rewarding him with a dragon's heart, an item whose use he had yet to determine. Additionally, his own level increased to 10, and he was promoted from novice chef to junior chef. The promotion was significant. It meant that Shin's stats would now increase by 2 per level instead of 1, making his progress far more rapid. Additionally, all novice tier abilities were replaced with junior tier talents, pushing his culinary mastery to an even higher level. With his battle ration skill now fully upgraded, Shin could create long-lasting meals that, while slightly weaker than fresh food, would provide essential nutrition and stat boosts for prolonged engagements. The battalion was no longer just surviving, they were growing stronger by the day. A shift in focus, the survivor meeting, with Kim's situation now handled, it was time to turn attention to the survivors. The gathering was tense. The soldiers were still adjusting to the presence of civilians within their ranks, and the distrust between the two groups was palpable. Before the meeting began, one of the soldiers noted the lieutenant's absence. In response, Shin casually explained that Kim was unwell due to his recent meals, a statement that left many confused but prevented further questioning. Shin understood the importance of delegation, and he had no intention of micromanaging every decision. Instead, he left the meeting's facilitation to Hung, the most educated member of the unit, ensuring that their side was represented by someone capable of handling delicate negotiations. Hung, though frustrated by Shin offloading the responsibility onto him, ultimately understood the logic. The unit needed multiple strong leaders, and Shin's ability to delegate was a sign of trust rather than avoidance. As the meeting began, the tension in the room was palpable. The survivors had been waiting for answers, and their leader, a sharp-eyed blonde woman, wasted no time in asserting herself. Her demeanor was immediately suspicious to Shin. She asked about the lieutenant's absence, a question that seemed too pointed for someone supposedly just seeking cooperation. Hung responded carefully, explaining that Kim had chosen not to attend, preferring that the operational leaders handle the discussions. Her reaction, however, was strange. There was a brief flicker of something unreadable in her expression, a mixture of disappointment and calculation, a hidden agenda, and the battle of wits. As the discussion progressed, Shin became increasingly convinced that there was something off about this woman. While she spoke in diplomatic terms, there was a subtle arrogance in her tone, as though she did not see the soldiers as equals. When one of the soldiers attempted to explain the battalion's chain of command, the woman brushed it off, stating that speaking with regular soldiers was pointless. This statement immediately raised alarm bells in Shin's mind. She was testing the waters, trying to see how much influence the soldiers had and whether they were the true decision-makers. Hung, unfazed, calmly corrected her, making it clear that he and Shin were the highest-ranking individuals in the unit. Though she nodded in acceptance, her eyes flickered with something more dangerous. Shin realized at that moment this was not just a simple meeting to discuss cooperation. This was a test. The survivors were probing for weaknesses, searching for a power vacuum to exploit. Shin remained silent, observing. If they wanted to play games, he would let them make their move first. For now, he would listen, gather information, and prepare. But one thing was already clear: this meeting was not just about negotiations. It was about who would end up in control. The meeting of hidden agendas and the revelation of Awakening. The tension in the meeting room was growing unbearable. From the moment the survivors sat down, the conversation had been one-sided, with Lee Sang-ah's group pressing hard on the military's priorities. The blonde-haired survivor, Park Kwon-chen, was particularly relentless, pressing the soldiers about why it had taken 3 days to arrange this meeting. Hyung, ever composed, explained that the delay was necessary. It allowed them to identify the best representatives for the discussion, as everyone in the battalion had military duties to fulfill. However, Park was not satisfied. His accusatory tone made it clear he had no interest in compromise, only in pushing his own agenda. When Park accused Hyung of prioritizing military duties over the needs of the survivors, Shin felt his patience begin to wear thin. He had met people like this before, individuals who believed they could dictate everything, as if their words carried more weight than actions. Hyung attempted to clarify the military's position, explaining that protecting the survivors was their primary duty, but Park was relentless, insisting that soldiers should prioritize people over protocol. Shin could see the frustration mounting in Hyung's expression. But before tensions could escalate further, a sharp voice cut through the room. One of the survivors, the woman leading the group, suddenly shouted at Park, silencing him instantly. It was a rare sight, a civilian reprimanding one of their own with such authority. The room fell into an awkward silence as the woman scolded Park for his disrespect, stating that the military had taken time from their busy schedules to meet with them and that his behavior was unwarranted. That was the moment Shin recognized her as the true leader of the survivors. The leader of the survivors, Lee Sang-ah. With Park properly put in his place, the woman turned to the military officers and formally introduced herself as Lee Sang-ah. She had once owned a clothing store before the world descended into chaos, but now she had become the de facto leader of the survivors. Hyung acknowledged her introduction and expressed relief that she had made it to the military unit safely. However, now that the formalities were out of the way, it was time to get to the real purpose of this meeting. Lee Sang-ah wasted no time getting to the point. She wanted to explain how her group had ended up at the military base. As expected, Park reluctantly allowed her to speak, and Shin was impressed by how composed and efficient his comrades were in this high-stakes discussion. Without hesitation, Lee Sang-ah began recounting her experience. The fall of the cities and the birth of the zombies. 2 weeks ago, the world as they knew it had ended. At first, it was just a normal day. People were going about their daily routines, completely unaware of the nightmare that was about to unfold. Then, the monsters came. At the same time, all forms of communication failed. The internet, television, phone networks, everything went dark. The first wave of destruction was swift and merciless. Anyone caught off guard was killed immediately, while others fled desperately, seeking shelter wherever they could. But what truly shocked the soldiers was what came next. Those who had been injured but managed to survive the initial attacks did not stay human. Instead, they turned into zombies. A shocking revelation. A new type of monster. Shin and Hyung exchanged a glance, their expressions betraying their shock. Zombies? Until now, the battalion had only fought against the lizard-like monsters. They had never encountered reanimated corpses or human-like creatures. Shin immediately assumed that the survivors were referring to the lizard monsters, but Lee Sang-ah's serious expression told him otherwise. Sensing their confusion, she asked if something was wrong. Shin, always careful with his words, quickly reassured her, claiming that the soldiers simply did not use the term zombie. This seemed to confuse Lee and her group, as the creatures they had encountered were clearly humanoid in appearance. Sensing that their reaction was raising suspicion, Hyung swiftly improvised, stating that in the military, they referred to such creatures as walkers. The moment the word left his mouth, the tension seemed to ease. The survivors recognized the term from various TV dramas and seemed willing to accept it as a military designation. However, one of the survivors hesitated before backtracking, admitting that zombie was still the most accurate term. Lee simply accepted this without argument, though Shin could see she was still analyzing them carefully. The survivor's journey and the awakening of powers. Lee Sang-ah continued her story, describing how she had barely escaped with her life. In the chaos of the first attack, she had run through the city streets, desperately searching for safety. She eventually stumbled upon a small group of survivors who had also been fleeing from the undead. Together, they wandered through the city, searching for a safe haven. During their travels, one of the survivors mentioned that a military base existed deep in the mountains, far from the destruction of the city. The man who had shared this information was an older member of their group, who was present at the meeting. Kwang, ever the strategist, asked how the man had known about the base's location. The elderly man explained that a friend who worked in construction had mentioned it. While they didn't know the exact location, they had a general idea, and given that they had to leave the city anyway, they decided to take a chance and find it. Their journey had been long and perilous, forcing them to navigate through ruined highways, abandoned buildings, and constant monster attacks. What struck Shin as odd was the lack of weapons among the survivors. Apart from a rusty metal pipe, they appeared completely defenseless. Curious, he pressed them on how they had survived for so long without proper armaments. Lee Sang-ah's response was exactly what Shin had suspected. They had awakened abilities. The scissors that cut through anything. From the moment Lee had entered the meeting, Shin had suspected she was no ordinary civilian. Her confidence, her presence, and her ability to command authority over the other survivors all pointed to something more. And his suspicions were confirmed when she openly admitted that she was an awakened individual. Out of the 25 survivors, she claimed to be the only one who had developed supernatural abilities. To prove it, she reached into the back of her jacket and pulled out a pair of scissors. They were ordinary sewing scissors, nothing more than a simple tool for tailoring and repairs. However, with a smile, She pressed the scissors against the wooden table and sliced through it effortlessly. The entire room fell silent. Shin, though outwardly calm, felt a familiar sensation creeping up his spine. The ease with which she cut through solid wood, he had seen something similar before. Lee Sang-ah explained that she had been working as usual when the monsters attacked. In that moment of desperation, as she was about to be killed, she grabbed her scissors. And something changed. Her ability had manifested at that exact moment, allowing her to slice through anything in her path. And with it, she had led the survivors to safety. Shin couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her story than she was letting on. And as the meeting continued, he became increasingly certain that she wasn't just here to negotiate. She was here to test them, and soon she would make her move. The awakening mystery and the shadows among the survivors. Lee Sang-ah's account of her awakening was both intriguing and suspicious. She claimed that during an attack, she had stabbed a zombie with her scissors, and at that moment, a blue window had appeared, granting her superpowers. Her newfound ability allowed her to decapitate zombies with a single movement, making her the sole protector of the survivor group. Shin listened carefully, his analytical mind piecing together the inconsistencies. If awakening was triggered by killing monsters, then why had only Lee Sang-ah awakened? Surely during their escape, others had landed killing blows on the creatures pursuing them. Even Lee herself admitted she wasn't sure why she was the only one granted abilities. This discrepancy unsettled Shin. His thoughts turned back to Taejun's warning. There was a possibility that someone within the survivor group was planning against the unit. Shin found it hard to believe that Lee was the only awakened individual in her group. If she hadn't lied outright, then she had at least omitted something important. Wanting to test her knowledge, Hyung shifted the conversation and asked if she knew anything specific about the criteria for awakening. Lee admitted she didn't. In her opinion, the process seemed random. Shin doubted that completely. Awakening was too systematic to be random. The military had already documented cases of soldiers awakening, and in nearly every case, it followed a distinct pattern. However, he kept his skepticism hidden, focusing instead on maintaining diplomacy. Hyung thanked her for sharing the information and offered assistance whenever she needed it, but Shin interpreted this gesture differently. He understood Hyung's underlying strategy, building trust while keeping a close eye on potential threats. Despite his doubts, Shin didn't sense immediate hostility from Lee's group. If they truly intended to betray the unit, they would be putting themselves at risk as well. It was unlikely that they had enough manpower to challenge the soldiers outright, but that didn't mean they weren't playing a long game. Setting the bait, the rumor of rewarded labor. As the meeting neared its end, Kay took over, explaining the current situation of the unit to Lee. She expressed gratitude for their hospitality, and the discussion moved toward logistics. While Kay handled the diplomacy, Shin's mind was already working on the next phase of his plan. He recalled that the survivors had agreed to help clean the rooms and dining hall in exchange for meals. Since they would be spending more time in the military space, he saw an opportunity to begin influencing them subtly, just as he had done with Kwang and Lieutenant Kim. Outside the hall, two young survivors hurried in, announcing that they had finished washing the dishes. Shin smiled, thanking them for their help. One of the girls waved off the gratitude, saying it was only fair to help out in return for food. This was exactly what Shin wanted to hear. He casually mentioned that he had prepared some snacks and invited them to try a batch of ice cream he had made from leftover ingredients. Naturally, they were excited, seeing it as a well-earned reward. However, what they didn't know was that this was no ordinary ice cream. It was infused with the chef's special sauce of happiness. Shin had used his ability strategically not to control, but to create a rumor. He wanted the survivors to start associating labor with rewards, turning the idea of helping the military into something desirable. As expected, when the girls took their first bite, their faces lit up in surprise. One of them even admitted that she hadn't expected it to taste so good. The real effect, however, became apparent when her friend noticed something strange. The girl who had eaten the ice cream was smiling, something she hadn't done since her parents had died. Realizing this, her friend burst into tears, overwhelmed by the sight. The smiling girl, now aware of her own reaction, tried to explain that she just suddenly felt happy. Shin observed silently, knowing exactly what had happened. The effect of the ice cream was temporary, but the impact on her mentality would linger far longer. This was how Shin worked. He never forced, he only nudged. With the rumor now in motion, he was confident that more survivors would seek to contribute, hoping for small moments of joy in an otherwise bleak reality. The suspicious room, uncovering the hidden threat. That night, after the meeting concluded, Hyung came to inform Shin of something important. Among the survivors, there was a particular group of 5 individuals who stood out. These 5 people had known each other before the outbreak, and while being friends didn't necessarily make them accomplices, Hyung found their behavior highly suspicious. It was always the same man asking about the military's activities, always the same individuals watching closely whenever soldiers moved around the base. Shin frowned, considering their options. They couldn't simply eliminate the group based on suspicion. Doing so would risk triggering a protest among the survivors, further damaging trust between the two factions. However, they also couldn't afford to do nothing. Hyung understood the delicate nature of the problem. If these 5 were planning something, waiting too long could be dangerous. Shin, after careful thought, proposed a solution. Instead of direct confrontation, they would slowly integrate the suspects into the military's routine. Specifically, one of them would be assigned to the dining hall, a controlled environment where Shin could monitor and manipulate them directly. Hyung, recognizing the strategy, smirked knowingly and asked if Shin intended to use the same psychological tactics he had used on Kwang and Lieutenant Kim. Shin nodded without hesitation. Manipulation was more effective than coercion. If he could slowly erode their resistance, they would eventually reveal their plans willingly. However, Hyung raised an important question: was it really going to be that easy? Shin had won over Kwang and Kim by playing on their emotions, but these new individuals might be more resilient. Then, without warning, Hyung's expression shifted slightly, and he posed a different question, one that caught Shin off guard. "Do you have any other abilities besides buffs?" Shin stiffened, momentarily thrown off balance. He had been careful not to reveal too much about his abilities, yet Hyung had noticed something. Shin forced himself to maintain his usual composure, though he could feel Hyung studying him carefully. After a brief moment, Hyung let the matter drop, deciding that the truth would come to light sooner or later. For now, they had a plan to execute. The unit was about to take control of its biggest threat, not through force, but through patience, precision, and carefully laid traps. And soon enough, they would know exactly what their enemies were planning. The tipping point: betrayal within the base. Shin had always known that his ability was both a gift and a dangerous secret. If word got out that he could influence emotions through food, people might refuse to eat his meals, fearing manipulation. But in the world they lived in now, hesitation was a weakness, and Shin had no intention of letting fear dictate his choices. He would use his ability when necessary, carefully ensuring that no one ever discovered the full extent of what he could do. With this understanding, he and Hyung set a date for their plan to unfold. However, events moved much faster than expected. The trap is set, the assistant falls prey to Shin's strategy. It didn't take long for the first step of the plan to unfold naturally. The new assistant, assigned to help in the kitchen, worked efficiently, enough to earn Shin's praise. The young man took pride in his work, a trait that made him easier to manipulate. At the end of his shift, Shin casually presented him with a treat, the same ice cream that had already started a small legend within the survivor camp. The moment the assistant saw it, his eyes widened in recognition. It was clear that the rumor had spread quickly. The survivor confirmed as much, explaining that those who had tasted it before couldn't stop boasting about it. Shin pretended to be apologetic, claiming that he wished he could give it to everyone, but due to limited resources, he could only offer it to a few people at a time. The young man understood and eagerly took the first bite. Immediately his expression changed. He praised the flavor, admitting he now understood why everyone talked about it so much. Shin simply nodded, satisfied. The food was even more effective than usual because, this time, he hadn't held back on the ingredients. The more powerful the dish, the stronger the effect. After finishing his portion, the assistant sighed in satisfaction, thanking Shin, stating it had been a long time since he had tasted anything so good. And then, Shin made his move. He began asking questions, and, just as he expected, the food had already done its work. The unraveling of a conspiracy. Shin's first question was simple. Why had the assistant questioned his job the last time they spoke? Without hesitation, the young man answered he needed to confirm if there were any awakened individuals in the base. If there had been, their group would have adjusted their strategy accordingly. The response was instantaneous, without hesitation, as though the words had been pulled from his mouth against his will. The realization struck the assistant too late. His expression shifted to panic as he understood that he was speaking too freely, revealing more than he had ever intended. Shin remained calm, but internally, he knew his ability was working perfectly. The next question came swiftly. What would they have done if they had discovered awakened individuals in the base? Again, the assistant answered before he could stop himself. If there had been many, they would have remained discreet and waited for the right opportunity to strike. Shin absorbed the information quickly. It was exactly as he had suspected. This wasn't a small group of harmless survivors, but a faction planning a takeover. His next question was the most critical. Had the absence of awakened individuals lowered their guard? Once again, without thinking, the assistant admitted that it had. Their group had spent days observing the military base, and upon seeing no visible awakened soldiers, they had concluded that the military unit was not as strong as it appeared. Then, realization dawned upon him. The assistant's face twisted in fear. He clutched his head, trying to stop himself from speaking, but the food's effects were too strong. Panic set in. He realized he was revealing everything. Trying to regain control, he suddenly stood, attempting to flee. But Shin was faster. With a calm, commanding voice, he ordered the assistant to stop, and to the man's horror, his body obeyed. He froze in place, unable to move, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shin leaned in, voice low and dangerous. "One more question." The assistant trembled, his body betraying his will. How many awakened members were in their group? And who was their leader? The assistant, still trapped under the lingering influence of the meal, answered without choice. 5. Their leader was Park Hwan-chen. Shin's mind raced. Park, the man who had been the loudest critic of the military's leadership, the one who had pushed the hardest against Young and the soldiers, had seemed too aggressive from the start. Now, it all made sense. Shin pressed forward with his final question. What were the 5 planning? And then, the final truth came spilling out. Their group had decided to take over the unit. After days of observation, they had determined that there were no awakened individuals strong enough to stop them. Their operation was scheduled for that very night. The betrayal unfolds, the battle begins. The revelation stunned Shin, but the assistant merely laughed. The plan was already in motion. Even if Shin killed him now, the others would still move forward. Thinking quickly, Shin braced himself, preparing for a sudden attack. The assistant's eyes gleamed with realization he had nothing left to lose. In one swift motion, he summoned his awakened ability, fire-based powers that created a spiral of flames around his body. The heat surged forward, a wave of destruction aimed at Shin. The assistant had been confused by his own body's responses earlier, but now that he had broken free, he was convinced. He believed himself unstoppable. After all, what was a mere cook going to do against fire itself? But Shin smiled. He knew fire better than anyone. With his low-level fire affinity, he dispersed the flames instantly. The assistant staggered back in horror, unable to comprehend how his elemental ability had been neutralized so effortlessly. Now Shin didn't need to hide anymore. Activating the chef's eye, the system instantly highlighted every weak point on the opponent's body. Shin stepped forward, voice calm and collected. "Prepare yourself." The assistant, enraged and desperate, demanded to know what was happening. But Shin didn't give him a chance to think. He moved first. With a swift, calculated motion, he sliced through the man's defenses, his chef's knife cutting deep. Blood splattered across the kitchen tiles. The assistant staggered, clutching his wound, eyes wide in disbelief. And then, he collapsed. The night of betrayal begins. Later that evening, Park Hwan-chen and his group gathered in the shadows, awaiting their final confirmation to move. The rest of the survivors seemed unaware, but the awakened members of their faction were restless. One of them noted Chen Jun's absence, questioning why their scout had not returned. Park, his expression grim, stared into the darkness. Something was wrong, and deep inside, he knew trouble was coming. The betrayal unfolds, the night of reckoning. The tension in the air was thick as Park Hwan-chen's patience wore thin. Chan Yong was missing, and that complicated matters. But he was the leader. He couldn't afford hesitation. With or without Chan Yong, the plan would proceed. One of his men, visibly concerned, pointed out the obvious. Chan Yong was the strongest among them, and without him, their advantage was significantly weakened. Park, already irritated, snapped. They still had 4 awakened individuals, and as far as they could tell, the military had none. That alone was enough to secure their victory. However, one of the more cautious members of the group voiced another concern. Had they miscalculated? Chan Yong, at level 6, was a critical asset, and his absence left a gap in their strategy. His exceptional fire-based abilities were meant to secure their takeover, and without him, their success wasn't guaranteed. But Park refused to back down. His authority had to remain absolute. If they faltered now, they would never get another opportunity. Fixing his gaze on his doubting subordinate, he asked a single question: did they trust him? His voice carried a quiet threat, and no one dared to openly oppose him. Chan Yong would join them later, Park assured. Right now, the mission had to continue. Then, with a harsh command, he ordered everyone to hurry and gather all the survivors from the dormitory, the courtyard, the moment of rebellion. Under the cover of darkness, the survivors were forcibly rounded up and led to the base's courtyard. Murmurs of confusion and frustration filled the air as civilians complained about being dragged outside in the middle of the night. Among them, Lee Sang-ah was especially irritated. She had never fully trusted Park, but his actions tonight were far beyond anything she had expected. Her patience was running thin as she demanded to know what he was up to. But Park only smirked, brushing off her concerns. "I just like leading others," he said, his tone laced with mockery. Lee narrowed her eyes, watching him carefully. Park had always been violent, always grumpy, but he had maintained a polite front in front of her. Something about tonight, however, felt different. This wasn't just about power struggles within their small group. He had bigger plans. Lee's instincts screamed at her to be cautious. She asked him outright, wasn't he satisfied with just being the big brother of their survivor group? Park's expression darkened. A group of 5 was too small for him, he said. With the entire military unit under his control, he would finally be satisfied. The civilians began to panic as Park and Lee argued. The other survivors began voicing their complaints louder. They didn't understand why they had been forced out of their rooms, and the sight of Park's group standing separately only deepened their unease. Inside the base, soldiers took notice. One of them reported to his superior that the survivors had gathered in the courtyard and had started arguing. Another soldier, watching from a window, scowled. They didn't like this. As long as the survivors were living under military protection, they should follow orders, not cause problems in the middle of the night. Lee's realization and the betrayal revealed. Lee let out a slow breath, feeling the weight of an impending fight settle on her shoulders. She had always suspected Park would cause trouble, but this was worse than she had expected. Her fingers instinctively reached into her pocket, closing around the familiar metal of her scissors. If things turned violent, she would have no choice but to fight back. The moment she drew her weapon, the civilian crowd recoiled in fear. Whispers rippled through them. Was she planning to fight these men? Were these men insane for picking a fight with her? Yet Park didn't flinch. He knew exactly what Lee was capable of, and yet he was still confident. Lee's unease deepened. Something wasn't right. She had assumed she was the strongest in the group, yet Park and his men weren't backing down. Why? Then realization dawned on her. They were awakened. All of them. The knowledge sent a shiver down her spine. They had been lied to. Park's group had deceived everyone, hiding their true abilities, and now the entire courtyard was trapped in their hands. The battle begins. Without another word, Park gave the order. Since Lee refused to back down, the fight had to begin. 2 of his awakened fighters charged toward the civilians, ready to subdue them immediately. Lee moved forward to intercept them, but another of Park's men stepped in, a second awakened fighter with strange, golden energy forming around his hands. The golden spheres launched toward her, moving at unnatural speed. Lee's scissors flashed, cutting through them with effortless precision. But she could feel that these opponents weren't normal. She had only fought zombies before. These men were different. They were trained, coordinated, and fully prepared to fight her. One of Park's subordinates mocked her openly, sneering that she was only good against mindless zombies. Then, in a blur of motion, his fist came flying toward her. Lee barely dodged in time, twisting her body as she countered with a slash. But before she could recover, the second attacker lunged forward, cutting off her escape route. Their teamwork wasn't perfect, but it was enough to put her at a disadvantage. Lee knew she couldn't win this fight alone. The warning shot. Then, the air was shattered by the deafening crack of a gunshot. Everyone froze. A soldier stood near the entrance of the building, his rifle raised, his expression sharp with authority. The bullet had been fired as a warning, embedding itself in the ground near Park's feet. In a booming voice, the soldier demanded an explanation for the chaos. The 3 fighters instinctively raised their hands, knowing that a direct confrontation with the military would be foolish. The soldier, still aiming, ordered everyone to stop immediately. But Park grinned. His confidence didn't waver. Instead, he asked a chilling question: what would happen if they refused? The soldier's answer was immediate: if they didn't comply, he would open fire. But Park only laughed. A low, mocking laugh, filled with amusement and arrogance. The idea of a soldier shooting civilians? Hilarious. And then, in the next moment, the battlefield erupted into chaos. The failed coup, the fall of Park Kwan-chen and his gang. Park Kwan-chen had calculated every move up to this moment. He had spent days observing the unit, assessing its weaknesses, identifying the lack of visible awakened individuals, and ensuring his group struck at the perfect time. Yet, in this critical moment, he felt a sudden doubt creeping in. Standing before the armed soldiers, with rifles trained on him, he realized that he had yet to test how far his own power could truly go. Was this a bluff? Or were these soldiers truly willing to fire upon civilians? He weighed his options quickly. If the soldiers hesitated, he could seize control before they regained their nerve. However, if they truly intended to eliminate him and his gang, then this coup would fail before it even began. Keeping his expression calm and collected, Park taunted the soldiers, mocking their supposed courage. He sneered, ridiculing them for being nothing but young recruits, barely out of their teenage years. The soldiers remained silent, but their expressions darkened at his words. One of them turned to their leader, C. Sunak, and asked for orders. C responded without hesitation. The decision had already been made. Park had identified himself as a threat, and in the military, any identified threat must be eliminated. Sunak raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. The crack of gunfire never came. The power of an arsonist. Silence hung heavy in the air as the gathered soldiers stared at their weapons in disbelief. Park was just as surprised as everyone else. He hadn't expected the soldier to actually fire. However, as he processed the situation, realization dawned upon him. A slow, mocking smirk stretched across his face. The rifles weren't jammed or malfunctioning. They had been neutralized by his power. "You'll understand soon enough," he mused. C's expression twisted in confusion, gripping his weapon tighter. This didn't make sense. The rifle had functioned perfectly fine moments ago. Park, enjoying the moment of revelation, explained that his profession was that of an arsonist, and one of his unique skills allowed him to interfere with all fire-related phenomena within his immediate surroundings. Since firearms relied on combustion, he could render them useless at will. C's mind raced. This meant that every soldier in the area was effectively disarmed. His subordinate quickly confirmed the worst: no one's gun was working. The moment of control and the resistance that followed. Park's gang began to cheer, realizing that they had successfully turned the tide. At this point, the situation seemed hopeless for the soldiers. Park knew it, and with complete confidence, he ordered the soldiers to kneel. However, the military unit didn't move. Instead, they exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. One soldier quickly analyzed the situation aloud. If Park's power was solely fire interference, then there was no reason to fear him. C immediately took control of the conversation, formulating a strategy. They still had numerical superiority. 4 awakened individuals? They had dozens of trained soldiers. C issued orders, assigning groups to handle each of Park's men. Additionally, he assigned extra support to Lee Sang-ah, who had already positioned herself defensively. Park, watching them defy his command, scoffed in irritation. The first blow and the sudden collapse of Park's coup. Park sneered, threatening to make an example out of the boldest soldiers. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist slammed into his face with the force of a thunderclap. His vision exploded in pain as his body staggered backward, barely remaining upright. For a moment, stunned silence filled the courtyard. No one had seen it coming. Park, clutching his face, looked up in shock. A soldier had struck him. An awakened soldier. Even Lee was taken aback. She hadn't expected there to be another awakened individual among the troops. Park, still conscious but barely standing, processed the situation quickly. He had miscalculated. He had assumed the military unit was entirely composed of ordinary humans, but now he had been proven wrong in the worst possible way. And then, before he could react, another blow followed. This time, it sent him crashing into the ground, unconscious. The aftermath: the rebels defeated. With their leader taken down in a single strike, the remaining troublemakers faltered. Their confidence shattered, they quickly lost control of the situation. The military unit seized the moment, moving in to restrain the remaining members of Park's gang. Even Lee Sang-ah, despite her initial reluctance to take sides, helped subdue them. One of Park's subordinates, staring at his fallen leader, murmured in disbelief. How did Park think he could do this? Another, who had been among the most vocal troublemakers, sighed and admitted, "The unit is actually strong." C quickly took command, dismissing all those who didn't need medical attention back to their dormitories. Meanwhile, he ensured that every remaining troublemaker was restrained and taken into custody. The hero's arrival, a final piece of the puzzle. Just as C was wrapping up the situation, a new figure emerged from the darkness. It was Shin, and on his back, he carried the missing 5th rebel Chanjong. He had dragged the unconscious man all the way back to the base, his exhaustion visible. Stunned, C stared at the final missing piece of the coup's collapse. Shin, finally reaching the gathered soldiers, dropped Chanjong onto the ground with a heavy sigh. Then, Hyung stepped forward, his expression filled with admiration. "Excellent work," he said. Shin, still catching his breath, waved the compliment off. However, deep inside, he knew this was a turning point. With Park's attempted coup crushed, the survivors would now fall under complete military control. The balance of power had shifted permanently, and Shin was now in a position to ensure that no one else would ever challenge it again. The soldiers acknowledged Shin's rapidly improving combat skills, though the survivors remain visibly shaken. Among them lies Chanjong, known as the strongest in their group. H wonders if Shin may have been too aggressive, but the hero assures him that he was as gentle as possible. The ingredient discernment ability works by cutting off the airway and draining blood, but its significant drawback is an extreme thirst for blood. Fortunately, Shin transitioned to using fish preparation illumination, which allowed him to subdue his opponent without causing fatal harm. From now on, Shin will be able to incapacitate enemies without taking their lives. With the situation now under control, Kung expresses his disappointment in the so-called troublemaker's strength. Based on his observations, Kwang estimates the average level of the group to be around 3. Meanwhile, the military has about 6 newly awakened individuals of the same level. Kwang also comments on Shin's growth, noting that he has already surpassed level 10. Additionally, each member still possesses a token, and the staffs they wield grant a fixed boost, instantly making a level 1 individual as strong as a level 5. Though the effectiveness of this boost is expected to diminish over time, it remains a significant advantage. The hero acknowledges the efforts of the group and expresses his gratitude, but H declines to take all the credit, emphasizing that they only made it this far thanks to Shin's intervention. During their discussion, Lee brings up the topic of the awakened soldiers. Seeing Lee in good condition makes Shin happy, and she explains that it is only due to the soldiers' care that she was able to recover. Shin feels relieved by this and acknowledges that without their help, the group would have been lost. Despite everything, the hero apologizes for keeping so many things a secret, but explains that he had to act with caution. Lee understands his reasoning completely and has no complaints. Taking this as a chance to be more transparent, Shin reveals that half of the unit has already awakened. In his thoughts, he realizes that now is the right time to disclose everything. He also mentions the girl's profession, stating that while he is primarily a chef, he takes on other roles as well. The following day, in the basement, Shin approaches a guard and asks if anything has changed. The soldier explains that at first, they believed the troublemakers had attempted to escape, but it turned out they had made no such effort. Curious about their current whereabouts, Shin inquires about the location of their room, and the soldier gestures toward a room at the end of the corridor. At this point, Shin asks where they should begin the interrogation. The soldier, unsure if Shin can handle it alone, expresses concern. However, Shin reassures him, stating that this is his specialty. Entering Chanjong's room, the hero finds the boy trembling in fear. To ease his anxiety, Shin quickly clarifies that he is only there to talk. Wasting no time, Shin informs Chanjong that he has questions and asks if he is willing to cooperate. Chanjong, overwhelmed with terror, begins pleading for his life, promising to do whatever Shin asks. This reaction surprises Shin, who had not anticipated that a single punch would instill such profound trauma. In an effort to calm him down, Shin assures Chanjong that as long as he cooperates, he will not be harmed again. Before proceeding with the questioning, Shin pulls out some ice cream and insists that Chanjong eat it first. After the interrogation, Shin is very pleased with the effects of the confession ice cream. The dessert induces honesty and compels the consumer to speak truthfully, making it an excellent tool for extracting information. Under its influence, Chanjong confesses that he and his associates are criminals. He explains that as information about Awakening became more widespread, it became increasingly difficult for them to expand their influence. Eventually, they decided to submit to a blonde leader. Chanjong further reveals that this leader had hidden the fact that he was awakened and infiltrated Lee's group in secret. He describes how taking power from others was never an easy task, but one of their members had a unique ability, a talent for ruining reputations. This allowed them to systematically weaken potential threats, while slowly expanding their reach. Chanjong admits that this meticulous strategy was precisely why their group targeted the unit. It was an exceptionally valuable prize, as it not only had a well-structured hierarchy, but also possessed weapons. Now, Shin finally understands Tun's prediction about concealing power. If the criminals had recognized the full potential of the battalion from the beginning, they would have approached the situation much more carefully, gradually infiltrating instead of acting rashly. Furthermore, Shin realizes that bringing survivors into the unit was always a risky endeavor. Now, the hero is left pondering what should be done with these individuals. Later, the lieutenant reports to Shin that, as instructed, he has reassured the survivors. He adds that, overall, there is nothing particularly alarming to note, as everyone has remained calm since the situation was resolved. Shin, as expected, is extremely pleased with the officer's efficiency and his ability to persuade others. He acknowledges the lieutenant's usefulness, seeing him as a valuable asset under his command. The lieutenant, eager to confirm his competence, asks if his performance was satisfactory. Without hesitation, Shin assures him that he did an excellent job. Now that the situation is stable, Shin reflects on what lies ahead. The battle may have ended, but new challenges are sure to arise. With half of the unit now awakened and their enemies growing more desperate, the hero knows that more conflicts are inevitable. However, armed with new abilities and a deeper understanding of his opponents, he is confident that he will continue to evolve, ensuring the survival of his allies and the protection of the unit. Shin notices Kim's nervousness as the officer hesitantly requests a small snack as a reward for his efforts. This simple request causes the hero some concern, as he observes Kim's withdrawal symptoms worsening. However, when Shin does not immediately respond, Kim quickly retracts his request, apologizing and insisting that 3 meals a day are sufficient. Despite this, Shin decides to honor the request and agrees to prepare a special snack as a reward for Kim's hard work. Upon hearing this, Kim's face lights up with gratitude, and he excitedly rushes off to wait in the dining hall, skipping away like a child. Witnessing this unexpected behavior, Shin finds himself contemplating whether he should implement the same dependence strategy on the 5 remaining criminals. If they are left alone without proper guidance, they will remain dead weight, and Shin is not eager to resort to killing humans unless absolutely necessary. As he prepares the snack, these thoughts linger in his mind, making him realize that a decision must be made soon. Later, Shin approaches the blonde leader, presenting him with a tray filled with delicious food. As the once stern and grumpy man takes his first bite, his expression changes instantly, his rigid demeanor softens, and a genuine smile appears on his face for the first time. Seeing this reaction, Shin mirrors the smile, knowing that his cooking has had the desired effect. Following this success, the hero ensures that the entire group receives the same treatment. This effort ultimately earns him the Reform Achievement, a unique reward granted when an evil group is subdued through the power of cooking. Additionally, the Reformed Chef title is bestowed upon him, increasing the effectiveness of food by 30% when served to monsters and malicious individuals. With this newfound status, these former criminals are officially integrated into the unit, becoming its newest members. The following day, they salute the other soldiers and assist with various daily tasks, proving their willingness to adapt. Observing this, Shin inquires about their progress, and Kwang reports that despite being slightly older than the others, they are adjusting well. With no immediate issues arising, Shin confirms that they will remain under supervision until their reform is complete. At that moment, H rushes in, appearing desperate to speak with Shin. Sensing the urgency, the hero immediately asks what has happened. H, acting as the unit's surgeon, explains that there is something Shin must see right away. By this time, the UN has successfully collected the remaining fuel, but without tapping into the vehicle reserves. The generator will only last another week. This presents a major crisis, as the unit is already running dangerously low on food and electricity. Despite the concern among the soldiers, Shin remains calm, knowing that this situation was inevitable ever since the arrival of the survivors altered the original plans. One of the soldiers anxiously asks what should be done next, and Shin firmly states that they will begin preparations to leave the unit. Later that night, as preparations continue, Kei notices something unusual. He realizes that Shin intentionally skipped dinner, prompting curiosity about his true intentions. When the meal is finally revealed, the soldiers are met with an astonishing sight: a lavish spread of fresh, beautifully arranged dishes, carefully prepared to cater to all tastes. However, as they take their first bite, Shin unveils the truth: the meal is made from lizard meat. The moment this revelation sinks in, the soldiers' excitement immediately shifts into outright panic. Unsurprisingly, H reacts with outrage, demanding to know why Shin is feeding them lizard meat. In response, the hero calmly explains the reasoning behind his decision. Up until now, they had only encountered lizards with well-known weaknesses, but according to Miss Lee, there are numerous other types of monsters outside, including zombies and humanoid creatures. Given this reality, the unit must be prepared to adapt and survive under increasingly difficult conditions. Even after this explanation, H remains confused, struggling to understand the necessity of eating monster meat. At this point, Shin further clarifies that their food supplies have dwindled to dangerously low levels, leaving them with only a minimal amount of combat rations. Though the soldiers can still purchase basic food items such as rice and bread from the shop, these goods require points and are difficult to prepare under their current circumstances. Fortunately, monster meat contains magic, making it an efficient and highly effective food source. While this reasoning is logical, Kev voices a concern many soldiers will struggle to accept this change, particularly when it comes to lizard meat, as they had witnessed their comrades die at the hands of these creatures. Shin acknowledges this emotional struggle, fully aware that the mental toll of their experiences cannot be ignored. This is precisely why he has carefully managed the unit's morale through well-prepared meals. Without this effort, the entire group would have already collapsed under the weight of severe trauma. Even now, Shin continues to wrestle with the burden of keeping everyone mentally stable. The reality of eating creatures that once preyed upon humans is a hard truth to swallow, yet Shin remains steadfast in his convictions. He firmly states that they cannot afford to hesitate, as their primary goal is survival. At this moment, the soldiers are faced with a critical decision. They must either consume monster meat to stay alive, or risk being consumed by monsters themselves. With determination in his voice, Shin asks his soldiers for their trust, urging them to place their faith in his leadership. The following day, Hum gathers everyone for another special meal prepared by Shin. Unlike the night before, the soldiers feel relieved at the thought of eating something fresh, though some remain skeptical about whether the meal truly contains monster meat. However, the moment they take their first bite, their doubts quickly dissipate. To their astonishment, the food is incredibly delicious, surpassing all expectations. Even more surprising is the unexpected benefit the meal enhances their stats, proving to be far superior to anything they had consumed before. Recognizing the success of this strategy, Kei enthusiastically praises the plan, expressing confidence that it will ultimately benefit the unit. In agreement, Shin nods, reaffirming that they are taking the right steps towards survival. Despite the challenges that lie ahead, one thing is certain: the unit has entered a new phase of adaptation, and under Shin's leadership, they will overcome whatever obstacles arise. Although some soldiers remain hesitant, the surgeon reassures Shin that there is no need to worry. He confidently states that, given time, everyone will adjust and eat the monster meat, as it is essential for their survival. To lighten the mood, Hung suddenly raises his voice, declaring to everyone that the party cannot end like this. His statement catches the attention of the entire battalion, and curiosity spreads among the soldiers. With a grin, he reveals that he has been hiding soju and beer, a secret stash he had carefully set aside after every department meeting. The announcement instantly excites the entire unit, and soon laughter fills the air. The soldiers cheer enthusiastically, their spirits lifted by the unexpected turn of events. Without wasting time, they bring out the hidden crates, and the military celebration begins in earnest. As the night progresses, Shin watches with a sense of satisfaction, genuinely pleased to see the soldiers so happy after such a long and exhausting period. For the first time in a while, they are able to relax and enjoy themselves. However, amid the lively atmosphere, Shin suddenly notices something unexpected. Miss Lee appears in the background, her presence catching him off guard. Her arrival surprises him, as she had not been in the Len quarters, where most survivors were residing. When he asks why she is here, Lee explains that she had not seen any soldiers around, and, after hearing the noise, decided to come investigate. Realizing that the celebration might have given the wrong impression, Shin quickly attempts to explain the situation, reassuring her that this was not an event meant to exclude the civilians. He emphasizes that the soldiers never intended to reserve good things for themselves while leaving the civilians with nothing. He is well aware that such an imbalance would create resentment and division, something he wishes to avoid. To his relief, Lee does not seem offended or angry. In fact, she calmly tells him that she had already heard about the monster meat, and while it was unusual, she understood that such measures were necessary for survival. However, despite understanding the reasoning, she had come with a request, one that Shin did not expect. To his surprise, Lee formally asks for all the survivors to be included in the unit. This request catches Shin off guard, as he finds it unusual that the civilians would want to participate in combat. However, Lee explains her reasoning. While being protected by the military was not necessarily a bad thing, she and the other survivors recognized that they needed to learn how to defend themselves. The dangers they had faced thus far were only the beginning, and they could not afford to remain helpless forever. Hearing this, Shin feels a sense of pride, realizing that Lee is now thinking like a leader. Her mindset has shifted from passively waiting for protection to actively taking responsibility for their own survival. However, despite being impressed, Shin notes that her request is still quite sudden. Sensing his hesitation, Lee elaborates further. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. The survivors had been discussing it for some time, particularly since Chang's betrayal. Her reasoning makes sense to Shin. If not for the survivors' own actions, they would not have been able to stop Chang when he turned against them. Wanting to be sure, Shin asks if she had taken the opinions of all the civilians into account. Without hesitation, Lee confirms that she has the survivors are fully aware of the risks involved and are prepared to face them. Understanding this, Shin decides to lay out the conditions. He explains that military life is not easy, and if the civilians truly wish to join the unit, they will have to follow orders from their superiors. Lee acknowledges this without complaint, stating that from what she had observed, Lieutenant Kim seemed competent enough to lead them. However, what she does not know is that Kim's effectiveness is largely due to following Shin's guidance. Shin decides not to correct her just yet, choosing to explain that detail later. Now fully grasping Lee's request, Shin tells her that he will discuss it with his superiors before making a final decision. Lee smiles in appreciation, thanking him and promising that the survivors will do their best not to become a burden to the unit. Later that evening, Shin informs the other soldiers about Lee's proposal, leaving many in disbelief. The idea of civilians joining them in battle is difficult for some to accept, and questions immediately arise. Some worry whether this will be too much of a burden, considering they are already struggling with limited resources. However, one fact remains undeniable: they cannot simply abandon the survivors to their fate. If left defenseless, the civilians would not survive once the military leaves the area. At this moment, Sue raises an important question: had the survivors truly agreed to this themselves? In response, Shin confirms that they had, reiterating that they understand the risks and are willing to fight alongside them. There is no doubt that the path ahead will be dangerous, and the soldiers cannot predict what new threats may arise. However, despite the uncertainty, one thing is clear: they must work together, pooling their strengths in order to protect each other and survive. After some deliberation, the soldiers come to a conclusion: this is their duty, not just as soldiers, but as human beings. And with that, the debate ends. Later, Lee approaches Shin again, requesting that he check something she had prepared. Curious, he follows her to where she had been working, and what he sees astonishes him. Before him are newly crafted military uniforms, all made single-handedly by Lee herself. The sheer amount of effort and dedication she had put into this project impresses him greatly. Examining the uniforms closely, he realizes that they are made from monster leather, a highly durable material. She further explains that the command combat sets were created using the hide of the lizard leaders, while the others were crafted from regular monster materials. Understanding the importance of defensive gear, she strategically reinforced only the critical areas of the uniform, ensuring protection without making them too heavy or restrictive. When she asks if he would like to try one on, Shin does not hesitate. The moment he puts it on, the system recognizes the craftsmanship and grants him several stat boosts. Due to being made by a novice tailor, the uniform significantly increases physical resistance and enhances attribute resistance. Shin is amazed, realizing how powerful this new equipment could be, especially when combined with the boosts from meals. Lee, watching Shin examine the uniform, smiles and compliments how he looks in it. In return, he thanks her, noting that the outfit is extremely comfortable. As their conversation continues, Shin brings up a curious observation. Why did she choose gray as the uniform color? In response, Lee explains her reasoning: they may soon need to head to the city, and gray would help them blend in while still appearing professional and organized. Lee knew that different situations might arise, so she decided to create multiple versions of the uniforms. Additionally, the designs for officers and soldiers varied, with the leader uniforms offering slightly more resistance. At this moment, Shin quickly clarified his role, stating that he was the unit's official commander. This revelation left Lee confused, as she had previously assumed there was a higher-ranking officer in charge. Although it was a bit late, Shin realized that this was the right moment to tell her everything. Since she was now fully integrated into the unit, it was necessary for her to understand the bigger picture. Deciding to trust her completely, Shin revealed everything he knew, including secrets that only the veteran soldiers were aware of. He also asked her to keep this knowledge confidential, ensuring that the chain of command remained stable. Later, outside the building, the soldiers gathered to inspect their new uniforms. Unsurprisingly, they were thrilled, realizing that this high-quality material would significantly reduce injuries in battle. Excitement spread throughout the unit, and the leaders personally thanked Lee for her contribution. However, she humbly stated that it was only possible because of the help and effort of others. Understanding the different needs of each fighter, Lee had made sure to customize the uniforms accordingly. For the warriors who required extra defense, she designed the uniforms to allow armor to be worn underneath. For the sword-wielding shooters, she added pouches for additional magazines. And for Shin, who primarily used a sword, she attached a sheath to his belt, ensuring quick and easy access to his weapon. Additionally, Lee had prepared uniforms for both Lieutenant Kim and Tajun, setting them aside for later. Seeing this, Shin volunteered to deliver them personally. Switching topics, Shin proposed an idea. He suggested that Lee make a uniform for herself as well. Since she was acting as the survivor's representative, it only made sense for her to have an outfit fitting her role. However, Lee hesitated, questioning whether the title of survivor representative still had any meaning now that she was officially part of the unit. Shin acknowledged her doubt but clarified that while the title itself may no longer hold significance, her role was more important than ever. He elaborated, explaining that once they left the base, they would inevitably encounter more survivors. Many of these people would likely seek refuge, and in such cases, the soldiers would need someone to manage them. That person was Lee. Hearing this, Lee understood the gravity of the responsibility being entrusted to her. She was pleased to be given such an important role, and her determination strengthened. Observing her resolve, Hung couldn't help but praise her, stating that she was exceptional and would undoubtedly excel in the position. With her personal experience and natural leadership skills, he was confident that she would adapt quickly. To further solidify her new role, Shin presented her with a weapon, a K5 pistol. These pistols were typically issued to higher-ranking officers or those in charge of maintaining order. However, after the monster attacks, the unit had lost several key figures, including their battalion commander, order officer, and military doctor. As a result, several unclaimed pistols remained. Since Lee had never handled a firearm before, C took the initiative to give her a quick lesson, ensuring she could use the weapon effectively if needed. At this point, Kwang raised an important question: who would receive the other two unclaimed pistols? Kay explained that one had already been given to Lieutenant Kim, as it was necessary for the dignity of his rank, particularly because he lacked strong combat abilities. As for the remaining pistol, Shin himself planned to use it. This decision surprised some of the soldiers, as Shin had always relied on his blade in battle. Seeing their concerned expressions, Shin explained his reasoning. While his sword was effective, it had its limitations. Since he wasn't originally combat-oriented, he felt it was necessary to equip himself with a firearm as an alternative. Kwang, however, wasn't entirely convinced. His expression darkened, and he seemed displeased by the idea. But before he could voice any objections, Kong reassured him, pointing out that a low-caliber weapon like the K wouldn't make much difference against stronger enemies. Hearing this, Kwang reluctantly accepted Shin's decision. A few days later, another soldier awakened, bringing the total number of awakened individuals to 100. This event triggered an important system notification. They had officially met the requirements to form a guild. The system informed them that a guild was a structured society, meaning that positions and rules needed to be established. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity, Shin suggested leaving the base. As expected, his proposal was met with concern. Many soldiers worried about the risks, questioning whether it was truly feasible for ordinary people to survive in the wilderness, given the overwhelming presence of monsters. Though there were no outright objections, several individuals trembled with anxiety, afraid of what lay beyond the safety of the base. Despite these concerns, Shin remained firm. Staying in the unit indefinitely would eventually drive the soldiers mad. In the long run, remaining in one place was not a viable strategy for survival. Some soldiers, such as Khan, understood the reality of the situation. Accepting the inevitable, he asked what needed to be done to prepare. For Shin, there was only one possible solution: he needed to boost morale before making the final decision. Gathering all the survivors and soldiers, Shin looked around. The sheer size of the group was overwhelming, yet something about it felt right. Under his leadership, they had managed to stay united, and now it was time to take the next step. Though there was still much to decide, the system provided them with a new function. The guild leader could appoint deputies to help manage responsibilities. These deputies would handle administrative duties and could even communicate remotely through system messages. This feature would allow Shin to delegate tasks effectively, ensuring that leadership remained organized even as the group expanded. With this new structure in place, the path forward was clearer than ever. They had come too far to turn back. Now it was time to leave the base and face the world beyond. The guild's name had yet to be decided, and the system prompted Shin to make a final choice. This was a significant moment, as the military unit had become the first in the country to officially form a guild. Given how difficult it was to gather 100 awakened individuals, it was no surprise that they had achieved this milestone before anyone else. As a reward for their achievements, the system granted them the Dragon's Tooth, an item whose effects remained unknown for now. However, rather than focusing on the reward, Shin decided to prioritize two important matters: appointing deputies and naming the guild. Using a megaphone, Shin addressed the entire unit, his voice carrying across the gathering. He announced that, as everyone knew, they had now reached 100 awakened members, marking a historic achievement. Their guild was the first in the country, and the protagonist congratulated everyone on their strength and dedication. He assured them that as they continued to grow, they would move forward with confidence, facing any challenges ahead. However, before leaving the base, several organizational matters had to be addressed. Shin explained that as the guild expanded, the appointment of deputies was necessary. There were 5 available positions, and being appointed as a deputy would enhance the emblem skill's buff effect. While Shin had the authority to appoint members at will, he wanted to hear everyone's opinions before making final decisions. He also emphasized that once they left the base, moving as a single group would be challenging. Having sub-commanders to help coordinate their movements was essential, as the soldiers' lives were at stake. Given the dangerous world outside, every appointment had to be carefully considered. After much discussion among the unit, there were no major disagreements. The senior members Shin had in mind, including Miss Lee, were seen as indispensable. However, the biggest concern revolved around Tajun, who was in a wheelchair. Several soldiers voiced their concerns, questioning whether there wasn't someone better suited for the role. Although Tajun was respected and well-liked, the reality was that he could barely walk, making it difficult for him to take on an active leadership role. Shin understood their concerns and decided to address the issue head-on. Taking a deep breath, he announced that Surgeon Park Tajun would not be leaving the base. This statement shocked the soldiers, as they had just been told that everyone would be departing. Even the senior members appeared confused, and Honorable openly questioned Shin's reasoning. Shin took his time to explain his decision. He pointed out that the mountain base was their only secure location, and if they abandoned it completely, they would lose the occupation effect. Additionally, the system had previously mentioned that maintaining territorial control would allow them to earn occupation points. The longer they controlled the area, the more points they could accumulate. Although the exact use of these points remained unclear, Shin theorized that this game-like system revolved around territorial battles. Losing their stronghold could put them at a disadvantage in the long run. At that moment, Tajun requested the megaphone, and after receiving it, he spoke to the unit directly. He reminded them that his profession was an astronomer, and his skills improved with better visibility of the stars. Since the mountain base provided an unobstructed view, staying behind would allow him to effectively monitor their surroundings and relay critical information. In short, Tajun would act as the unit's radar, ensuring that they always had access to crucial intelligence. Inspired by his words, 7 other soldiers volunteered to stay behind and form a dedicated detection squad. With this, all objections were silenced, and the 5 guild deputies were officially chosen. Now that their new command structure was in place, the final task was to decide the guild's name. At first, the soldiers suggested several ideas. One option was Gangan Liberation Front, referencing their current location. However, they knew they wouldn't remain confined to Gangan, making the name too restrictive. Another suggestion was Knights of the Round Table, a reference to the legendary Arthurian order. However, someone else proposed Steel Unit, inspired by the first monster they had fought, the Steel Lizard. After much discussion, the name that resonated the most was Steel Legion. It reflected their military origins, while also representing their unyielding determination to survive and adapt. With their guild officially named, Han asked the next crucial question: where should they go? The discussion immediately divided opinions. C suggested heading either east or west, prompting further debate. Him pointed out that the western region included large cities like Chunin, offering a vast amount of territory to explore. Additionally, there were other military bases in that area, meaning they could potentially regroup with other forces. On the other hand, the eastern region of Yangon housed the superior unit and was closer to the sea. The question then became, should they expand into a larger territory or seek out the superior unit? With no clear answer, the decision was left to Tajun. A few days later, as the evening set in, everyone gathered for departure. Among them stood the appointed sub-commanders leading their respective teams. The day before leaving, the senior officers had discussed a final concern: they had not fully secured the mountain area. To aid in their efforts, they had prepared a map marking important locations of interest. However, Kwangsu noticed something unusual: several spots were marked with an X. Confused, he questioned the significance of these markings, wanting to understand their purpose before they moved forward. As the group prepared for the next phase of their journey, the importance of their decisions weighed heavily upon them. Each step they took would shape the future of the Steel Legion, and Shin knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they had to face them together. The surgeon stepped forward to explain that the X-marked locations on the map indicated areas where monsters had recently been sighted. His words shocked the soldiers, especially Kwang, who had not expected the sheer number of threats still lurking in the region. Considering they were already encountering monsters on a daily basis, it was daunting to see how many more had been spotted. As preparations for departure continued, it became clear that leaving the base was going to be more difficult than anticipated. Rather than decreasing, the number of monsters had only continued to grow. This raised concerns about whether they would be ambushed on the way out. To make matters worse, recent scouting reports described monsters with bizarre forms, far beyond the usual lizards they had encountered before. Without knowing these creatures' weaknesses, fighting them effectively would be nearly impossible, especially without mercenary-level firepower. At this point, Kim turned to Lee, asking how she had managed to reach the base and whether she had faced many obstacles on her journey. Lee explained that while she had encountered monsters, they had not been nearly as numerous as those being reported now. During her journey, she had only needed to fight 1 or 2 creatures at a time, and none of them had been lizards. Since Lee had been able to defeat them on her own, Yum believed these creatures wouldn't pose much of a problem. In response, Shin suggested that the reduced number of monsters back then was likely due to the chief effect, a theory that immediately piqued everyone's curiosity. It was true that just 2 days after defeating the chief, survivors had started appearing in the mountains. At the time, the number of lizards had been significantly lower than usual. Steo noted that conditions were far worse now, especially since the unit had more soldiers and supplies to transport. This was why careful planning was absolutely necessary. Shin agreed, emphasizing that they needed to prepare as thoroughly as possible before making any moves. The departure begins. After making final preparations, the soldiers left the base, traveling in military vehicles. As they approached their designated area, Kwang ordered the perimeter defense to begin. Another commander directed the vehicles carrying the survivors to move inside the formation first, while a group of soldiers took positions at the rear to protect them. By this point, everyone was executing their assigned roles perfectly. Shin observed the scene carefully, noting that while maintaining formation was difficult, their experience and discipline would ensure success. This movement was similar to a traditional RPG strategy: tanks positioned at the front, damage dealers and healers in support roles. The large military vehicles formed barriers at both the front and rear, while melee fighters remained stationed close by. Meanwhile, long-range and support Awaken soldiers took positions inside the formation, ensuring the survivors remained protected. Despite their strategic positioning, there was one major challenge: they had no idea where an attack might come from. The narrow paths of the mountain roads also left little room for escape if something went wrong. Shinon stated that the best strategy was to block any incoming attack immediately, but Kwang pushed for an alternative approach. He insisted that the fastest way to ensure survival was to exit the mountain as quickly as possible using the vehicles. Shin understood the concern. The mountain roads were filled with unpaved paths, and certain sections had steep cliffs, making regular travel extremely dangerous. Moving too slowly could lead to them being ambushed from multiple sides. However, rushing through the area recklessly could also result in catastrophic losses. Given these risks, moving too quickly might actually lead to the entire battalion's extermination. With their formation finalized, one of the soldiers asked, "Should we proceed?" Shin took a deep breath before giving the command to move forward. The ambush begins. Minutes later, the vehicles moved cautiously along the path, while soldiers patrolled the perimeter with their weapons ready. Inside the formation, the survivors remained in the most protected zone, while the commanders coordinated movements using a map. As they progressed, one of the soldiers noted something strange: the area around them was eerily silent. This uneasy silence immediately raised concerns. Sensing the tension, Kwang warned that the quiet wouldn't last long. He explained that a territorial effect was in play, but whatever was keeping the monsters at bay was about to end. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed in the distance. One of the nervous soldiers turned to the surgeon and asked, "Did you hear that?" Kwang confirmed it, his expression growing serious. Without hesitation, he ordered the soldier to inform the main unit immediately. The soldier sprinted off to relay the warning, but before he could even reach the others, the attack began. From all sides, lizard monsters suddenly charged forward, their numbers overwhelming. The creatures completely surrounded the vehicles, cutting off all escape routes. At this moment, Shin assessed the situation. Thankfully, all the survivors had made it inside the vehicles before the ambush began. Without wasting a second, Shin shouted his orders. "Formation, just like we practiced." His voice rang loud and clear across the battlefield. The soldiers immediately responded, forming their defensive positions. Shin instructed them to focus on weak points, conserving as much energy as possible. He also ordered them to avoid using rifles, as the sound would attract even more monsters. The awakened soldiers followed his orders without hesitation, their training kicking in perfectly. All the sub-commanders were eager to prove themselves, taking the lead in the battle. Shin himself didn't hold back, jumping into action as soon as the first wave of monsters attacked. The lizards lunged at the defensive line, their massive bodies crashing against the soldiers' shields and weapons. Despite their strength, the soldiers stood firm, working together to prevent the creatures from breaking through. Amidst the chaos, Kwang's attention snapped toward a deafening roar. His instincts took over, and with a burst of speed, he delivered a devastating punch directly into the face of one of the lizards. The force of the impact sent the beast flying, crashing into a tree before collapsing lifelessly. Here's the extended narrative version. Shin's grip on his cooking knife tightened as he surveyed the battlefield. The night air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, a grim reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. The soldiers were still holding their formation, but the exhaustion in their movements was evident. They had been fighting relentlessly, their bodies bruised, their uniforms stained with the filth of battle. Kwang had just finished pummeling 2 more lizards into the dirt, his fists drenched in their thick black blood. He exhaled sharply, standing amidst the carnage, his stance firm and unwavering. "These weaklings are wasting my time," he muttered before scanning the battlefield. His eyes locked onto a larger beast in the distance, a creature that towered over the others, its thick scales gleaming under the moonlight. A chief-level monster. Finally, Kwang grinned, cracking his knuckles. Something worth my effort. Without hesitation, he charged forward, his sheer momentum sending debris flying with every step. The moment he reached the creature, he struck with full force, his fist colliding with its chest like a cannonball. The beast let out a guttural roar as it was launched backward, crashing into a group of smaller monsters behind it. For a brief moment, there was silence, the enemy forces stunned by the sheer brutality of the attack. But then, as if in retaliation, more lizards began scaling the fallen bodies of their brethren, using the mound of corpses to push forward. "Damn it!" Kwang spat, realizing his mistake. "They're using their own dead to reach the vehicles." Meanwhile, Hun wasn't standing idly by. His eyes darted around the battlefield, scanning for any weak points in the defense. Just as one of his comrades found himself cornered by a lizard lunging at his throat, Hun acted. He raised his hand, and a surge of electricity crackled through his fingers before striking its target. The monster convulsed violently before collapsing, smoke rising from its charred body. "Stop relying on the damn barriers!" he shouted to the others. "If we keep letting them climb, they'll overrun us. Push them back!" The soldiers around him reacted immediately, shifting their strategy. No longer were they merely holding the line, they were fighting back, actively repelling the beasts instead of waiting for them to attack. One soldier, barely managing to keep a monster at bay with his rifle, let out a relieved breath when he saw Hun directing the battle. The soldiers had been trained for combat, but this was beyond anything they had prepared for. They were no longer just fighting for survival, they were fighting to protect the civilians trapped inside the vehicles. Inside those vehicles, the survivors could hear everything: the guttural roars of the creatures, the clash of steel against hardened scales, the desperate shouts of soldiers. The sounds of battle were deafening, each impact shaking the very ground beneath them. Fear gripped the civilians, their breaths coming out in short, panicked gasps. Some clung to each other, others covered their ears, trying to block out the terrifying reality outside. Lee, however, refused to succumb to fear. She could feel her own heart racing, but she forced herself to remain calm. These people needed reassurance. If she lost control, then so would they. She inhaled deeply before speaking, her voice steady despite the dread creeping into her thoughts. "The soldiers will win," she assured them. "They always do." Her words weren't just an empty attempt to soothe them. She believed it. Shin and the others had fought through worse. They had survived impossible odds, and they would do so again. Outside, the battlefield was shifting. The surgeon, his face covered in dirt and sweat, unleashed another burst of lightning, this time enveloped in a dark shroud. The electrified darkness lashed out like a whip, incinerating several creatures at once. Their bodies convulsed as they were reduced to charred husks, the air filled with the acrid smell of burnt flesh. But even as they fell, more took their place. From the distance, a new horde emerged. This time, their numbers were even greater. Hun, panting heavily, turned to Shin. "Where the hell are they all coming from?" Shin's expression remained calm despite the situation. "The noise," he said simply. "The more we fight, the more we attract." It was an unfortunate reality. If they had started using rifles earlier, The battlefield would already be swarming with thousands of creatures. They had no time to dwell on it. The new horde was approaching fast and they still needed to deal with the remnants of the first wave. "Eliminate the remaining monsters before they arrive," Shin commanded. At his order, the soldiers worked quickly, finishing off the last of the creatures at the rear. The only ones left were the two that had managed to reach the vehicles. Standing atop one of the armored trucks, Shin made another call. "Everyone, use your combat snacks. Another swarm is coming." At once, the soldiers reached into their uniforms, pulling out the small rations Shin had personally prepared. One soldier sighed in relief as he unwrapped his food. "I was starting to feel exhausted." Shin himself pulled out a ration and turned to Hun. "Eat. You're switching places with Kwang." Hun nodded, taking a bite. As soon as they finished, the system provided a notification. All attributes have increased by 5%. Endurance boost, 15%. Shin felt the surge of energy rush through his body. This was their advantage. The soldiers had been pushed to their limits, but this boost would give them the strength to keep going. Gripping his cooking knife, Shin prepared to jump into the next phase of battle. But a thought lingered in his mind. Once they left this base, he wouldn't have access to a proper kitchen anymore. Cooking would become a luxury. The smell of food could attract enemies. The lack of proper equipment would make preparing meals difficult. Until they could establish a stable base, everyone would have to rely on combat rations. And even those wouldn't last forever. Their current supply might last a week at best. Thankfully, Shin had an alternative. His combat rations ability allowed him to create food with a long shelf life. The stats weren't as high as fresh meals, but they were enough to keep everyone going. Plus, with the abundance of lizards, he had plenty of raw materials to work with. If he could develop a proper rationing system, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. But that was a problem for later. Right now, they needed to survive this battle. Shin turned to Kwang. "Hold the line. I'll be back." Kwang gave him a sharp nod before throwing another punch at a lizard that got too close. Shin moved fast, making his way toward Lieutenant Kim. Kim looked up in surprise as Shin approached. "It's time," Shin said simply. "Use your commander ability." Kim hesitated. I don't know if I'm ready." Shin didn't give him a choice. "If we don't use it now, we're dead." Kim swallowed hard before closing his eyes. When he opened them, there was a new determination in his gaze. He raised his voice. "All soldiers, prepare for battle." A wave of energy pulsed through the battlefield. A golden aura surrounded the troops, their movements becoming sharper, their stances more focused. The commander's aura had taken effect. The final battle for survival was about to begin. This was just the beginning. The battle had only just begun. As the group reflected on their current situation, it became clear that they had been completely vulnerable during the monster attack since they hadn't even awakened yet. This realization led Shin to consider that if the two corporals, Jamin and Sonho, had simply descended the mountain, they might still be alive. However, despite their proximity to where the attack occurred, their bodies were nowhere to be found. Given this, Kwang speculated that perhaps they had managed to survive and escape elsewhere. However, Shin, knowing how devastating a fall from that height would be even for an awakened soldier, reached the grim conclusion that they had most likely become food for the lizards. This thought filled him with deep regret, but it seemed the most logical explanation. Still, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him, as if something much worse was looming over them. Despite his worries, Shin knew that the unit didn't have time to dwell on the matter. They had more immediate concerns. Later, Yang voiced his surprise at the absence of the corporals' bodies, and Shin admitted that he also couldn't comprehend why they were missing. Regardless, the group had to continue producing combat rations since their supplies were running low. Kem agreed, pointing out that they now had a substantial amount of lizard meat. Ultimately, Shin understood that he would have to keep cooking on the move. The soldiers couldn't afford to be without dried meat, especially while operating in enemy territory. Before long, another horde of monsters emerged from all directions, launching an attack on the battalion. Hyung quickly commanded everyone to hold their positions, warning them that abandoning their spots would only lead to disaster. Unfortunately, the sheer number of monsters proved overwhelming. The soldiers fought fiercely, and the guild deputies, including Lee, were engaged in battle. However, it remained uncertain whether they would be able to hold out for long. Meanwhile, inside a truck, Shin worked tirelessly, racing against time. This was already their fourth battle, and he hadn't even had the chance to step outside as he had been busy preparing dried meat. At that moment, all he could do was hope for the best. Thankfully, the soldiers managed to repel the monsters, but not without casualties. 5 were injured, and 1 was in critical condition. This deeply concerned Shin, as their forces were gradually being worn down with each encounter. However, Due to the meals he prepared and the buffs from Lieutenant Kim, the soldiers' stats had improved despite their growing fatigue. Still, the relentless sounds of battle continued to attract more monsters to the area, making their situation increasingly precarious. Changing the subject, Kim informed Shin that some soldiers had been complaining about his absence in combat. Shin understood their frustrations but knew that, compared to the warriors, his combat abilities were only average. He was far more useful to the unit by focusing on producing combat rations. Kim reassured him that he wasn't one of the critics and promised to silence those who spoke against him. However, Shin remained doubtful that it would be as simple as Kim made it seem. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over, calling for their attention and reporting something strange on the road. Without hesitation, they followed him to investigate. Upon arriving at the scene, they were met with an utterly shocking sight, a cave containing 2 grotesquely transformed zombies. Shin was horrified to see that the creatures were still clad in military uniforms. The entire group stood in stunned silence, unable to process what they were witnessing. Examining the unit tags on the uniforms, Kwang made a chilling realization. These zombies were none other than Jamin and Sonho, the very corporals who had been sent on a reconnaissance mission under Lieutenant Kim's orders. Shin had never anticipated such a turn of events. Hong, however, quickly recovered from the shock and began issuing orders. With a firm shout, the surgeon instructed the soldiers to move forward and bring the survivors into the vehicles. But just as they were about to follow through, Kwang, peering through his binoculars again, made another disturbing discovery. The zombies were not only moving toward them, but were also armed, still holding their firearms. The soldiers were thrown into complete disarray at the revelation that even after death, Jamin and Sonho retained the ability to wield weapons. Realizing the danger, the order was immediately given for everyone to take cover and prepare to intercept enemy gunfire. A frantic scramble ensued as the zombies opened fire. The soldiers quickly deployed their tactical shields, managing to protect themselves from the deadly barrage. However, some of the bullets struck their vehicles, and to Shin's horror, one shot hit Mechu squarely in the chest. Panic surged through Shin as he promised to call a medic immediately. But despite the pain, Inshu, clutching at his uniform, managed to speak. He revealed that the uniform had absorbed most of the impact and saved his life. Shin let out a sigh of immense relief. Naturally, the soldiers urged him to double-check, and upon closer inspection, Shin found himself thoroughly impressed by the quality of the uniforms. At the very least, their gear was proving to be a lifesaver in ways they hadn't expected. Despite surviving the latest ordeal, the group knew that the emergence of zombie soldiers capable of using firearms was a terrifying development. If Jamin and Sonho had turned into such creatures, then who was to say others wouldn't suffer the same fate? It was a grim realization, and the uncertainty of what lay ahead weighed heavily on them all. Despite the chaos of the gunfire from the zombies, no fatalities occurred, though the battle had taken its toll. However, the advancing monsters still posed a threat. Fortunately, the undead soldiers seemed unable to fire any further, which led to speculation among the troops that they had run out of ammunition. Hung let out a chuckle, remarking that the zombies likely lacked the intelligence to reload their weapons. Seizing this moment, the surgeon ordered the warrior squad to attack before the zombies could make another move. Without hesitation, Kwang led the charge, accompanied by 2 other warriors. To everyone's surprise, the battle ended almost instantly. The soldiers quickly and effortlessly eliminated the zombified former comrades, regaining control of the situation within moments. Despite their victory, Kwang couldn't shake an unsettling feeling. There was something deeply disturbing about fighting those who had once fought alongside them. As the battle concluded, Shin and Hyum acknowledged that the immediate crisis had been resolved, yet they remained emotionally shaken by what had transpired. Just as they began to process the ordeal, a sudden commotion in the sky drew their attention. A flock of crows took off in a frenzied flight, their frantic cawing filling the air. Their erratic behavior was alarming, as if they had sensed an impending disaster. Unease spread through the battalion as they questioned what could be happening. At that moment, an eerie stillness enveloped the mountain. The ground itself trembled beneath them. H's voice wavered as he asked if this was what he feared it might be. Shin, with grim certainty, confirmed his suspicion. The sound of gunfire had attracted every monster in the vicinity. The weight of this realization hit them all at once. They were about to be overwhelmed. Understanding that there was no time to hesitate, the surgeon turned to Shin for a plan. Without wasting a second, Shin declared that their cautious approach was no longer viable. From this point forward, they would need to go all out. He ordered the marksmen and mages to remove any power restrictions and prepare for a full-scale assault. If they wanted to survive, they had to throw everything they had into this battle. Shin swiftly organized their forces, directing the long-range Awakened soldiers to position themselves in the 2.5-ton truck to provide covering fire. Meanwhile, the warriors were instructed to move ahead, clearing the path of any approaching monsters. He emphasized that their best chance of survival lay in making it out of the mountain range as quickly as possible. The urgency in his voice spurred everyone into action. Checking in with the driver, Shin was given an estimate 30 minutes. That was how long they needed to hold out in order to escape the area. Wasting no time, he assigned a marksman to the passenger seat for added security. Meanwhile, all soldiers, except for the warriors, climbed into the vehicles, while the marksmen took up positions on top, readying themselves for the upcoming battle. With the final preparations in place, Shin took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. They had to make it out alive. However, as the monstrous figures emerged from the distance, it became evident that this would be the most grueling fight the unit had ever faced. The enemy wasn't just lizards, this time beasts of all shapes and sizes were closing in, creating a terrifying, nightmarish scene. As the monsters surged forward, the warriors braced for impact, engaging the first wave from a distance. Shin shouted commands, urging them to keep the path ahead clear. The warriors fought fiercely, each strike pushing the creatures back. Charging forward with incredible force, Kwang barreled through the monsters, knocking them down like bowling pins. Despite their efforts, the vehicles were beginning to slow down due to the sheer number of creatures in their path. Realizing this, Kwang shouted for reinforcements, calling on the other warriors to help clear the way. Meanwhile, atop the vehicles, the marksmen were firing non-stop, desperately trying to keep the oncoming threats at bay. Cook, one of the soldiers, yelled for more ammunition, prompting a support soldier to rush to his aid. However, as he hurried to resupply the marksman, his eyes widened in horror. A new wave of monsters was descending from the ravine. These creatures were unlike anything they had faced before. Unlike the lumbering lizards, these were wolf-like beasts, sleek yet muscular, their glowing eyes filled with primal hunger. Their sheer presence sent a wave of unease through the soldiers. Their menacing appearance alone was enough to put the entire unit on edge. One of the soldiers frantically called for Shin, urging him to witness the terrifying sight firsthand. Seeing them for himself, Shin was left in utter shock. These creatures were far deadlier than the lizards. Each one possessed 6 powerful limbs, and their speed was overwhelming. The warriors, who had been holding the line with confidence, were now struggling to keep up with the wolves' relentless movements. These monsters weren't merely attacking for the sake of destruction, they were hunting, driven by an insatiable hunger. It was clear to Shin that this was an entirely new level of danger. Their usual strategy of moving while keeping the vehicles protected would be nearly impossible against such fast-moving predators. He needed a new plan, and he needed it fast. As the frontline warriors fought desperately to hold back the incoming wave, one of them shouted a warning. The monsters were too strong, and they wouldn't be able to hold them off much longer. Just as disaster seemed imminent, a sudden and unexpected action changed the course of the battle. Chunks of meat flew through the air, landing amidst the advancing wolves. The reaction was immediate. The moment the meat hit the ground, the wolves' aggressive charge came to a sudden halt. Their ravenous eyes locked onto the food and, without hesitation, they pounced on it, tearing into the lizard meat with feral desperation. The soldiers stared in disbelief. Just moments ago, these creatures had been relentless in their pursuit, yet now they were entirely focused on devouring the meat. One of the soldiers voiced his astonishment, noting that the wolves seemed far more interested in the food than in their actual targets. Realizing that they still had plenty of lizard meat in stock, Shin made a quick decision. They would continue using it as a distraction. If they could keep the wolves preoccupied with the meat, they might just be able to escape without suffering heavy losses. However, Shin had anticipated something like this from the very beginning. When the monsters had first surrounded them, their movements hadn't been purely aggressive. It had seemed as if they were carefully assessing their prey, waiting for the right moment to strike. Now it was clear they were motivated by hunger above all else. With this new strategy in mind, Shin shouted orders to his troops, instructing them to throw more meat into the wolves' path. As the creatures focused on the food, the unit seized the opportunity, pushing forward with renewed determination. Though the battle was far from over, they had found a way to tip the odds in their favor. Now their only goal was to escape the mountain range before something even worse arrived. Observing how the wolves reacted to the presence of meat, Shin quickly noted a key distinction between them and the lizards. Unlike the lizards, which coordinated their attacks with strategy, the wolves were primarily driven by hunger. If food was available, they would immediately go for it, making them predictable and easy to manipulate. Recognizing this, Shin realized that he could turn their behavior into an advantage. If the wolves were distracted, they became fragile and disorganized, presenting the perfect opportunity for the unit to strike. Using his low-level cooking secret, Shin analyzed the wolves' weaknesses and discovered that they were particularly vulnerable when their attention was diverted. Meanwhile, the lizard meat proved to be an incredibly effective bait, drawing the wolves in and allowing the marksmen to finish them off efficiently. With this newfound strategy, the soldiers were able to overcome yet another crisis. Shin reflected on the effectiveness of using lizard meat as a tool to manipulate monsters, considering that it could be used in similar ways against other creatures. Taking it a step further, he decided to enhance its effects by adding his special chef's sauce, which made the meat even more irresistible to the beasts. Through experimentation, the unit discovered that the higher the quality of the prepared dish, the stronger the effect. As they continued their battles, Shin relied on his chef's eye ability to pinpoint the weaknesses of various monster hordes, guiding the warriors with precise instructions. In this particular encounter, the wolves' weak point turned out to be their legs, and once the unit targeted them accordingly, the battle was easily won, reaching the end of the mountain path. After successfully clearing multiple waves of enemies, the unit pressed forward. Before long, some of the soldiers spotted the end of the mountain path, a sight that evoked mixed emotions among them. Some felt relieved, believing they had finally made it out of immediate danger, while others remained cautious, wary of what lay ahead. Amidst the shifting atmosphere, Shin struggled to share in their enthusiasm. Though he had maintained his composure, he had unknowingly overexerted himself. His chef's eye had been in constant use, his body drained from the effort. A sharp pain shot through his eyes, his vision blurred, and a wave of dizziness overtook him. For the first time, his body completely gave out. Before anyone could react, Shin collapsed to the ground, causing panic to ripple through the battalion. Soldiers rushed to his side, their voices a blur as his consciousness faded. Shin wakes up in the farmhouse. Some time passed before Shin finally regained consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a bed, his body drenched in cold sweat. Sitting beside him was Si, watching over him with concern. Seeing that Shin had awoken, Si immediately asked if he was all right. In a weak voice, Shin responded, admitting that he felt like he was dying. However, rather than focusing on his own condition, his first instinct was to ask about their current location. Si explained that after they left the mountains, they had come across an empty farmhouse and decided to set up camp nearby. For now, the location was secure, allowing the soldiers to recover from the exhausting battle. As Shin tried to gather his strength, Hong approached, offering him a bowl of porridge. He had made it using their combat rations. But Shin could immediately tell that Hong had simply thrown everything together and boiled it without much thought. Still, he appreciated the effort. Meanwhile, Hong informed Shin that after leaving the mountains, more monsters had appeared, but the unit had successfully dealt with them. Shin quickly asked if they had remembered to collect the monster carcasses, knowing how valuable their meat and hides would be. H confirmed that they had, understanding the importance of securing resources. At that very moment, Kwang and the others were outside retrieving the bodies, while Lee was overseeing resource production. Everyone was working diligently to ensure their survival. Just then, a soldier entered the room, announcing the return of the exploration team. Not wanting to delay, he suggested that Shin remain in bed while he handled the situation. However, Shin insisted on getting up and addressing the matter himself, debating the next course of action. Upon gathering with the team, Shin listened as the soldiers discussed their options. Initially, Tajun had proposed heading west, claiming that the area held more opportunities for supplies and shelter. However, Su strongly opposed this idea, warning that the western region was nothing short of a death trap. Su described the area as a lawless hellscape where monsters constantly clashed, drawing even more creatures into the fray. Additionally, any humans who perished there were turned into zombies, only adding to the chaos. According to the exploration team's findings, the village in that direction had already been completely overrun by both zombies and beasts, making it an extremely dangerous place to venture into. Shin acknowledged Su's concerns, recognizing that attempting to navigate through such a monster-infested zone would put them at a severe disadvantage. The environment itself would work against them. Numerous buildings, wrecked vehicles, and debris would block their field of vision, making it nearly impossible to move freely. Any attack from an unseen enemy could prove fatal. Despite this, some of the soldiers were still reluctant to abandon the idea, believing that the village might hold valuable supplies. Understanding their perspective, Shin offered a compromise. Instead of proceeding immediately, he suggested that they only attempt it after reinforcing their strength and ensuring their wounded had recovered. At present, the guild's 2 healers were already struggling to keep up, and if they sustained any more injuries, it could result in unnecessary fatalities. Until they had more resources and better conditions, they couldn't afford to take such risks. A new destination, the unit's barracks. As the discussion continued, Sue asked Shin what their next move would be. Pondering for a moment, Shin suddenly came up with a new idea, heading to their unit's own barracks. Kei immediately agreed, recognizing the logic in the decision. Unlike urban areas, which were filled with obstacles and potential ambush points, the barracks were located in open fields, making it easier to control their surroundings. Additionally, the barracks weren't too far away, meaning they wouldn't have to stretch their supplies too thin to reach it. Beyond that, the barracks held essential resources, weapons, medical supplies, rations, and possibly even vehicles that could further aid their survival. Securing a stable base of operations was now a priority, and if they could take control of the barracks, it could serve as the foundation for their future plans. Now that they had finally left the mountains, they needed to focus on survival in the long run. Establishing a reliable stronghold would be the key to ensuring their continued success. With the decision made, Shin ordered the unit to prepare for departure. Their next goal was clear: they were heading for the barracks. As the group settled into their temporary base, Shin suggested that they devise a detailed plan before sunset, gathering all high-ranking members to discuss their next course of action. After deliberating, they decided against moving all troops at once, opting instead to split into 3 squads, each under the command of a designated captain. Given that firearms couldn't be used, a marksman was assigned to remain at the cabin to provide security. Ammunition was running low, and conserving what little they had left was a priority. Heck agreed with this decision, understanding that reckless usage of bullets could leave them vulnerable later. Meanwhile, Lee was appointed as one of the squad leaders. Though she initially expressed doubts about her leadership abilities, Shin saw this as an excellent opportunity for her to grow. Having survived in the city, her knowledge of urban areas was invaluable, making her a crucial asset to their operation. While some of the soldiers disagreed with certain parts of the plan, Shin made the call to include Awaken survivors in each squad. These individuals had already been conditioned to follow orders without hesitation, their only demand being a snack in return for their service. Though this arrangement made many uneasy, Shin hoped that nothing would go wrong while they were away. Setting out in the morning. At dawn, Shin gathered the troops and announced the final details of their strategy. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, the 3 groups would split up and take different routes to their destination before regrouping. Everyone followed orders without question, preparing themselves for the dangerous journey ahead. As they set out, the civilians at the farmhouse wished them luck, watching as the unit disappeared into the wilderness. The march was long and arduous, but Shin took the opportunity to converse with Lee, hoping to gain insight into the survivors' experiences in the city. The reality of urban survival. Curious about why most survivors were found in cities, Shin asked Lee for her thoughts. She explained that for many, there was simply no other choice. Food was scarce anywhere else. Although monsters and zombies were constant threats, hunger was even worse. Many had perished due to starvation rather than direct attacks, and those who endured had to scavenge constantly to stay alive. Lee expressed deep gratitude for never missing a meal at the barracks, as before joining the unit, every single day had been a battle for survival. Shin then asked if surviving in a city had been particularly difficult, recalling how urban landscapes obstructed vision and created blind spots. Surprisingly, Lee revealed that this supposed disadvantage was actually an advantage for survivors. They had become adept at hiding and moving between buildings, using the environment to evade danger. In contrast, open fields were far more dangerous. There was no cover, no escape route, and if spotted, survivors would almost certainly be caught. Shin realized how different perspectives shaped survival strategies. What the military saw as a logistical nightmare, civilians had learned to navigate efficiently. Are there more survivors in the city? Changing the topic, Shin asked if she believed there were still survivors in the city. Lee responded without hesitation, there definitely were. The thought made sense. It was unlikely that the military were the only ones to endure. However, this realization left Shin uneasy. If they were to expand their forces, they needed to start searching for more survivors. The first group had integrated well into the unit, but if they started accepting survivors without any vetting process, there was a risk of criminals and untrustworthy individuals infiltrating their ranks. The mere thought gave Shin a massive headache. Building a stronger force was necessary, but they had to ensure it didn't come at the cost of internal stability. A dangerous discovery. As they continued their journey, Lee suddenly stopped, her expression shifting to one of concern. She raised a hand, signaling for the group to halt. Shin immediately asked what was wrong, and she whispered that she could hear faint breathing nearby. Given the situation, it was likely coming from zombies. The soldiers quickly scanned the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, they confirmed multiple zombies lurking nearby. Fortunately, the creatures hadn't noticed them yet. Shin shuddered to think what would have happened had Lee not detected them in time. The unit would have walked straight into a trap. Lee took the opportunity to explain more about zombies, revealing that they were generally weaker than monsters but could retain certain human instincts. This made them unpredictable. As an example, she pointed out a zombie moving within the sewer system, explaining that it was lying in wait, ready to ambush anyone who passed by. This wasn't mere mindless wandering, it was a calculated trap. Detecting zombies in advance. Shin, disturbed by this revelation, asked if there was a way to detect zombies before they got too close. Lee explained that awakened individuals with heightened senses could recognize breathing patterns, but only if they focused hard enough. Realizing that hearing was the only reliable method, Shin began formulating a strategy. He called the unit together, sharing everything he had just learned. He urged everyone to stay vigilant and prioritize large swords as their primary weapons. Given the tight quarters they would soon be entering, firearms weren't an option. To minimize risks, only the captains and a small vanguard group would move ahead, while the rest of the unit focused on securing the barracks. With the preparations finalized, Shin gave the order to move out. Entering the abandoned buildings, upon arriving at their destination, the unit cautiously stepped into one of the deserted buildings, their movements silent and precise. They split into two teams, each taking separate paths deeper into the structure. The moment they crossed the threshold, a chilling sound filled the air, the unmistakable noise of zombie breathing. But this time, it came from all directions. A sinking feeling settled over the group. H, slightly alarmed, noted that there were far too many zombies nearby, so many that pinpointing their exact locations was nearly impossible. Lee, her voice tense, admitted that she had never seen this many zombies gathered in a single place before. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly. Something was very wrong. Shin and his unit find themselves in a precarious situation as they navigate through a zombie-infested environment. The mission is already fraught with danger, but the discovery that some of the monstrous creatures were once their former superiors only exacerbates the difficulty. The realization that they might have to fight people they once respected and followed weighs heavily on the soldiers. Seeing the risks involved, Shin quickly decides that retreating is the most reasonable course of action. H agrees with this plan, but just as Shin prepares to give the command for Kwang to lead the way, a zombie suddenly launches itself toward the officer. The attack is swift and nearly fatal, but before the creature can strike its target, a knife pierces through its neck. The group is left in shock, not only by the sudden assault, but also by the remarkable reflexes of the hero himself. Shin had instinctively reacted in time to save Kwang's life. Realizing that there is no time to waste, Shin shouts for everyone to move as quickly as possible, since more zombies are closing in rapidly. Chaos ensues as the undead swarm toward them, forcing the soldiers to flee at full speed. Shin warns them not to slow down under any circumstances, knowing that hesitation could mean certain death. Eventually, the group successfully escapes from the base, but the encounter leaves them rattled, especially when they recognize that the zombie they had just fought was none other than Surgeon Park, a distinguished officer from their battalion. The shock of seeing a familiar face among the undead deeply unsettles the soldiers. Shin, however, remains composed as he explains that even though the infected undergo monstrous transformations, it is still possible to identify them. Kay points out that despite everything, these zombies were once their commanding officers, making it psychologically distressing for the troops to engage them in battle. The emotional toll of having to fight those they once obeyed and respected could significantly destabilize the soldiers' morale. Reflecting on the situation, Shin realizes that it has been a long time since he last prepared a comforting meal for his comrades. Ever since the unit encountered Jamin and Sul on their journey, the soldiers' fear of zombies has only grown stronger. Understanding their distress, Shin contemplates the possibility of searching for alternative solutions, but he ultimately concludes that they must investigate the barracks. His decision is not only rooted in strategic necessity, but also in the importance of maintaining the soldiers' mental well-being. While this initially confuses some of his companions, Shin clarifies that their battles with the zombies are temporary, yet there may still be survivors in need of rescue. Lee supports this notion, arguing that a rescue mission would not only serve a greater purpose, but also bolster the soldiers' morale and courage. Kum, however, remains skeptical, voicing concerns about the dangers of the plan. In response, Shin emphasizes that unlike random expeditions, this mission has a clear and meaningful objective, saving potential survivors. After an intense discussion, the officers decide to listen to Shin's strategy and begin devising a plan to handle the creatures in the barracks. Given that these buildings function like dungeons, Shin knows that the mission will be anything but easy. Kong suggests deploying all the mages in their unit to unleash maximum firepower and eliminate the zombies en masse. Surprisingly, Shin does not dismiss the idea entirely but instead considers it a backup plan. He insists on first presenting his primary strategy, but only after everyone has eaten. As the team gathers for a meal, Shin contemplates the challenges ahead. While their combat skills are formidable, facing the zombies requires more than just physical strength. A simple increase in their stats will not be sufficient for the mission's success, so Shin decides to prepare a special dish infused with magical properties. The meal he prepares contains ingredients known to enhance hearing abilities, allowing the soldiers to better perceive the presence of predators and prey. This will be particularly useful in detecting the movements of zombies before they attack. Additionally, the dish is imbued with calming effects to help soothe their nerves. Since magical ingredients amplify these effects, the meal serves both as sustenance and as a tactical advantage. Once the soldiers finish eating, they express their delight at the food's flavor, noting that it resembles pork neck. Almost immediately, they experience a boost in all their stats by 5 points, and the magic-enhanced hearing takes effect. One of the soldiers excitedly points out a peculiar change in his status window, though his loud reaction irritates some of his comrades. However, they soon realize that no one is actually shouting. Their hearing has become so sensitive that even normal conversations sound much louder than usual. Before any arguments can break out, Shin announces that it is time to move. As they navigate the city, the soldiers' heightened hearing allows them to detect the zombies' movements well before they come into sight. This newfound ability enables them to strike first, launching powerful attacks that leave the creatures with no chance to retaliate. At one point, a soldier warns the others about a zombie hiding inside a wardrobe, while another urges him to lower his voice, worried that they might attract even more creatures. The troops soon realize that they can now pinpoint enemy locations purely through sound, a feat that astonishes even Lee. However, she also notes that the extreme auditory sensitivity is causing them physical discomfort, as their ears ache from the constant influx of noise. Shin speculates that their brains are not fully adjusted to processing such heightened sensory input, but he reassures the team that their current focus is simply on locating the zombies. Since these creatures lack intelligence, the soldiers can still handle them effectively, despite the overwhelming noise. At their current pace, they should be able to complete the mission without too many complications. Suddenly, a zombie appears without warning, managing to get close before anyone can react. Fortunately, Shin is quick to respond and intercepts the attack. With precise movements, he drives a knife straight into the monster's head, instantly neutralizing the threat. However, the situation takes a more troubling turn as some of the zombies begin attacking in complete silence. This unexpected development alarms Shin, as it suggests that the undead are adapting to their tactics. Realizing that they have lingered in the area for too long, he immediately orders the group to move to the officers' building on the next floor. If everything proceeds according to plan, the unit should be able to complete their mission without any further complications. However, the silent attacks from the zombies indicate that new challenges may be on the horizon. Shin remains cautious, knowing that the mission is far from over. His priority is to ensure that his team stays safe while also rescuing any potential survivors. As they proceed to the next stage of their operation, the soldiers steel themselves for whatever dangers await them ahead. Upon reaching the next floor, Shin is taken aback to find that Hong is already there. H, appearing unfazed, remarks that Shin is late, while Kwang reports that most of the monsters have already been dealt with. At this rate, a soldier comments that he almost pities the zombies, noting that they lack any real combat skills. However, despite the progress they have made, one formidable opponent still remains the commander of the unit's battalion, Major Kwak Hun. Shin is visibly shaken at the sight of the highest-ranking officer in their unit, now reduced to such a state. Unlike the hesitant and indecisive Lieutenant Kim, Major Kwak Hun was a true soldier among soldiers. His skill and leadership as commander were widely acknowledged, making it all the more tragic to see him turned into a mindless monster. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Shin steps forward and announces that he wishes to personally bid farewell to the battalion commander. Everyone in the unit agrees, recognizing that, as the leader of the Steel Legion Guild, it is Shin's responsibility to take on this task. Despite a moment of hesitation, Shin draws his blade and approaches the monster. The battle begins as the Major launches the first attack. Almost instantly, Shin perceives that the Major's spirit is vastly different from that of the other zombies they have encountered. There is still a sense of discipline and force in his movements, something that sets him apart even in his undead state. However, despite the Major's lingering strength and imposing presence, Shin is able to defeat him with remarkable ease, cutting him down in a single swift move. Even in the midst of this grim situation, Shin vows never to forget the military spirit that the commander once embodied. With deep reverence, he decapitates the monster, ensuring that the major is finally laid to rest. As he looks down at his fallen superior, he makes a solemn pledge to build the Steel Legion Guild in the commander's legacy. He promises to transform it into a formidable organization and protect it at all costs, ensuring that the values and discipline instilled by their commander will never be forgotten. Later, with all the soldiers gathered, the unit holds a burial ceremony to honor their fallen comrades. The zombie bodies, including those of their former officers and friends, are collected and burned in a massive funeral pyre. The weight of sorrow is palpable, as everyone struggles to come to terms with the fact that those who perished were not just fellow soldiers, but also valued companions and exceptional warriors. As the flames consume the remains, Shin bids farewell to his lost comrades, hoping that they may find peace in the afterlife. Once the funeral is over, Shin shifts his focus to the tasks ahead. He urges everyone to concentrate on the survivors and what must be done to ensure their safety moving forward. With the farewell complete, the unit gets to work in earnest, transforming the officers' quarters into a new temporary base. H's group is assigned the responsibility of eliminating any remaining traces of zombies from the site, ensuring that it is completely secure. Meanwhile, Lee's group of survivors is tasked with collecting water from a nearby stream, a crucial resource for their continued survival. Kwang's group is put in charge of gathering wood and lighting torches before sunset, ensuring that they have both fuel and adequate lighting for the night. Lastly, Shin engages in a discussion with Suk about the necessity of creating a defensive perimeter. They review the map, considering various strategies to fortify their position. Ensuring clear lines of sight for both the mages and shooters is a top priority, as this will allow them to defend the base more effectively. With this in mind, they decide to begin fortifications immediately, wasting no time in preparing for potential threats. Later, Shin gathers the group and expresses his desire to hold a celebration, similar to the one they had before leaving their original base. However, he quickly explains that such an event is not feasible just yet. Despite the visible disappointment among the soldiers, he reassures them that he understands the importance of leisure and morale. However, for now, they must focus on more pressing concerns. Their survival depends on it. The most immediate issue at hand is determining the guild's next destination, as they need a long-term plan for sustaining themselves. At this moment, Hong steps forward and places a hand on Shin's shoulder, taking charge of the discussion. He reminds everyone that the battalion originally came to this location to expand. However, given their current circumstances, they are now struggling to meet even their most basic survival needs. To address this, he presents a list detailing the essential supplies the unit requires. One soldier raises an important question regarding the scarcity of food. He points out that they have gathered a considerable amount of meat since their arrival, so why is food still a concern? The observation is valid, but Shin explains that meat alone is not enough to sustain a healthy body. While they have been surviving on it so far, proper nutrition requires a more balanced diet. Additionally, he is uncertain about the long-term effects of the mana present in the bodies of the awakened. It is unclear whether this mana can sustain their health, despite the lack of essential nutrients. C interjects, suggesting that they might be able to survive on meat alone for about a month. However, there is no telling what might happen to their bodies beyond that period. The lack of proper nutrition could lead to unforeseen consequences. Furthermore, food is not their only concern. They are also running low on fuel and ammunition, both of which are critical for their continued survival and defense. K steps forward, stating that this is the time for everyone to contribute ideas on how to address these pressing issues. The unit needs a sustainable solution to ensure that they can endure in the long run. At this point, Corporal Lee Gangu raises his hand to offer a suggestion. He proposes that they focus on securing more crafting materials. His suggestion initially causes some confusion among the group. Kwang, in particular, asks for further clarification, unsure of how this would help their current predicament. However, Gangu firmly believes that obtaining crafting materials will be beneficial in the long run. Reflecting on this, Shin recalls that he had previously considered gathering materials for vehicle repairs. Shin acknowledges that with the right resources, they can improve their chances of survival and possibly even restore some of their lost capabilities. Though their situation remains uncertain, the idea of securing materials for crafting and repairs provides a potential path forward. It is clear that every decision they make now will shape the future of the Steel Legion Guild. As the group continues their strategic planning, they realize that some of the discarded vehicles from previous battles could have been salvaged and repurposed. Recognizing Gang Wu's expertise as a combat engineer, Shin directs him to explain his proposal to the rest of the group. Gang presents a compelling argument, emphasizing the long-term benefits of securing vehicles for transportation and defense. However, the immediate need for food and fuel still takes precedence. Despite this, the idea of collecting accessible materials to enhance safe movement holds considerable value. The discussion then shifts towards modifying and reinforcing war vehicles, making them more resistant to monster attacks. One proposed upgrade is the addition of spike barriers, which would prevent zombies and other creatures from clinging onto the vehicles. H agrees with this idea, pointing out that if their vehicles were properly reinforced, the unit would not have to move as cautiously, reducing travel risks. Shin, intrigued by the suggestion, asks whether a combat engineer is capable of making such modifications. Corporal Gangu confidently replies that given enough time, it is certainly possible. He explains that combat engineers are responsible for various aspects of military production, including vehicle armoring. If Shin's assessment is correct, production-based work in this survival setting might be more influential than initially anticipated. Still, Shin remains skeptical. He warns that he will reject the idea if Gangu simply wants to test his engineering skills rather than focus on practical survival needs. However, Gangu stands by his suggestion, asserting that vehicle modification is the most critical step at this moment. Convinced of its significance, Shin ultimately approves the plan, instructing Gangu to do his best. While other issues remain pressing, ensuring mobility and safe transportation is now the unit's priority. As the day's work comes to an end, Shin gathers the soldiers and informs them that he will share the final decisions regarding their next course of action soon. He then dismisses everyone, allowing them to rest and recover. Later that evening, as the camp settles down, Shin lights a fire and begins preparing food. He realizes that he will need assistance in setting up the tables since the mess hall in the barracks is unusable without electricity or running water. For now, this makeshift arrangement will have to suffice. Shin starts by cooking with the monster fat he collected earlier. Though the smell is nearly unbearable at first, he knows from experience that this ingredient is incredibly valuable. Monster fat, when mixed with mana, adapts to the dish's inherent energy, enhancing its effects. In Shin's eyes, this is the most powerful culinary ingredient, capable of making anything fried taste delicious. Once processed correctly, it produces an essential cooking staple, high-quality oil. During a strategy meeting, Gangu mentions a large hardware warehouse located near the police quarters. His statement surprises H, who asks how he knows about such a place. Gangu explains that during their time at the base, there were instances when crafting materials were urgently needed, and that warehouse was the go-to location for supplies. K, intrigued, asks whether the corporal is suggesting they source materials from there. Gangu confirms, pointing out that the warehouse is not only large but also situated outside the densely populated urban areas, which might mean fewer zombies. Pleased with the suggestion, Hong commends Gangu, while Shin considers it an opportunity worth pursuing. Without hesitation, he orders Kwang to prepare the troops for an expedition. They will move in their usual formations, but this time, each squad will be assigned a combat engineer to oversee material selection. Additionally, Gangu is tasked with retrieving a well-conditioned vehicle to transport the supplies. H raises concerns about the risks involved in driving through potentially hostile territory, but Shin insists that there is no alternative. They need a way to transport the collected materials efficiently. However, he assures everyone that they will proceed with extreme caution to minimize danger. As the unit prepares to depart, an unexpected issue arises. Shin quickly assesses the situation and asks for an injury report. It is confirmed that 3 soldiers have sustained injuries, though none of them are life-threatening. Relieved that the injuries are not severe, Shin immediately orders medical treatment for the wounded and instructs Kwang to secure the path ahead. With everything in place, the soldiers move at top speed, determined to reach their target before encountering further complications. Gangu presses the accelerator, guiding the transport truck through the unstable roads. The guild has done its best to minimize unnecessary combat noise, but certain dangers remain unpredictable. As expected, the roads are hazardous, not just because of the zombies, but also due to territorial monsters that hunt other creatures for food. Unlike zombies, which tend to avoid altered food sources, these monsters pose a significant threat. Maintaining the same formation as before, the warriors take the lead, clearing a safe path for the truck. Upon reaching the warehouse, the soldiers are struck by its sheer size. It is even larger than anticipated. However, despite its vastness, the interior seems eerily empty. Wasting no time, Shin orders Lee's team to guard the entrance, ensuring that they have a secure exit in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, the combat engineers begin instructing the soldiers on which supplies to prioritize. The rest of the unit is assigned to heavy lifting, swiftly loading materials under Shin's direction. The operation proceeds smoothly at first, with the soldiers working efficiently under the hero's rousing orders. However, just as they near the entrance, something unexpected happens. The moment the soldiers step into the warehouse, they are taken aback by the sheer state of disarray. The entire area is in ruins, with metal plates and other materials scattered across the floor. Despite the mess, Shin remains focused and assures the team that their only objective is to collect the necessary materials and leave as quickly as possible. He instructs the soldiers to keep the entrance clear so that they can efficiently transport the supplies to the truck. The unit begins gathering seal plates first, though some require extra care due to their weight and awkward positioning. Just as they start organizing the materials, an eerie noise reverberates through the building. The sound is unnatural, sending chills down their spines. The combat engineers immediately sense something amiss, and the soldiers instinctively grip their weapons. The noise seems to originate from the storage area, prompting Shin to give a firm order: prepare for battle. Weapons are drawn, and the soldiers rush to confront the threat. However, before they can even locate the enemy, something entirely unexpected occurs. The metal plates scattered throughout the warehouse suddenly begin to shift on their own. Panic spreads through the unit as they watch in horror. A dark energy swirls in the depths of the warehouse, pulling in the metal plates piece by piece. As they fuse together, it becomes evident that this is no ordinary phenomenon. It is the emergence of a massive monster that had been lying in wait. The beast lets out a deafening roar, its sheer force sending shockwaves through the warehouse. The pressure is so intense that it shakes the ground beneath them, making it clear that this creature possesses unimaginable strength. Neither Kwang nor the other soldiers have ever encountered anything like this before. The surge of fear is visible in the expressions of the more experienced fighters, as even the seasoned veterans appear unsettled. Despite the overwhelming terror, Shin remains composed. They have survived worse, and he believes in their ability to overcome this challenge. With unwavering determination, he commands the soldiers to take their battle positions. Just as he issues the order, the creature roars again this time. The sheer magnitude of the sound shatters the warehouse windows. Lee, stationed at the entrance, cannot ignore the situation any longer. Sensing that the battle is far more intense than expected, she rushes toward the commotion. As she approaches, she wonders just how massive the monster could be, but when she finally lays eyes on it, she realizes that the situation is far worse than she imagined. In an instant, the creature launches a devastating attack. With a single sweeping blow, it knocks down 5 soldiers, sending them crashing to the ground. The sight is horrifying, prompting Hong to shout for the troops to use the dried meat. Meanwhile, Kwang charges in and engages the beast directly, but his attacks prove ineffective. The monster's entire body is made of thick iron plates, rendering normal strikes useless. The creature continues its relentless onslaught, effortlessly overpowering the soldiers. Even with the buffs from Shin's prepared meals, the troops struggle to land meaningful hits. Their weapons barely scratch the monster's metal surface. It is unlike anything they have faced before, a living fortress impervious to their conventional tactics. With every attack, the ground trembles. The force of the creature's movements alone is enough to send soldiers flying. Shin quickly realizes that if this continues, they will be completely annihilated. Desperate to turn the tide, he decides to use a strategy that had previously worked during their descent from the mountain monster bait. He throws the dried meat toward the beast, expecting it to be lured in. However, something shocking happens. The monster completely ignores the bait. Instead of devouring it, the creature simply discards the food without hesitation. Shin is stunned. He had been certain that this tactic would work, but the fact that the monster refuses to eat the bait raises an unsettling question. Why? Before he can process this new revelation, Helm urgently warns that they are outmatched. He insists that they must retreat immediately, as continuing the fight would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Shin clenches his fists, frustrated by the situation, but he knows that Helm is right. There is no point in pushing forward when they are at such a severe disadvantage. He gives the order to retreat, instructing the soldiers to fall back slowly to avoid exposing their backs to the enemy. The injured are prioritized, and they are carefully placed into the vehicles as the unit makes its escape. Throughout the retreat, Shin silently swears that he will make the monster regret wasting so much of his food. However, to his surprise, the creature does not pursue them. It remains within the warehouse, almost as if it is bound to that location. Although they have managed to escape with minimal losses, The atmosphere is grim. The soldiers are exhausted, and morale is shaken. Back at the camp, one of the soldiers suggests abandoning the idea of collecting materials altogether. He argues that it is not worth risking their lives for something as trivial as supplies. Kwang agrees but turns to Shin, asking whether he was able to discern any weaknesses in the monster. Shin nods. Although the battle was a disaster, he did manage to uncover a critical piece of information. The system revealed that the creature's metal plates serve as armor, shielding its abdomen. Beneath that layer of protection lies its true weak spot, the dark core. However, exploiting this weakness is easier said than done. To strike the core, they would first need to strip away the monster's metal plating, which would be a monumental challenge. Lee, curious, asks if there is any other way to defeat the creature. Shin acknowledges that there might be, but it is also true that the materials they sought are not absolutely necessary. They could potentially find what they need elsewhere without having to engage this formidable opponent again. Despite this, Shin is deeply irritated by how the battle unfolded. What frustrates him the most is the mystery surrounding the monster's diet. It is clearly a living organism, meaning that it must consume something to survive. Yet it outright rejected the bait. Despite being carnivorous, this inconsistency gnaws at him. At that moment, Corporal Gangu offers an unexpected theory. He suggests that the monster may not eat flesh at all, it might feed on metal instead. The statement catches everyone off guard, prompting the commanders to ask him to elaborate. Gangu explains that while searching through the warehouse, he noticed something peculiar: bite marks on several of the metal pieces. These markings were not caused by rust or natural decay. Instead, they appeared to be the result of something gnawing on the metal. His observation leaves everyone stunned. The idea of a monster that sustains itself by consuming metal is difficult to comprehend, but given the circumstances, it makes sense. Hung, still skeptical, questions how such a creature could exist. At this moment, a realization strikes Shin. If the monster feeds on metal, then perhaps there is a way to manipulate it. A new strategy begins to take shape in his mind. The key to defeating the creature may not lie in brute force, but in understanding its hunger. With the leftover oil in hand, Shin proposes an unconventional idea: frying the metal plates to see if that makes them more appealing to the monster. The suggestion is met with skepticism, as the others struggle to understand how frying metal could make it more appetizing. Despite their doubts, they acknowledge that defeating the beast through direct combat is not an option, and they must explore alternative methods before resorting to full retreat. Corporal Gangu agrees, reasoning that the more tactics they attempt, the higher the chances of luring the monster into vulnerability. With the plan set in motion, Shin orders a well-preserved metal plate to be brought to him. Later, as he prepares to cook, he seethes at the memory of how the beast had humiliated their forces earlier. Determined to turn the tables, he begins frying the iron plate over an open flame. To his surprise, the system notifies him that the metal plate has been infused with both magic and his own emotions specifically, the lingering sense of defeat he felt during their previous battle. Additionally, Shin unexpectedly earns the distinction of being the first human to venture into uncharted culinary territory. According to the system, even the most accomplished chefs rarely experiment with such bizarre ingredients, and many live their entire lives without pushing the limits of cooking. However, Shin has achieved something unprecedented, earning the pioneer's reward a unique title called Ingredient Limit Break. Although intrigued by this unexpected development, Shin remains focused on their immediate goal. Using Gangu's material identification skill, they analyze the fried iron plate. Contrary to expectations, the iron has not become stronger. Instead, its efficiency has drastically decreased, rendering it nearly useless as a reinforced material. This disappointing outcome leads H to believe the plan has failed. However, Gangu has a different perspective. He views this as an incredible success, marveling at the fact that cooking metal in oil has fundamentally altered its composition. To a combat engineer, this transformation is nothing short of miraculous. After reflecting on this, the others begin to see his point, while Shin, somewhat exasperated, remarks that perhaps he should stop experimenting with cooking altogether. Their discussion is interrupted by a soldier arriving with news that preparations for the operation are complete. With everything set, Shin decides it is time to put their strategy into action. Most of the soldiers remain unaware that Shin's meals have unique emotional effects, and he intends to keep this information private. For now, the altered iron plate is nothing more than a debuffed material, one that the monster will surely be unable to resist. Back at the warehouse, the soldiers once again witness the eerie phenomenon of the metal plates shifting and assembling. Unlike before, they now understand the pattern: the monster only forms its armored body when enemies are nearby. As the chaotic movements begin, the soldiers maintain a heightened level of alertness. At the core of the swirling metal lies the dark shadow that serves as the beast's true body, shielded by layers of iron. Without hesitation, Shin hurls the crispy iron plate toward the monster. The reaction is immediate. The creature suddenly halts its movements and collapses to the ground, leaving the soldiers momentarily confused. Then, to their astonishment, the beast creates an opening in its armored shell and begins pulling the fried metal plate into its core. Shin watches with satisfaction, silently hoping that the monster enjoys its meal. Meanwhile, outside the warehouse, Lee, who has been stationed as a perimeter guard, remarks on the eerie silence within the building. Back inside, the scene unfolding before the soldiers is unexpectedly surreal. The once mighty creature methodically disassembles its armor, seemingly savoring its newfound delicacy. Without the imposing layers of iron, its true form is revealed, and to everyone's shock, the monster looks oddly cute in its vulnerable state. Observing the unexpected transformation, Hong turns to Shin and asks why he remains so calm. The hero smirks and explains that the dish's special effect defeat has taken full effect. The monster, having consumed the infused plate, is now nothing more than a trembling, weakened creature overwhelmed by a profound sense of loss. Satisfied with how well the plan has worked, Haimon urges Shin to finish off the monster while it is defenseless. However, just as Shin is about to deliver the final blow, Gangu interrupts, claiming there is something urgent they need to see. The corporal presents a peculiar iron plate that has been separated from the beast's body. Intrigued, Shin activates his chef's eye to analyze the item. The system confirms that the monster's reinforced iron plate is imbued with magic. Although the material is of exceptionally high quality, the system also warns that it is not suitable for cooking due to hygiene concerns. Despite this, Shin is impressed that the system even recognizes it as an ingredient, further proving that the lines between culinary arts and material production in this world are more blurred than expected. Gangu, however, points out something even more important. This is no ordinary metal plate. It has been permanently reinforced with the monster's magic. Hong immediately realizes why their earlier attacks had been ineffective. The beast's armor was not just physically durable, but also magically enhanced. What's even more fascinating is that the reinforcement effect remains even after the plate has been separated from the monster. This revelation sparks an idea among the commanders. If they could harness this unique material, it could be a game changer for their military. The reinforced iron plates could be repurposed to craft stronger weapons, armor, and even fortifications for their base. At this point, Gangu raises a critical question: is there a way to keep the monster alive? If they could control the creature and continue collecting these materials over time, it would provide them with a renewable source of high-quality, magic-infused metal. Naturally, the group is divided on the issue. Some argue that the creature is too dangerous to be left alive. While it appears docile now, there is no telling when it might become hostile again. Others see the strategic value of keeping it alive, given the immense benefits it could provide. Shin, caught between both perspectives, understands their concerns. The monster has undeniably posed a significant threat, and allowing it to remain unchecked could be disastrous. However, he cannot ignore the potential advantages of controlling such a powerful resource. For now, the creature remains weakened, trembling in its state of self-inflicted defeat. The question remains, should they destroy the monster now, or attempt to tame it for the future benefit of the Steel Legion Guild? As the debate over the monster's fate continues, Gangu insists that its unique trait, its ability to reinforce metal with magic, could lead to incredible innovations. The potential to create powerful materials is too valuable to ignore. Shin contemplates the risks and rewards of keeping the creature alive. After a moment of deliberation, the corporal suggests securing the monster in a safe location to preserve its resources. Shun turns to Shin, asking if he is really willing to pass up such a rare opportunity. Seeing Gangu's enthusiasm, Shin makes his decision. He won't let this chance slip away. Excited by the outcome, the soldiers act quickly, successfully capturing the monster and securing it within a specially built cage in mere seconds. Once trapped, Shin officially announces that Mac, as he now names the creature, will remain there from now on. However, the lack of nearby metal pieces enrages the monster, though it is unable to do anything about it. Sometime later, the engineers analyze the metals obtained from Mac and discover that they are significantly stronger than ordinary materials. Naturally, this revelation excites them, and Shin considers it an excellent outcome. Meanwhile, Gangu expresses his gratitude, thanking the commanders for trusting him and prioritizing material acquisition. With his task now complete, Shin grants him full authority to proceed with his construction plans. During the engineer's work, the system detects several low-level cooking materials. which immediately reignites Shin's excitement. The fact that so many objects can be classified as ingredients fuels his curiosity. If the engineer's identification trait only works on materials, then Shin's chef's eye is clearly superior, it is limitless. He begins to wonder whether combining his ability with the engineer's expertise might allow them to analyze the weaknesses of any monster they encounter. The Steel Beast, vehicle modifications complete. A few days later, the vehicle modifications are finally completed. When Gangu presents the results to the commanders, they are left completely speechless. The once standard military truck has been transformed into a monstrous war machine, heavily armored, reinforced, and adorned with massive spikes and horns. One soldier jokingly compares it to something out of Mad Max, which earns a few chuckles. Although the design is intimidating, the engineer assures them that its performance will be exceptional. Shin, unfazed by the vehicle's aggressive appearance, gets straight to business. Gangu explains the features, emphasizing that it functions as both a transportation vehicle and a combat machine. The side-mounted spikes are designed to shred through monsters, minimizing the need for soldiers to engage in direct combat. However, he acknowledges that it might still struggle against creatures like Mac, whose steel armor is nearly impenetrable. Shin concedes that no single solution can handle every enemy, but having a mobile fortress is still a significant advantage. Another improvement is acoustic insulation, which will help reduce noise, making their movements less detectable. This detail pleases Shin greatly, as it lowers the risk of attracting unnecessary attention while traveling. Shifting topics, Kung asks about Mac's condition, and the corporal reports that the monster is stable. The team is monitoring and feeding him, and he does not seem to transform as long as only a few metal plates are nearby. Furthermore, the iron Mac consumes continues to be reinforced with magic, meaning that each metal plate they give him results in stronger materials for their use. While the reinforcement process is currently slow, the engineers are researching ways to accelerate it, with hopes of eventually using the creature to construct a fortified wall. While Shin remains wary of relying too much on a monster, H finds the idea promising. Mission: the convenience store raid. Later, the commanders locate a convenience store near the border and discuss their next objective. Lee suggests testing the new vehicle by sending it there, but Shin reminds everyone that they also need supplies. They cannot afford to stay idle for long. He proposes an expedition, and Lee is the first to agree, though she is uncertain whether they will find anything useful. Since the store has likely been ransacked or abandoned, there is no guarantee that supplies remain. Despite the uncertainty, Shin considers it worth the effort and gives the order to prepare for departure. When the team arrives at the convenience store, everyone is impressed by how well the modified truck performs. Its first field run is flawless, with the reinforced spikes tearing through most monsters with ease. However, by the time they reach their destination, the truck is covered in blood and flesh, prompting one of the soldiers to groan about the inevitable cleanup. The corporal admits that he didn't think about that problem during the design process, which earns him a few amused glances. Shin reminds them to stay focused and orders the soldiers to eat military ration number 3 before entering the store. The dried meat from the rations has an effect that enhances sensitive hearing, allowing the team to remain highly alert inside the building. A suspicious presence. As the unit splits up, each soldier begins searching the shelves for supplies. Unfortunately, as feared, the store is completely empty. Even so, Shin decides to search a bit longer, unwilling to leave without being certain. At that moment, a soldier calls for the surgeon's attention, reporting the discovery of a zombie corpse nearby. The condition of the wound suggests that it was struck in the head with an axe, indicating that someone else had handled the threat before their arrival. This revelation strongly suggests the presence of another survivor in the area. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes through the store, putting the entire unit on high alert. Shin immediately orders everyone to freeze, focusing his heightened senses on the surroundings. The sound is faint and muffled, as if someone is deliberately trying to remain hidden. The noise originates from the butcher section at the back of the store. Assuming it might be a monster lying in wait, the unit cautiously advances, weapons at the ready. Kwang, using all his strength, kicks down the locked gate, completely destroying it. Shin, standing beside him, activates his chef's eye, hoping to identify any weaknesses in the potential enemy. If it's a monster, knowing its weak spot could allow him to eliminate it swiftly, like slicing a perfect cut of meat or preparing a dish to be cooked. However, as his chef's eye scans the area, the system does not detect a monster. Instead, it identifies the presence of a human. Realizing that there is no other choice, The hidden figure cautiously emerges from the shadows, a young girl, no older than her early teens, nervously stepping forward. Clutching her hand tightly is her younger brother, who stares at them with fearful eyes. The tension in the air shifts. In the past, this girl and her brother had likely been part of a larger group of survivors. But something must have happened. Perhaps their group was wiped out, or they had been forced into hiding. Whatever the case, they had somehow managed to survive on their own until now. For the first time in a while, the mission was no longer just about supplies or monsters. It was about people.
The siblings sat quietly eating hot food. "This is delicious, sis," he said. She replied, "Eat slowly, it's still hot." Two people stood nearby watching them eat. "How's the atmosphere with those kids?" she asked. He answered, "There's a misunderstanding here. They told me survivors might be monsters," she said. He looked surprised. "Monsters?" he asked. "Do we seriously look that scary?" He added, "Some monsters look like people, right?" "There are those who steal appearances." A silent, horrifying figure flashed through memory. "We didn't speak, just approached them silently," he said. "That's why they feared us." The kids paused. She finally understood. "They're still cautious, but it's better now," he said. She nodded slightly. "Good job," he added with a small smile. He looked back and noticed her smile. Her expression has brightened, he thought. The children's comfort seemed to lift everyone's spirits. They sat together quietly, the food wrappers scattered. That special sauce of comfort, he thought, must have helped settle their nerves. A moment passed. Then she asked gently, "What's your name?" The silence broke as the spoons rested on empty plates. "I'm Lee Suyeon, and my brother is Lee Suhyuk," she replied softly. The tension faded. A fragile trust began forming. "I see Suyeon and Suhyuk," he nodded. "Your brother's already asleep. Looks like the meal really satisfied him." He quietly reached into a paper bag and extended it toward her. "Here, take this," he said without hesitation. Suyeon's eyes widened. "What's this?" she asked. He replied, "Just jerky I made myself. It tastes good and keeps long." "Are you giving us food for free?" she asked. He smiled. "We had too much meat left over anyway." He thought silently, "Can't say it's lizard meat." Aloud, he said, "Eat it when necessary. Half a piece is plenty." He looked serious. "And hide the small ones." "Don't eat them often," he instructed while watching the siblings carefully. "This jerky contains properties that help survivors," he explained. Suyeon tilted her head, confused. "So, when exactly should we eat it?" He paused briefly. "When you leave this place," he answered quietly. Their eyes widened. It wasn't the answer they expected at all. "What? What do you mean?" she asked, alarmed. "When you can't hold out anymore and must move, eat it then." "Are you saying we'll be left here alone?" she asked. "Can't the soldiers protect us?" Fear returned to her voice. He sighed internally, standing straight. "I knew this question would come," he thought, already knowing what he had to say. "But the answer is already decided," he continued. His tone was calm but firm. There was no room for debate now. "I'm sorry, but that might be difficult," he admitted. Suyeon looked shocked. "Why not?" she asked, her voice rising quickly. "Even as soldiers, we've lost communication with other units," he explained. "We're isolated too. Protection isn't guaranteed anymore, unfortunately. Our ground base is unstable," he added. "We can't risk more unknowns. That includes people we just met yesterday. I'm sorry. Try to hold out with that food," he said. "We'll return once our situation stabilizes, I promise." Suyeon watched them walk away in silence. Her eyes stayed fixed. She didn't speak, only held her brother tighter. "I see," she finally said softly. "Everyone must be in a similar situation." Her voice trembled but remained steady. She looked down, gently brushing Suhyek's hair. The boy slept peacefully. She couldn't cry now. She had to be strong. The other girl stepped closer. "Suyeon," she said quietly, sensing the weight in her silence and the strength behind it. A single tear slipped from Suyeon's eye. She quickly wiped it away, not wanting anyone else to see it. The soldier noticed her struggle. His expression softened, understanding more from her silence than anything words could have possibly conveyed. "I'll guide you to the mart I escaped from," she suddenly said, standing up with quiet determination in her eyes. He looked confused. "What do you mean?" Suyeon faced him calmly. She had made up her mind already. "You said you needed ingredients, right? You'll find what you need there. And it's not far from this place." "What? Really?" he asked in disbelief. She stood firm. "Why would I lie?" Her tone was serious, not begging. He paused, thinking. If that's true, he realized, this is incredibly valuable information. His posture shifted, now he was listening. "Why are you suddenly telling us this?" he asked. Suyeon responded without hesitation, "Let's make a deal," surprising both soldiers. "A deal?" the woman echoed, confused. Suyeon continued, "If I guide you to that location, please protect us in return." The soldier stared silently, then smiled faintly. "Haha, this is interesting," he muttered. Her courage had clearly left an impression. Suyeon stayed quiet, watching his reaction. She had made her choice, even if the answer might disappoint her again. He looked at her carefully and said, "Your offer is tempting, but it's still difficult. Partly for your sake, too." Her eyes widened. "What?" she said. The answer wasn't rejection, but it wasn't agreement either. She needed him to explain. A flashback appeared, other survivors clinging together in fear. Families, children, the wounded, all huddled in hiding, waiting for protection. "Our group operates differently," he explained. "We don't just hide and survive. We take risks and move where others can't. Our goal is to gradually expand our influence," he explained. Their mission wasn't just survival, it was about territory and control. "Influence?" she asked. He nodded. "Expand influence, conquer territory," he said. "That's the rule now, and we must follow it. Following the system means we'll fight often," he added. "Zombies, monsters. They'll be part of every step we take." Images flashed, bloodthirsty monsters charging, twisted zombies snarling in the rain. Each step forward would mean facing unimaginable danger. "That's why," he said gravely, "having more people isn't always a good thing. It brings risk we can't always manage. It also means we're easier targets," he continued. "Expanding influence brings danger. We attract enemies with every step forward, so staying hidden here might actually be safer," he added. The warehouse's silence only made the choice harder to bear. Suyeon's eyes narrowed. She glanced away briefly, struggling to hold her emotions. The soldier's logic was clear, but it hurt. "I don't care!" she suddenly shouted. "Hiding in here is terrible!" Her voice trembled, clutching Soo-hyuk tighter, full of frustration. Tears welled in her eyes again. Living in fear, silence, and darkness wasn't safety. It was slow, quiet suffering instead. He stayed silent, expression tight. The girl's words echoed in his mind, stirring something he hadn't felt in years. "What should I do?" he thought. "I understand how this child feels, but that didn't make the decision easier." "We could make a deal," he began, "but the place you mentioned was likely already raided. It's not valuable anymore." "No," Suyeon yelled. "The goods there are still intact." Her voice cracked, but her eyes were filled with certainty. The soldier looked surprised. "How do you know that?" he asked, now unsure. Her confidence wasn't just desperation, it meant something. Tears streamed down Suyeon's face. "Because I saw it," she said, voice trembling. "I saw everything clearly and completely." She remembered the scene, blood everywhere, bodies unmoving, even the adults dying. The horror was burned deep into her memory. A soldier watching muttered, "This story's longer than I expected." Her experience wasn't just emotional, it carried real, brutal weight. "Did Sergeant Shin really make that decision?" another asked. "Yes," he replied. "We must follow the Legion commander's orders now." He looked down, leaving kids behind. He must have struggled with that. The silence between soldiers carried guilt they couldn't ignore. "Being a leader is truly a difficult position," one soldier murmured. "Every choice weighed heavily, especially those involving innocent lives." "So, your group visited that place, but everyone except you and your brother was wiped out?" he asked cautiously. "Even though there were awakened ones," he continued. "It didn't make sense Awakens should have survived a standard scavenging trip easily." "Yes," she said. "Aunt Soon and Brother Cheol, they were both awakened." Her voice cracked under the weight of memory. "Was the opponent too much for two awakened ones?" he asked grimly. "It seems we need to gather more information." The soldier knelt and asked, "Let me ask you one thing." Suyeon nodded slightly. "Yes," she answered without hesitation. "Telling us about that place is the condition you're offering, right?" he clarified, locking eyes with her, voice steady. "But is that condition really beneficial for us?" he asked sharply. Suyeon's expression shifted. His question caught her completely off guard. "I'm asking if you're trying to use us for your revenge," he said. His gaze pierced through her silence. Sang-ah is shocked. No way they'd think dangerously. But the soldier insists, "Squad leader, this is very serious." The soldier stands firm. "We must verify everything. Even if their facts check out, their intent might be wrong." Sang-ah pauses, realizing the risk. Doubt creeps in. Maybe. They hadn't truly considered what those survivors were really thinking. He looks toward the quiet pair. "How can we know for sure? What if they're hiding something dangerous?" The woman in green senses suspicion. Her eyes darken. Beneath calm faces, uncertain motives begin to stir once more. She admits quietly, "To be honest, I've thought about revenge." The team reacts. Tension builds around her unexpected confession. Everyone stares. She adds, "They treated us well before." Her voice shakes. "The truth is harder than anyone expected." He frowns. "As I thought, their motives were unclear. Trusting them could risk everything the team had built together. She cuts in. I don't want revenge now. That feeling's gone. Her voice is calm but filled with weight, her eyes steady. Sungjun and I survived. No anger, just fact. That was her reason, simple and final. She speaks firmly. If we die chasing revenge, the ones who saved us, won't their sacrifices be wasted? A memory flashes, someone shielding her with their life. Blood spilled. Pain endured. They protected her without hesitation or regret. They died to protect us, she continues. We owe them more than this. We can't throw our lives away. The soldier nods slowly, eyes softening. He thinks, this child, she's thinking far beyond her age. That's rare now. My only goal is survival, she states. That talk of revenge was just a condition. Nothing more. Her face hardens. She steps forward. Commander. Her voice is calm, no longer defensive. She's ready to clear the air between them. He listens closely. She bows her head slightly. I apologize. We misjudged her intentions. The girl only wanted safety. The commander speaks clearly. I misunderstood. But after hearing everything, I've decided. My position on this matter has changed now. Her eyes widen. Really? You mean you'll help us? You'll protect us now? Hope rises for the first time. He smiles softly and replies with confidence. Yes, the tension breaks. A fragile alliance is born out of honesty. She repeats softly. Change it? The harsh ceiling light glares above. The commander's next words break any lingering sense of peace. He says, we can't protect anyone freely. Join us, formally become part of the unit. That's the only way. She's stunned. Child soldiers? The thought hits hard. The younger one tightens her grip, afraid of what's coming next. The commander clarifies, if you agree, it's fine. You won't be in combat, so age won't be an issue. She hesitates, but still, the reality sets in. The choice is survival at a cost neither of them ever expected. There were children in Sengha's group too, he said. They've already seen hardship. They're no strangers to survival anymore. We plan to awaken those kids anyway. Including these two won't change much. It's not a big loss strategically. She asked, so you're accepting us? He replied, yes, but only if you're willing to stand and fight beside us. She answered, that's fine. We didn't just play around before. We helped adults, and we'll contribute however we can. He extended his hand with finality. All right, then we have a deal. Her face lit up with determined acceptance. The boy reacts suddenly, pulling back. Something inside him resists the moment. His instincts warn him something isn't right yet. He gasps, catching his breath. His eyes shift, uncertain. What decision had just been made without asking him directly? His sister steps forward and grabs his arm tightly. She reaches out to the commander, sealing the agreement herself. He's confused, looking up. A question swells inside him, but no one answers yet. The moment moves too fast. He asks softly, Sis, what are you doing? The deal is made, but his voice trembles with hesitation and doubt. The vehicle sped down the highway, tires screeching. The road was tense, silence filled with the sound of rushing wind. Inside, the girl whispered, Sungyun said the monster was invisible, like a ghost. No one saw it coming. People just dropped, she said. Their bodies were torn open, sliced without warning. Her voice trembled, recalling the horrific scene. The commander turned. Is that even possible? Doubt in his voice, but fear beginning to edge its way in. In a world of zombies, he muttered, ghosts wouldn't be surprising. The monster's image flashed, eyes glowing, hunger overwhelming. The soldier extended his hand. Thanks, bro. His help had convinced the others. Unity had begun with one simple gesture. Thanks to you, he added, they changed their minds. The reply came casually, it's nothing, really, don't mention it. Despite agreement, tension grew. Do we really need to go there? Someone muttered. Fear crept into their organized formation. Ghosts or not, there's danger, another said. Footsteps echoed. We shouldn't take unnecessary risks just to prove something foolish. Enough ghost talk, the soldier barked. You're scared because you think that way. Change your mindset or stay behind. Behind the gate, eerie eyes glowed. It was the game with Mac, someone realized. The fear suddenly made sense. Silence followed, then orders came. Let's go there and see it ourselves. Move out. No more talking, just action. Another soldier blinked. Oh, that's forceful. The decision had been made. There was no time left to hesitate now. The girl asked, by the way, do you have something like a tank? A serious question, honestly delivered. The soldier laughed. A tank? No way. Then asked back seriously, how do you expect us to fight monsters? That's too dangerous, she shouted. You're not seriously going there without tanks or missiles, are you? Fear overtook her voice. The soldier replied calmly, we're just a small radar unit. No tanks, no missiles. We don't have that luxury. Her eyes widened. I told you two Awakened already went in, and both died. Her panic was rooted in truth. He gave a small smile. Well, it might be dangerous, he said, but we're not lacking confidence either. Really? She muttered, watching the vehicle speed toward uncertainty. The road ahead was deadly, but turning back wasn't an option. The building looked untouched. It's too intact, one said. What could be inside that caused no visible damage? Could it really be ghosts? Another whispered. How can we fight something we can't see? Uncertainty filled the group. He shouted angrily, "Oh, you cowards!" as panic crept in. Fear was spreading faster than any monster possibly could. The commander grunted. This won't work without the jerky. He knew what they needed. Food buffs made survival possible here. He tossed the ration. Everyone eat number 7 now! The soldiers froze, then obeyed, trusting food more than their instincts. The boy looked confused. Why the jerky all of a sudden? Something was happening, but no one explained it yet. The jerky took effect fast. Soldiers clenched fists, energy rising. A strange rush of strength began pulsing through their bodies. A notification flashed, courage level buff activated, shouts erupted. Time to fight ghosts! Morale skyrocketed with the new wave of confidence. The women watched. They were just scared seconds ago. But now the squad charged like fearless hunters full of madness. Sangha warned, You two, stay close. Don't get pulled in. Buffed or not, this mission's still dangerous and unpredictable. The command rang out, All right, let's go. Soldiers surged forward, weapons ready, as the mission officially entered the danger zone. Behind them, the children and Sangha stayed close. The mart loomed ahead, silent, unbroken, and hiding whatever still lurked inside. From above, the floor was littered with bodies and blood. It's too quiet, someone muttered. Let's go this way. The sibling stayed alert. Sis, something's wrong, he said, gripping her sleeve. His instincts screamed louder than any visible threat. She nodded, scanning fast. Brochure shelves overturned. Blood's fresh. That monster definitely sensed us. Her eyes locked forward, tense. She stared at the spilled cans. You're right. The environment wasn't normal. Something or someone had moved recently, and fast. A chill ran through her. Then, nearby, her voice trailed off as realization dawned. The danger wasn't gone, it was close. Suddenly, movement. The soldiers turned sharply. A strange sound cut through the silence. Tension snapped into full readiness instantly. A soldier's eyes widened. They'd seen something or felt it. Something moved beyond their vision. The air changed sharply. The commander shouted, What's wrong? But before the reply came, something unseen lashed out and chaos erupted without warning. Are you okay? One soldier shouted, catching his partner. Panic rose fast. Something had attacked them, but nothing was visible yet. Sergeant Shin, there's something here! The soldier yelled. He scanned the area, fists clenched. Whatever it was, it moved fast. Shin looked around. Nothing. What is it? I can't see anything. The silence returned, but now it felt hostile. Electric sparks erupted from the wall. A soldier turned sharply, sensing danger, heart racing as unknown energy surged through the base. 3 glowing orbs formed mid-air, crackling with energy. Their patterns shifted, pointing toward the armory. Tension grew with every pulse. Shouts echoed. What the hell is that? Panic set in. Prepare for battle. Soldiers readied weapons, scanning for enemy movement. A commander rushed in, face tight with urgency. Youngjun! He shouted. The chef turned, eyes narrowing, sensing the threat behind. Lightning struck. Youngjun tackled a stunned comrade, pushing him aside as energy burst past. Stay down! He shouted, shielding him. Electric current grazed Shin's arm as he lunged forward. The energy burst missed by inches, but something hit him hard. He rolled across the floor, dragging the unconscious soldier. Sparks chased behind them, burning marks where they had just stood. Other soldiers arrived, confused by the scene. Sergeant Shin, they called out, stunned by the chaos and Shin's limp movement. Medic, Youngjun shouted, cradling Shin's head. Treat him quickly! He scanned the room, watching for more attacks, hands trembling slightly. The medic rushed over. Yes, sir, he replied. Youngjun stepped back, still alert. We can't stay here. Something's targeting us. A glowing green orb formed in the medic's hand. He moved fast, placing it directly onto Shin's chest. Healing light spread over Shin's body. Muscles relaxed, breathing steadied. Relief swept over the group, but tension still held strong. Hold your positions, be ready for an attack, the squad leader ordered. They turned, weapons raised, watching the entry point. You heard him, lower your stance, someone barked. Movement flickered in the corner. Damn monster bastard, another shouted, rage building. Shield team, form a wall, the captain yelled. Everyone else behind them, move fast, footsteps thundered. The defense line tightened instantly. Yes, sir. The the soldiers responded, moving quickly. Civilians were escorted towards safety, guarded tightly as tensions filled the hallway air. 2 kids followed closely behind their older sister. One looked around nervously. "Sis, it's just like back then," he said. The older girl froze, memories flashing, but she quickly smiled and reassured, "Don't worry, kids, the soldier uncles will protect us." She pointed toward the hallway. "Let's go over there," she said, leading the children forward as soldiers spread into position. "Okay," the younger girl replied, gripping her sibling's hand tightly. Her eyes trembled, but she walked forward without hesitation this time. "Is it really an invisible monster?" one asked. Youngjun shook his head. "Can't confirm visually. Chef Eye won't activate yet." They paused at the hallway corner. "Why is it so quiet?" "The attack has stopped." Suspicion and tension filled the air. "Is it watching us?" Youngjun muttered, scanning shadows. Sweat ran down his face. Silence now felt heavier than the last strike. "Well, it's calmed down, so that's good news," he whispered. "Let's use this chance while it's hesitating. Stay alert." He stepped into a nearby store aisle. "I need to confirm if it's really a ghost," he said, eyes narrowing. They crouched behind cover. "Chef's eye is useless if I can't see anything," Youngjun whispered, eyes fixed on the shelves. He glanced at the team. "I'll try another skill I recently acquired. Maybe it'll detect something normal eyes can't." Youngjun activated the skills silently. A blue notification appeared in the air. Material identification is activated. The search had begun. He stepped forward slowly, scanning items. "Let's try searching like this for now. Stay ready if anything strange shows up." A cold breeze passed through the aisle. The snack packs rustled lightly. "There," he muttered. "Something's definitely hiding behind them." Youngjun's vision filtered through materials. Text floated in his sight: aluminum, polyamide, polyethylene terephthalate. Snack packaging was everywhere. He examined the readings. "Everything so far is normal packaging. Plastics, metals, no abnormal signals yet. Keep checking the shelf." Another scan revealed more food packaging. "Most of these are snack bag ingredients," he muttered, growing impatient. Still no monster. A sudden ping. Aluminum. Then movement. Shelves blurred briefly, as if something passed. Youngjun locked his eyes toward the shifting corner. "Blue water droplet," the system read. "Unusual? Not part of any packaging." Youngjun's eyes narrowed. "Found you," he whispered, stepping forward. The scan showed polyamide again. Youngjun narrowed his eyes. Something didn't match the usual patterns. He watched the shelf closely. He ducked behind the barrier. "Wait, there was something strange," he whispered. Something had briefly flickered between scanned snack items. Focused and alert, Youngjun leaned out. One more time. He activated the skill again, locking onto the suspicious energy signal. Boxes and packs outlined clearly except one. The strange distortion reappeared near the second shelf. The scanner locked onto its location. "Blue water droplet, quality high," the system displayed. Youngjun's eyes widened. "This isn't normal material," he muttered. "We've definitely found something." Youngjun narrowed his eyes. "Blue water droplet? What is that?" he muttered. "It didn't fit with normal materials here." He glanced around again. "Anyway, it's definitely not a ghost," he said. His suspicions were growing with every passing second. "It's a monster disguised as a snack," Youngjun concluded. His scan locked onto the fake item nestled among real products. The droplet pulsed, shifting slightly. It blended into the packaging, but now he knew. "You can't hide anymore," he whispered. "Did you find it?" a soldier asked. "I've figured out its location for now," Youngjun replied. "Get ready to strike." Youngjun gave the order. "I'll take the lead, you cover me." His tone was sharp, focused on movement. "Shield team, advance with me," he commanded. Soldiers moved quickly behind him, readying their positions. "Yes, sir," came the unified reply. "Sis, they say they found it?" the boy asked nervously. The older girl looked confused. There was nothing there before. She stared toward the snack aisle. "Just who is that person?" she whispered, unsettled by what Youngjun could actually detect. From behind cover, the strike team leapt into action. Blades drawn, they charged with precision toward the target's hidden position. Youngjun pointed to the shelf. "It's there," he said. Everyone tensed. He gave the signal, "Open the shields!" With practiced motion, the soldiers raised their arms. The protective shields unfolded quickly. Everyone locked eyes on the target zone. They rushed forward, covering each other. Youngjun sprinted ahead with precision, blade drawn, eyes tracking every flicker near the shelf. He leapt mid-air, weapon ready. The target shimmered faintly. Timing mattered. One clean strike was their only chance to succeed. His knife plunged through the illusion. The packaging split. The shelf burst apart. The real form had just been struck. Youngjun's blade struck the bag. The packaging shattered. A burst of energy flared as something moved violently within. A blue liquid form exploded outward. The real monster emerged, no longer hiding, its camouflage completely torn apart. It twisted wildly through the air, lashing out with glowing tendrils. The soldiers raised their weapons, bracing for contact. The creature slammed against the shelves, knocking products aside. Its full body flickered, unstable but now fully visible. Sparks flew as its limbs hit the ground. The monster hissed, then launched upward, aiming directly for the ceiling above. "There it is!" Youngjun shouted, charging toward the monster. "It's finally shown itself!" The team moved to support his lead. Youngjun's eyes glowed as he activated his skill. The interface appeared instantly. Chef's eye is activated. His vision sharpened. The monster shimmered blue. A new message appeared. "You've acquired the butchering method for blue water droplet." Text followed. Blue water droplet consists of a liquid body and a core at the center where magical power concentrates. Armed with knowledge, Youngjun dashed forward. His target wasn't the whole creature, but the glowing core within its swirling form. Youngjun dodged low and rolled forward. His eyes locked on the monster. "This isn't a ghost, it's a mimic." He steadied his stance. "Ghost, my foot." "It's a monster," he muttered, gripping his blade tighter with both hands. His thoughts echoed. The key to butchering is the core at the center. He adjusted his approach, preparing the strike. The monster expanded, limbs writhing. Blades of water whipped around it, slicing through the air in all directions. Youngjun didn't hesitate. He yelled, charged forward with everything he had, aiming directly for the swirling blue core's center. A soldier discovers strange blue jelly sprawled across the floor. His voice shakes. "Sergeant Shin, what is this thing?" The team stares at the shifting slime. One mutters, "That's a monster. It looked like jelly." Another adds, "It moved." Shin steps forward. It was hiding. It mimicked its surroundings. That's why it was invisible. It waited for someone careless. He clenches his fist. It used mimicry to ambush. There could be more. We must not let our guard down. Shin points to the bloody aisle. The missing worker fell victim. More could be hiding in the mart. We investigate now. The survivors stood silently. One child trembled behind her mother. Fear lingered after learning the monster could mimic ordinary surroundings. Shin faced the soldiers. "It's weak. That's why it hides. It blends in so it can strike safely." He pointed to the blue puddle. "The weakness is clear. There's a core. Hit it directly, don't waste time on the rest." Zooming in, Shin explained. "Look for the dark jelly center. That's its life. Pierce that and the threat is eliminated." A soldier hesitated. "But how do we spot ones hidden in snacks?" Shin narrowed his eyes. "We'll adapt. Scan everything. No exceptions." A soldier shouted with conviction. "Got it." He gripped his weapon tightly, locking eyes on the moving jelly creatures ahead. The creatures spun and scattered, glowing blue. They shifted their forms quickly, trying to confuse and overwhelm the incoming soldier. He charged forward without hesitation, dodging their movements. His blade lit up, aimed straight at the center of the closest creature. With full force, he struck downward. His body twisted midair as momentum carried him straight through the blue jelly mass. The strike landed clean. The core shattered beneath his blade. The creature splashed apart, lifeless and still across the cold floor. His eyes glowed red with determination. With a fierce cry, he launched himself forward, ready to destroy the jelly monster. He slammed his glowing fist into the monster's core. The black center trembled, beginning to fracture under his focused strike. Screaming with power, he unleashed another blow. Energy surged through his body as the jelly creature began breaking apart violently. Nearby soldiers ducked behind cover, shocked. One shouted, "Is he insane?" The other whispered, "No. He's just that strong now." The soldier cracked a grin. The tide was turning. This wasn't just survival anymore. It was a fight they could win. Blue sparks surged as Youngjun gripped the butcher knife, channeling strange power from the system. His heartbeat pounded. Something awakened. A soldier shouted, "Multiple threats approaching the kitchen zone." Tension rose. Youngjun stepped forward, nodding. "All right, everyone stand back. I'll handle it." Electricity danced across his arms. Sweat dripped. Youngjun clenched his teeth. "Ha! I didn't choose this job, but I'll survive." With a roar, he raised the knife high. Lightning wrapped around him, illuminating his resolve. Energy focused. No time for fear. The blade struck the ground. Power exploded outward, frying enemies instantly. Silence followed. Youngjun exhaled. The chef had cooked destruction. The explosion lit the room. Kitchen equipment flew. Sparks rained. The electric blast shredded nearby enemies into blue-tinged ash instantly. Only melted remains were left, barely recognizable. The creatures didn't scream, they vanished. Youngjun scanned quickly. No time to relax yet. "Next, Byungmin," Youngjun shouted. "White microwave above you." He coordinated calmly, issuing precise orders. Every movement was timed. Mistakes meant death. Youngmin raised binoculars, verifying the target. His heart raced. This wasn't training anymore. Real enemies, real consequences. He locked on. The team burst forward. Youngmin flanked right. Another soldier hurled a charge. The last infected screeched as electricity consumed it whole. Amazing, she whispered, watching the team. Her eyes stayed on Youngjun. He's just a cook, but moves like a soldier. Suddenly she froze. Her expression changed. A sound echoed, something unnatural. She looked out the window. Her hands trembled instinctively. Blue glowing creatures surged toward the building. Their forms shifted like fire. She gasped, "What's happening?" Her voice barely reached the others. Soldiers turned to the entrance. "Sir, they're pouring in!" Panic set in. Youngjun clenched his jaw. This wasn't over, not yet. A soldier spotted the breach. "More from the back hallway," he shouted. Youngjun narrowed his eyes. They were surrounded again. The creatures began to ripple unnaturally. Their liquid forms quivered violently, then expanded. Energy pulsed. Something strange was about to happen. Shapes twisted midair. One turned into a serpentine figure. A soldier staggered back, gasping. "What the hell is that?" Youngjun reached out, but the form dodged unnaturally fast. His fingers barely missed contact. "They're not just moving, they're evolving. They're changing shape," someone yelled. The new forms had sharper features, stronger, faster, intelligent. The chef's role just got more complicated. A creature's face emerged fully, eyes glowing blue. It smiled not instinctively, but knowingly. This was no longer a mindless enemy. Soldiers stood frozen, sweat dripping. "That's new," one muttered, eyes wide. The creature didn't rush it, simply walked forward confidently. "Back! Everyone fall back now!" shouted the squad leader. Weapons raised. Their steps echoed across the tiles, tension thick in air. Laughter rang out unnatural and sharp. The creature grinned wide. It looked human, but something was deeply, horribly wrong. "Human form?" A soldier stammered, stepping back. His hands shook, weapon trembling. "No, that thing's just wearing a human face." Behind the front lines, civilians stared in shock. The atmosphere dropped. One whispered. No one finished the sentence. Dread filled the silence. She gasped, eyes wide. "That's Aunt Soon!" The woman she once knew now moved differently, cold, deliberate, almost unnatural. "Aunt Soon?" Youngjun repeated, stepping forward. His voice rose. Confusion and dread spread. Was she an enemy or something else? "A warrior class awakened?" the soldier asked. His voice was cautious. That title meant power enough to kill or protect many lives. "Yes, she was the strongest in our group," the boy said, hiding behind the girl. Hope and fear mixed inside him. Youngjun narrowed his eyes. He didn't speak. He needed answers. Friend or foe, he had seconds to decide. The soldier stared ahead. "That must be their ultimate form," he said grimly. Everyone tightened grip on their shields and weapons. Glowing eyes flashed. Aunt Soon's form twisted slightly. She smiled wide. "Now things are getting interesting," she whispered, eyes locked forward. The front line braced. No one moved. "Let's see what you've got," shouted the leader. His voice echoed through the tension. In the distance, the infected stirred. Their bodies shifted subtly. Something was about to break. Seconds felt stretched and sharp. A wicked grin spread across her face. It wasn't just amusement. She wanted this fight, and she intended to win. "What are you talking about, you punk?" the soldier yelled, charging. His eyes burned with rage. There was no hesitation. He slammed his fist forward, energy crackling on impact. Blue light exploded. The target staggered. The strike landed clean and hard. The creature screamed in pain, body distorting. The once calm smile vanished. Her voice cracked. The creature was thrown back by the blow. Youngjun stepped forward, calm but firm. "A shame. Warrior class awakened among the survivors?" His tone was colder than before. In the darkness, monstrous figures emerged. Their eyes glowed red. This fight wasn't over, it was just beginning. "We've leveled up fighting lizards. They're brutal, fast, and deadly, but each kill made us tougher, smarter, and more experienced. 100 awakened warriors trained in real combat. They've survived ambushes, monsters, and chaos. Each battle refined their deadly potential further. We wear lizard leather gear, bulletproof and flexible. Combine that with cooking buffs, and our strength multiplies beyond normal limits. I'm sorry, but you're not ready for this. My people are. We've prepared for war. Now it's your turn."